flexible team, but with that comes its challenges. It's a great team that can do
Grabe
anything like a
nakakatakot
jack of
yung
all
Nixie
trades,
parang,
but being a
Hoy!
master of none specifically,
James!
it might be a struggle of identity, which is keeping them from propelling themselves a lot more ideally to what they aspire to this stage. But I feel
Walang
like
palusiri
after
yung
the little break that we had,
bread buff.
after coming off a victory,
Ano nga yung
it
gagawin ko?
feels a lot
Gagawin ako
better and a lot more
nakalimutan ko.
put
Ayun,
together.
naalala
So
ko na.
hopefully we see that form of this team coming on to the next game. Team that can do anything like a jack of
Yeah, and I think that we have to remember that this isn't exactly RRQ's final form just yet. The difficult thing with RRQ is that they had a shorter, relatively amount of time to prep than other teams. You know, they have the pressure that usually comes with being with such a high-profile organization too. And G10 now, they have the pressure of being nothing less than perfect.
Yeah, because as we have discussed, they
I
are
just-
2-3 at the moment. They only have 2 matches left. And in order to have even a chance at playoffs contention, they have to get that scoreline up positive. They have to be 4-3, or else, there is every single chance that they will be joining Naus in the CNX Science squad. But, it is still very, very possible for them. We have seen flashes of brilliance, pun intended, in RRQ quite a few times. It's just they haven't really been able to string these really great performances together consistently. But yesterday they were able to get a win, so maybe a little bit of momentum
Pwede pa
coming
naman
off
makapasok
from
Naos if
taking
they,
out Naos will
they win
give them the pep
on
in their
the
step,
last-
to actually fight against Alpha Esports Pro. in a
If they
very
win the
meaningful
last
way.
two, and Bren and
Perhaps,
SBE lose,
and
and
you talk about those
RRQ
flashes of
loses the
brilliance.
last two.
I know it's a really, really
Mamatay-tay
open,
pa sila.
way to seg into Flash, but right now we
Oo
are
nga, wala
going to
na.
highlight
Sorry
our
na.
head-to-head matchup, which will be between Chris M and Draxi.
Oh,
Now, we wanted
Chris
to highlight
and
Fluffy,
Draxi, oh.
these players that are kind of like, the ones basically making sure that the playmakers get to
Ano po
do
oras
those
laban
amazing
nila?
setups and
Ayan,
everything.
ayan.
And
Ito
Chris
na.
M and Draxi, they are definitely
yun.
these members
Yun,
of the
head-to-head
squad that
na.
lend that support to be able to secure those rounds.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they're basically the backbone and stability for a lot of these teams. Statistics alone, they're pretty similar in stature. Chris M, we've seen pop up in the past, but as well as Draxi, and both of these players very veteran in the scene of VCTPH. Draxi especially securing the playoffs multiple times. I'm sure that he has no ambitions to stop that today, but with Chris M on the opposing
Ang ganda ng
side
ACS
to
ni
maybe
Chris
bring out all of those
193.
more banger plays that we've seen in his previous couple matches, it could be a big challenge unless both
Wait
of
lang.
these teams' stability kind of crumbles under pressure. So really, for me, both of these players are kind of underrated, but they have such a high value and impact in teams.
Yeah, another thing that I want to add to that is that Draxi is part of kind of a duo of him and Nexi, who are the honor students of
That's right.
VCT. So if RRQ are not up to spec, if they can't pull their individual brilliant moments together, maybe Draxi and Nexi will have to hand those medals over to somebody else, because not being able to make playoffs in this iteration of RRQ, where it is a very Avengers-like setup, will be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it will be indeed. And jumping into our map vetoes, actually, I was just checking the stats over here, and it seems as though for stage 2, RRQ seems to have a very, very high win rate on split. So it seems as though the matches that they play, they haven't played split. Every map that they're able to take and every series that they're able to win
That's
always has split. Maybe Fluffy, that's their good luck charm. Perhaps they do need to actually start off with this map.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Having a strong map in your pocket to basically be your fallback, knowing that we are so proficient at this map that there's a high chance of winning, is such an important part
Banasan.
in the map drafting scenario. But as we see,
Ang
in
iba
this
ng
map
RRQ,
drafting,
Fracture or Breach?
AEP has the first veto, and they have removed Ascent from the pool. A very 50-50 map. I think it's the most basic map in terms of Valorant, where there's not a lot of like flashy stuff or
Fracture.
technical things in the map compared to others. But speaking of, conversely, Fracture, one of the most different maps in Valorant, with having so many angles, so many close corners, and multiple sides of attack that you can be taken from. RRQ decides to ban that one out, leaving what I think would be a lot of decider maps. So I predict that Haven would be a very important map in this series, as well as Icebox. Both teams pretty proficient at it, aside from the split that you mentioned. And just like I mentioned, Haven is already selected as the first map for AEP.
Ooh.
AEP, we've seen them in multiple games already on Haven, so I don't know if that's a good or bad thing this far into VCT. You know, on one hand, it's great to give a lot of reps on it, but on the other hand, you've kind of been seen a lot. It's not really surprising to anyone, even to SBE yesterday, that they brought out the Fade. But unfortunately for that team, they weren't able to handle it. But moving on, we have split as well on RRQ for the map selection, where the AEP gets defense. I think this is what Mika mentioned already.
I think RRQ,
one of RRQ's stronger maps, I think
is not gonna go A on Haven
for them to have that strong start. So
yeah, I don't think they're gonna go
decider
A on
map is
Haven.
really gonna be the decider one for me, because I think that first map's gonna go to AEP.
So you think it's gonna be map pun aside, you think it really is going to be a split, that AEP is going to take Haven and RRQ is going to take split?
Statistically speaking, I think so. I think those are the strengths.
RRQ is gonna ban Breeze. RRQ is gonna ban Breeze.
Probably propel into one of those three series games.
But dadaan ka lang. Hi, Lawrence.
What about you, G10? Favoring anybody at the moment
RRQ
as
is gonna ban
getting
Breeze.
closer and closer to our decider
They
map,
don't want to go to Breeze.
Well, the Bees are banned,
especially
here.
with AE,
So
especially with Yin Sandy.
One more thing open. It is going to be the Icebox. Now that, I think, is going to definitely be
Magkakaroon ng bagong
a
map,
decider map of decider maps. I tend to agree with Fluffy here. AE Pro has had a very, very, very strong Haven. Whenever we see them on it, RQ, firstly, very strong split. Now, Icebox, as we have discussed, as we have mentioned, it is a very decent map for both teams. But I wouldn't exactly call them equal, but they do have different ways of approaching it. So I'm curious to see how they will clash
yes!
if we do get that game, which is, I would say, very, very likely.
In terms of like power rankings that we have so far, it seems as though Alpha Esports Pro is the stronger team. But Fluffy, I'm curious. Wonder what conditions can RRQ actually claim this victory for them. Let's say if it's a split indeed between Haven and RRQ takes split on Icebox, what exactly do they need to catch out from AEP?
Well, assuming it goes 1-1 for the first two maps and we move on to the decider, Icebox itself, a very aim-heavy map, already favors the play style of AEP. They normally run their double duelists there, as they shown, I think, against Oasis Gaming the other day. They bring out the Reyna, not as popular as the more util-focused ones these days, but it works for them because they have such strong core duelists. But on the other hand, we have a lot of flexibility coming out from RRQ. RRQ, as we mentioned, I think
for ranking, so use this.
Earlier,
Hi, sir, thanks for the notif.
multiple duelists, double controllers.
I use this
Lenovo
Lenovo.
on the controller side, usually on Zeals. Played a lot.
144
very
Hz
strong Viper on
Lenovo.
Xbox. So they have a lot of supporting players and supporting roles that they
21.5
can
inches yata.
pivot on. So depending on how they decide that, I feel like on
I
paper,
forgot
aim-wise,
the exact one.
it could be a rundown by AEP on the third map, but you could argue RRQ could adapt to it a lot better. But personally, I feel like it's going to end up being a 2-1 for AEP.
Yeah, I think the thing with AEP is that what you see is what you get as a team, and I think what RQ does need to do is play to their strengths. You mentioned that indeed Togi is a very, very good controller, and for Icebox, if they do switch things around and play around that, maybe there's a chance they can take this map. G10, what do you think?
Well, Fluffy, he did go with who I think is the favorite here. AEP has just been so strong, so consistent, so dominant in most of their matches. But I kind of want to root for the little guy here. I want to be an underdog leader here. I want RRQ to fight for their life. I want them to get their 2 matches up and possibly get into playoffs contention. So I will be saying RRQ 2-1, but it's going to be very, very close. On the last map.
It's gonna be really exciting indeed. And then, like you, I do also want to root for the underdog here, and I do also, I do want to see that storyline come into fruition. It's an amazing one too if they are able to claw their way out of that 7th place standing. And Fluffy, it is a tall order for them, but there is still a chance.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of chances here, especially if, as we predict, because right now, we say that one team is good on Haven, one team is good on Split, but on the off chance that there's an upset, for example, if RRQ takes Haven, I pretty sure that this can end in a 2-0. But conversely, if AEP takes split, well, obviously at that point it would be a 2-0. So I feel like it depends also on how much research they've done aside from strengthening their own game plan into the other team, especially the AEP Haven game, because there's a lot of information
AEP
out
for
there.
the win, yes,
You know,
sir.
if I was still a coach and I looked at all the VODs, there's so much patterns that you can check because they're so recent, so fresh, and you can basically break down a team's attacking plan with the little hints that they give of what they're about to do. So depending on how they choose to take that information and apply it during their game, it could make a very big difference, as after all, this is a league. It's not like a one-off tournament thing. So you have to play the league game.
That's right. And of course, the pressure is on for RRQ right now because that dream of qualifying for the playoffs will slip slowly. Not even slowly, actually. It will very, very quickly slip away should they lose this series, especially since, you know, coming right up, our final series of today, it will be in the hands of SPE, who will also be taking a really, really close look at. Interesting scenario, though, that Fluffy presents is that if RRQ does indeed take Haven and G10, we do know that RRQ does have a good track record on split. I'm really, really curious on Haven, though, what kind, we mentioned that RRQ is very flexible. I'm curious as to what kind of RRQ we might see on Haven should they adapt to the very sort of Unga Bunga playstyle that AEP has.
Well, so if you are, you know, coding Unga Bunga playstyle as very aggressive takes,
Three
very
lang eh.
double duelist, Jin,
Juiced it.
I would tend to agree, and I think the little bit of an adjustment maybe, if RQ has practiced it, could be a fade. That could be what the doctor ordered here, because we have seen quite a few fades come out. Maybe not in Haven. I don't remember if there was a fade in Haven, but we have seen quite a few that were incredible at stopping just super aggressive pushes. We've also seen a couple be used against, you know, AE Pro, and they have had a little bit of difficulty. So maybe switching it up a little bit could be the answer here for RRQ for Haven. That is, it may be unlikely because I don't think they've actually practiced it, but you know, it's something that possibly may keep AEP at bay whenever they try to go really aggro.
Yeah,
I think at this point, what do they have to lose, right, Fluffy?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
I think that a point that is very important that was brought up in the past, I think it was during the interview of one of RRQ's wins recently, that they said that they really don't necessarily play by the book. So one of the things is, if you're the opposing team, if you're AEP and you're trying to anti-strat someone, there's a lot you can take from it.
Pag nanalo
RRQ's
AE dito,
strength
secured
being that
playoffs
such
na
an
sila.
unpredictable throw the book away
I
kind
swear.
of team, because we can
I swear, pag nanalo AE dito,
is also
sure na yun.
kind
Pasok
of
na
that
sila.
RNG factor that
100% sure.
you still have to prepare for in a way. And by that preparation, I mean learning how to react.
Manalo matalo sila sa Team Secret, sure na talaga. Basta maano sila dito.
That X factor is something that RRQ can truly rely on and might throw a wrench into AEP's plans going into this match.
Yeah, I actually want to, good that you brought it up, I actually want to talk about that RRQ being the throw the book out, you know, what book, there is no strategy, being more of like a little bit of an instinctive impromptu kind of team, whereas they will use those practice and scrims to hone something, but when it comes down to the series itself, it's all instinct, which I think can actually be very, very dangerous, especially for a team that it appears like from the interviews they do have that bond, and that is something that, you know, you really cannot.
Even if they win their last two,
really
it's gonna be 2-5.
Like, people just click immediately.
If Brand loses last 2-5, literally bottom na yung 2-5.
You can be with the team for
kasi
a bunch of years, but if that's not there, then it will still be a wrench.
Unless maging ano to 2-5, tas yung
almost immediately, and
yung
I think
chance
that's
nila,
that they can also use.
I mean, may chance, slim
Absolutely, the team synergy.
Yung may slim chances yung Naos. Guys, minute ko. May slim chances yung Naos kapag itong lahat ng 2-3 na to naging 2-5, tapos dapat yung may round differential kasi na kasama pa ito. Dapat mas mababa yung negative ng dalawa dito. Ang kalapit nila SBE, negative 21 eh. Yun, pag mas mataas yung negative nito, like pag kailangan nila manalo kasi kailangan nila mabawasan tong negative na to. Ang laki. Tapos, 2-5, dapat maging 5 din to. Maalin sa kanila. Tapos, dapat yung round differential nila, mas mataas sa kanila. Dalawa dito, that mas mataas yung negative sa kanila. Para sila yung pasok sa 6. May chance, pero slim. Slim chances. Kailangan, hindi na like, relying sa sarili nila alone, pero depende na din dito sa tatlong to. Actually, dito sa dalawang to kasi nasa bottom nito. Yun, super, super duper slim chances. But I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's almost impossible. Like, para makapasok sila, their Bren, SBE, and RRQ need to underperform. Which is medyo sobrang slim kasi it's Bren and SBE and RRQ. They're really pretty decent teams. They're good. They're big teams. Ayan na. Oh, bakit 10 minutes? Uy!
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, reverse from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist.
Oh, lakas ng Team Secret. Grabe. Perfect track record.
Water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find.
Magsikahan naman na tayo. Perfect ng Team Secret ay positive 57. Ang naka-score lang sa kanila ito, RRQ at saka SBE. Grabe RRQ. Saan sila natalo ng SBE? Split yata. Oo, natalo sila. Grabe to 18-20, pre. RRQ split din ata. Oo, split din. Ang lakas ng split ng RRQ. Grabe. Hi, Eric Sean. Thank you for the follow. Arigato gozaimasu. Yan, mag-compute muna tayo. Compute with me, guys. Compute with me. Tara, gawa tayo ng prediction. Gagawa ka ng prediction kasama kayo. Yan. Predictions. Gumawa na ako kagabi, pero ulit ako. Yan. AE versus RRQ. Siyempre, prediction. AE win. Oasis versus SBE. ES versus Naos. Bren versus APH. RRQ versus Oasis. Bren versus SBE. AE versus TS. APH versus Naos. Hi, Jai! Ano yan? Spill it. Charing. Ay, puyat na naman si Madam Jaira Lim. Gawa ng oras ng boys. Nas may delay pa. Oasis versus SBE. Kape na lang. Ayaw mag-spill ng tea. Wag dito. Dito nagtsikahan, no? May mali. Oasis versus SBE. Predict natin, SBE. Team Secret versus Naos. TS na yan. Bren versus APH. RRQ versus Oasis. May laban yung RRQ dito. 8 AM pa ako later. Oh my gosh. Feeling ko pa naman matatapos to mga minimum 2 hours. Grabe ka ka-supportive. Idol. Idol ko talaga kayo mag-jowa. Grabe ko yung dalawa. Ang supportive nyo sa isa't isa. Brand versus APH. Feeling ko APH to. Unless i-change ng brand yung stat nila. Feeling ko Oasis to. Hindi naman. Feeling ko actually RRQ to. Kasi yung different ng play nila eh. Medyo, kaya if they studied Oasis, kaya nila basahin Oasis. Iisa halos playstyle niya eh. Ni Marky. Kaya yan. Coffee. Coffee review. Manifesting to zero para din makatulog ka agad na. Team Secret magiging solid possible 7 to. Oasis magiging feeling ko pala Oasis win to. Ang explosive kasi ng Oasis eh. Pero ang discipline na SBE. Ito pala feeling ko SBE ito. Ano na, Lods? Pwede Oasis RRQ. Feeling ko lang kaya manalo ng RRQ. Pero feeling ko Oasis to. So, pwede maging ang SBE 3. 3-3. Baka 7-0. Ito potential 4-2 or 5. Pwede ding mag 5 to Oasis pag nanalo sila sa RRQ. Ito kasi yun sa RRQ. May style, may specific style ang Oasis. Kung maaaral nila yon, kasi maaral sila eh, mahilig sila mag-aral, mahilig sila magpalit ng style base sa kalaban nila. If maaral nila yon, kaya nila matalo Oasis. Kasi ang lakas din bumaril ni na Nexi. Medyo underdog lang yung dating nila. Kawa naman na, bumoto ako dito sa Team Secret tsaka sa APH, di 07. Nung stage 1, sila nandito sa tuktok. Ito na, sila number 1. Grabe. How the turn sub-tabled. Basta pag nanalo AE dito ngayon, basta manalo AE dito, secured, play-up secured, boys. Lalo na maganda yung round differential nila, -1 lang. Basta pag AE ang titingnan natin, basta manalo sila ngayon, sureness. Kasi dito pwede manalo Oasis, pwede manalo SBE. Dito sa dalawa, parang bumabalik SBE. Parang kumakambak sila. Kaya panonoodin natin yung laro nila mamaya. Kasi, depende din sa laro nila eh. Lalo na ang kasunod nila kalaban, Team Secret, madugo. Naniniwala din akong kaya nila, kaya nga question marks nilagay ko eh. Question mark. Wait lang guys. Yan na, 1 minute.
Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We just slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, they came from the bottom to top.
May turn na ba, Brent, today? Wala. Bukas. Saang team si Abat? APH. Alpha. Action PH. Ito na. Matagal na siya dito eh. Di man sobrang tagal, pero matagal na siya. Antok na sila. Copy paste ko nga to. Bakit sa Twitch? Same lang yun. Pag nilive mo kasi yung galing Twitch, naglalag minsan. Mas hindi naglalag yung YouTube eh. Kasi YouTube ako nanonood. Ang cool naman ito tingnan. Tantanan. Umalis ba siya Batman sa AE o inalis? Umalis siya, Lons. Umalis siya. Hindi siya aalisin nun. Tagal na. Excited na ako, kabahan. Siya yung accept na sila. Talaga ba? Parang sakto lang. Ang daya naman ng Intel, may free charing. Intel tsaka ROG. ENTS. Kaya lang, ang dami ng exposure ng Haven ng ano, ng AE. Oh, grabe naman yung 450 hours na battery life. Parang gusto ko yun subukan, 450 hours? Di ako naniniwala, dude. Dili ako maniwala. Yung keyboard ko ano lang eh. May ba? Ay, enough ko ba yung wireless? Ano ko okay? Ano to? Royal Clutch. Hindi to sponsored by the way. Binili ko to ng pera ko. Gusto ko yung may arrow keys. Gusto ko yung may arrow keys eh. Kaya yun yung binili ko. Yung may arrow keys. Mas malaki nga lang siya. Kasi gusto ko yung mayroong F1 hanggang F12. Tapos gusto ko yung may arrow keys. Tapos may delete home and page up page down. So mas malaki siya ng ito, isang line. Mas malaki siya ng isang line. Maglaban sa heaven. Kayo talaga. When po yung laban, mga idol, mga idol? Mouse, Logitech G Pro. Ito gamit ko ngayon. Logitech G Pro. Galing to kay Gian. Gift niya to sa akin nung first meet namin. Ito yung ginamit niya sa NA. Nung nasa NA pa siya, ito yung mouse niya. Binigay niya sa akin. Maganda rin yung Glorious Model. Oh, yun yung ginagamit niya ngayon. Nagamit ko na rin yun na nasa bootcamp ako. Mas lightweight, mas malaki ng konti yung Glorious Model. Oh, si Najin, tsaka yung iba, super light yung ginagamit. Pero, mas nakakabilis yun ng sense kasi mas magaan siya. So, 1 minute ulit. Ano pa magandang mouse? Yun. Hindi pa ako nakakatry ng ano eh. Hindi pa ako nakakatry ng ibang ano. Nagkalaman ka. Talaga ba? Thank you. That's actually good for me kasi nung nasa law school ako, sobrang namayat ako. Although, nung tumigil na ako sa law school, doon na ako nag-start na medyo bumalik yung timbang ko. Kasi sa sobrang stress ko, tapos wala ako laging tulog, or wala ako halos tulog everyday. Tapos, sobrang stressful, sobrang daming binabasa. Namayat talaga ako. Tapos, Uy. Oh no. Anong year ka na? Second year. Pero nag-stop na ako. Nagka-tech issues yata, kaya wala pang game. Pero parang okay na, oh. Wah! Ba't nalalaglag lagi yung cable ng keyboard ko? Type-C pala yung keyboard ko. Kaya na.
For the ruling class of this next upcoming series, and will it be the alphas
Ay, sorry po.
or the kings able to take this series now? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BCTPH Tax here with Black and Blue. And if you guys are just tuning on in, it's our second series of today. It's Alpha Esports Pro versus Rex Regumcon RRQ on the other side. And it's pretty interesting because there's a lot of familiarity right now between Alpha Esports and
Ikaw siguro
RRQ
laging
on the
tama
more
sa inyo ni
individual
Idol
basis,
Gen.
right?
Di
That
kami
these guys
nag-aaway?
have played each other in multiple different tournaments. But in terms of the configuration, in terms of these squads coming as
Di
these
kami
units right
nag-aaway.
now, it's gonna be a completely
kapag-
different ball game.
Pag nagde-decide kami, pareho kami
Yeah, completely.
nagbibigay
And
ng...
the way they're going to approach the game has to be different from when they've last met each other. As
Pag,
we
pag mga big decision, like medyo mahirap na decision, nag-uusap lagi kami, tapos sasabihin ko yung pros and cons ko, sasabihin niya yung pros and cons niya. Tapos, ina-note namin alin yung mas matimbang. Tapos yan, pipili na kami based on that.
We saw Alpha Esports Esports. Last time that they played Haven, to much great success versus Southbelt and Oasis Gaming and Brent Esports.
Hindi ko pa alam
In
kung
that
sino
matter,
sa amin
their
yung
fade composition
mag-push talaga na
seemingly
tama
going
siya
undefeated in
kasi
RRQ. The
hindi
last
pa kami
time we saw them on
nagka-clash
Haven
talaga.
Elements
Like,
now,
usually
which
mag-open ako
we
na,
have been
oy,
having,
na-hurt
struggle
ako
in the
kasi
tournament
ganto,
action as
ganyan,
well for the
ganyan.
loss
Tapos
against
sasabihin ko
Action.
sa kanya
So,
kung
we've seen
hindi
very
kasi ako
different compositions coming
hindi ako
from RRQ
nagsa-silent
this time
treatment.
around. They're not
Hindi ako yung nagagalit bigla. Nagsasat talaga ako, sasabihin ko, medyo inis ako ngayon or malungkot ako ngayon kasi nasabi mo to or nagawa mo to, tapos malungkot ako or na-hurt ako dun sa words na to, ganyan. Tapos magsaset din siya na okay, tapos i-explain siya, explain. Tapos ako din, tapos mga tig-dalawa kaming message, tapos sasabihin namin, okay, batiin na, sabi niya, okay na tayo, tapos sabi ko, okay na tayo, tapos yun, tapos na. Tapos kapag siya naman ganun din, sasabihin niya, may iniisip ako, kanina ko pa iniisip, hindi siya mawala, so sasabihin ko na sa'yo. Nung sinabi mo to, tapos ganto, ganyan, tapos natigre siya, tapos sabihin ko, sorry, tapos ganyan, tapos yun, tapos na ulit, di na ulit kami medyo wala nang friction agad, ganun. Basta ang iniisip lagi namin, tayo yung magkakampi, ang kalaban natin yung problem. So, it's you and me against the problem. It's not you and me against each other. Yeah. Charot. Pero yun talaga yung mindset namin. Tayo yung magkakampi, ang kalaban natin yung problema. Hindi natin kalaban yung isa't isa.
Definitely, early bird catches the worm in this case, and Haven seems to be that opening nest that Alpha can really rely on time and time on overdax. Honestly, it's looking like one of their better maps when in the past it never really was. But in recent times, that is going to at least seemingly looking to change because of how they have been performing, as I said, with that fade.
Naninira ng
It's
motor
been
bago
a
makawag.
very stark contrast to how we normally would see Alpha. But then again, I really feel like, as we talked about, this is almost like the perfect
DJ
initiative for a player like
Yasumi.
Giantan. You throw stuff out and you get
Monitor ko
things
Lenovo,
done.
so hindi ko alam
We're
yung
going into
nagbanggit
the
ng
opening
ibang
round of map number 1, Dax, and to go anyway.
Well, if you want to be an early bird,
Yan na.
you need to get that good night state. Nightmares usually abound. Insanity is there to inflict again with the haunts, with the decay and more. And as it stands, he's gonna be thrown on.
Nakakatakot to si G nasa gitna. Ba't kaya nasa gitna?
Shut down the initial aggression here of Alpha Esports. That can be a foundation for RRQ to build on moving forward. Ryudo trying to help out the Insanity goals already. Nexi finding two as well. It's RRQ off the good start. Chingdo into the corner. Catching two for himself to get with a push of his own, and it's pretty simple for RRQ. They found the pistol duels, they won the pistol duels, they went towards that A site, now they have the plant. 1v3, Chris M, really big step up in the last series. We've seen him on, well, he gets to do so yet again here. Dart now broken, Chris M moving forward, but this is just 1, 2, 3 angles you cannot handle whatsoever.
Ang hirap talaga ng triangle.
RRQ with early celebrations and an early win.
Damn. Round number 1 already bagging that key, you know what I'm saying?
Ayun na, nasa gitna si G.
That might overbrew later on if things fall apart for them, so we'll see.
That is the problem. Can't have too much time.
Sayang
in the pot.
yun.
Can't have too much water as well in the mix. RRQ opening pistol round, pretty decisive looking so far. Now, both teams are using this Astra, which, if I have any notion from at least what we saw yesterday when Alpha played with Haven as well, it can be quite hard to really have that full effect as an Astra in terms of, being an anchor on the site because of just how much you're going to have to basically be AFK to really use and place your stars. And so when you're up against a Fade, that can be quite difficult. So maybe an Omen or even a Brim can have various different effects in stopping that from happening. But, so now Alpha should be able, rather, RQ should be able to
kaya lang
basically
hindi
storm
enough
this
yung
round all
gunpowder.
over. Isn't much what Alpha can do in this case, and that, there it goes. 5v1, nothing going to be done. Quick 2-0 from RQ.
No, this is bad.
I kind of contrast with you a little bit. I see for the Astra, we've seen it here that, well, at least you can help out the other side of the map. If you're holding on to C, you can help out A and vice versa. We'll see now if Alpha Esports can utilize that later on. And in the same case, RRQ, they have those same tools if ever. It's not as oppressive as it was before all the nerfs, right? Because cooldowns got elongated. You really need to make your markers count, your stars count. You only have 4. But if it still connects the same way, then it's still as strong as the Astra from before. Less room for error, more room to figure out again and how to assess really where the vital partitions of the map will come to pass. And speaking of now, what comes to pass? Alpha Esports, they have the guns, but it's RRQ off to the races and looking to go towards that A site yet again. Jin having to burn the skill bit already, forces the dash because he's a bit awkward inside the sewers. It's even better right now for RRQ. Trailblazer looking for the spot. Kelly as he's leaving, but Ryu is there, ready to make fish happen anyway. But Tuga and Nexi, they don't need the guns, they have the Spectre, they have the Headhunter, and Nexi's the one finding the frags anyway. 2 versus 2 now. Alpha Esports tried to get back to their stations, but RRQ, a path of carnage has been carved here. They still have some fight in them.
Expensive round here already
player.
for Alpha. Even if
Nice,
he wins this and that, he does.
Jin!
Desperate round
At
v1
least hindi sila
and
na bonus.
get the job done, but at what
Pero,
cost, Dax?
oo.
By every measurement here that we can really tally. That was a great round from our Q. Nexi making full work of that.
Maglalabas
headhunter.
kaya
He's
ulit
been
ng limited edition ganun,
absolutely
guys?
just a monster with a sheriff, or in that case, a headhunter in his hands. And to your same point, it can be difficult to make the Astra work here if you don't have that real good teamwork and communication, where to place it. What
Ba't
is a
ganun?
5-star
Makalit sila ngayon.
constellation? Missing a star, right? What is a little dipper without the handle?
Is it even? It's just a little dip.
Just a saucepan.
Maybe. How big is a little dipper?
Naka-half armor lang sila.
It's like a
Si Chris
little
nag-full
pan,
armor
right?
to Spectre.
And
Yeah.
you lose the handle, it's just a bowl basically.
bowl.
Yun na ba mas
basically.
maganda? Siguro depende sa aim mo at saka playstyle.
I guess you can change the stars somehow, man. But stars are aligning for a series like this, and for RRQ, fortunes will favor the bold if they can go for more. You can see it there that Alpha Esports had a good handle at the very start. I like how Ryu was ready to cover up whatever Alpha wasn't able to. But then, Nexi shows up, gets the Headhunter on, and from that point on, they couldn't even stem the tide there. So Alpha Esports having to reinvest these rounds. Looking very costly for the defense as RRQ now.
Hindi, first time nila
Again, they
naglabas
might
ng
want to go
champions
for that
bundle.
A site. It hasn't really failed them before. Now, especially that they have the guns, they can just pretty much use the same kind of setup. And
Isang beses.
Alpha Esports, they're letting this happen. They have the lockdown available thanks to Ching and his
Sabagay,
efforts.
first
So at
champions
least a
lang.
retake
Hindi
is
ko
on the
alam.
cards here for Alpha.
Hindi ko alam kung
At the
maglalabas
same
ulit.
time, you can see the potential win conditions are
Pero yung Masters madami na,
almost
di
ready
talaga.
with 3 ultimates. That can be helpful in a pinch here later on.
You can use that to
30 seconds
drastically, turn the tides of the war, but none of them online exactly yet. It seems like
Cosmic
it's going to be the Cosmic
probably?
Divide, that they're
Yeah.
going to try and prioritize, and
Lagi
that
sila
should be the right
nag-A.
decision in this case. They do have a lockdown as well to utilize here on the AP side. But look at that damage done towards Ryu. He barely is able to escape, but they've taken the CT. Look at where they're playing. Look how far and deep they've pushed themselves. Next he gets that kill, but they're going to get shut down here, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Luckily, he's got that TP, that rendezvous back on out here, Nexi, but they kind of bit themselves in the back, in the shoe, and in the foot. Last one left alive is going to be Nexi. Will he be able to actually clutch this one out? He actually finds 2. He finds the 3rd. The 4th kill goes his way.
Why?
He's too
Bakit
low,
tumalon
and
si
the
Ryu?
RNG ace here as well coming in from Nexi. What a clutch
Why would he
coming
jump?
in from one of the most potent players in the game.
So
Did you see
yeah.
those taps? We have a new constellation in the stars, and his name is Nexi. At the very end, he was just trying to trace where Ryu was gonna go, and that looked so
Doon pa
awkward
lang
for
yata ni
RRQ.
Rio ilalabas yung
This
ano
is
niya,
an
ganun.
interesting gamble, to say the least. It can work if Alpha Esports was just caught unaware of that factor.
Sayang
But they
yun!
contested the link at the start, so they got the intel.
Sayang
They
yun,
were able to
naubos
handle
sila.
the
Oh,
rest
ang galing ni
after that.
Nexi.
Okay, someone's in CT, guys. Someone's by the spawn. And Ryu, what happened? He brought out the utilities. Did he not have any bullets in the chamber left?
Baka wala
Tried
siyang
to run
bala.
away back into cover.
Baka
But the
wala
panic
siyang
sets
bala.
in.
Ewan
It's
ko.
Nexi as cool,
Pero hindi,
calm,
lahat,
and
natalo din
collected.
sila
He
lahat
may
eh.
look
Si
like
Chris,
a
si Jin.
Very,
Ilan
very
sila?
cuddly teddy bear.
Natalo
But
din
he
sila
has
eh.
the
Natalo
bites
din sa
of a
duel si
grizzly, man.
Chris.
It's scary to think that for RRQ, they've really bolstered their forces with some local legends in the PH scene, and Nexi,
Baka wala na
his
siyang
legend has
flash.
become mythical
Ah,
status
naka-flash
after all
ready.
these
Ah,
years.
may flash pa siya.
He's been one of the
Okay.
most consistent clutchers that we have here in the Philippine circuit, and
Ah,
I'm gonna be
okay,
honest, that's
naka-flash.
awfully,
Ah,
awfully
okay,
addressed
okay.
and awfully played there.
Akala
by
niya
Alpha.
magtatago,
I mean,
magpa-flash
they had the
siya.
utility to make it
Okay.
work. They just kind of, I guess, fell into former of restraints that they do have sometimes, where they just try and go unga bunga a bit too much, and that catches him off there. Now, it was a great check that they did to stop RRQ from pushing all the way towards their spawn, and that was looking pretty good for Alpha, but a small slip there with much dire consequences. Still though,
Natalo din yung
big props to
tatlo.
Nexi as well for capitalizing
Sina Chris,
on those
natalo
small
din
windows
sila
of
ni Nexi
opportunity, and
talaga
that's
sa
why he
aim
is so
duel.
deadly. But now Alpha trying to make this round expensive at the very least versus RRQ. They go for that solo hero buy in Jin to potentially secure the Blade Storm for the next upcoming round. Chris M very close here. He's gonna be found out.
Nakapatay to si Chris.
Trailblazer does connect, and what can you really do? A bit of good damage, but not really confirming the kill.
And this is good for RQ. Now that Nexi just basically clutched it out for the team with the ace, this will propel the rest of RQ to say, guys, okay, we know
Spike
Alpha
planted.
can be a bit sloppy right now. Here, map number 1. Let's take advantage. Let's play the aggress, and of course, with the gun advantage they have right now, it's a big possibility for RQ to take another round in this setup.
Wow.
Nexi. Crossfire was there basically.
Nice,
Fended
Jin!
off by the Prowler, but Jin
enemy
fights
remaining.
back, gets 2, but the fight, it only goes to this round. It's not going to be enough whatsoever. Kelly has clocks him, and Ching the
Nice,
only one
Jin.
left. 1v2 situation, still the lockdown in hand, but no chance to really lose it, and no
empty.
chance to fight Rapid there. RRQ looking to be the king of kings right now, and a 4-1 scoreline cementing their lead even further.
I'm surprised that Ching actually went for the Phantom and Connector, not the Vandal was already dropped there in, you know, the doors of Garage. But hey, to each their own. 1-4 RRQ. Take another round here, but Jin, all the effort to really make that
Well,
expensive.
basically-
Good flash in and good support to really help them take that space. And look at this. Finding those 2 kills is huge. That gives him the Blade Storm for the next round. They can buy on up here, so Alpha Esports looking to answer back. They have some utility to work with. They have a ton of ultimates, especially to really force this round in their way.
I love the fact that RQ also just loves to play that cover each system. But Jin,
Nice!
he's trying to cover the
Nice!
back line, and he gets 2 there by B side. So at the very
May-
least,
may
RRQ,
lockdown,
they
may
call the
lockdown.
crowd right in front of him.
Nice,
But Alpha
Jin!
Esports now decides to bring the signs of destruction
Nice!
and destruction. Jin finding 2. Nightfall is there, and it might be right back here for
Nice!
SDFD, and Santi shows up to get the final kill. Lockdown used, Blades expended, and even the spookiest of all Rolling Thunders there from Alpha Esports with the fade. But it gets the job done. 2-4 now.
I feel like the lockdown was more of like a precaution there than actual kind of calculated use of it, because they just went on in, even though it was like what 5-6 seconds left remaining. They were like, okay, let's do it now, get them with the offside, and that they do. So good job here by
Nice,
Alpha.
Ching!
I really like him on the Sentinel over when he used to play a lot of more duelists or kind of like a flex role, because it does enable him to use his superior mechanics to not have to try and make a play every single round, but really plug in those holes, and it gives him a bit more freedom to kind of lurk, which naturally he's very proficient at doing. So Alpha Esports, seemingly this roster of theirs looking like the most well-placed it has ever been. That's part of the reason why they've been doing so good in this tournament. But RQ right now stepping up on ahead. They are the newly formed team in comparison, and they've been also just surprising many a team here in this group stages. But attacking side of theirs, they've got some ultimates to work with. Dax, both the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force popped here to try and find an opening.
I love Jin's discipline.
But
I
don't
love
worry, I
Jin's
like Ching
discipline.
too. He's a cool guy.
we
He was stuck in smoke duty for so long back in that Bren roster. And it was a great parting way. Sometimes when you say goodbye, you say hello to new journeys, new destinations. And apparently here for Alpha Esports, man, he's just evolved from those days back in Controller, Duelist there for the GXR, and clutch potential with, of course, anything and everything he plays. Sentinel, but Kelly, yes! A nice flurry of knives there against Sanity and our Ryu are victims of the man who cuts! Kelly, yes, can he get another one though? Picks up the gun here.
Nag-whip si Jin!
A little bit like a rifle thanks to this skin, but whatever. Now, that's a rifle, and he has showed up today again. RRQ. A-side is theirs. Bit of a tailwind just to perhaps get distraction there, but beyond that, it's difficult for Alpha Esports and RRQ. This team is working because all the pieces are just gelling so well together here. Black and Blue, the pieces from DR.
Tapos
the
nag-walk
pieces
in sa
from
A.
SB Empire,
Nag-walk
the
in na
pieces
sa
from
A,
Zilla
tapos
Esports.
si Gia
And I
nakatalikod.
think really the
Hindi niya
cherry on
nakita si
top of
Kelly.
that is how Kelly's has become
Wala
more
nakatingin
and
ng
more
long.
consistent
Save
as
sila.
the weeks have gone by. Under this RRQ banner, he's shedding away some of the inconsistencies we've seen him back in his previous teams. And well, for RRQ, if this is the best they're ever gonna play, it's time for them to make that rally to the upper echelons of the scoreboard. 5-2 for them.
Well, I guess much to the tune of the name he has so idolized from. But, well,
Nahulog yung...
to the very
So why
extent.
don't you have...
Baka si
why
Jin
is
yung
your name
nahulog.
Black and
Nahulog
Blue
yata
S?
si Jin. You got this,
I make
boys.
my
You
own
got
path.
this, boys.
I am my own man.
I am my own man.
You're gonna see, guys, in the future, Black and Blue is gonna be so legendary that if you name
No, no, no,
yourself
no, no.
Color and Color, it's an homage to the OG himself, Black and
No.
Blue.
No,
Hindi,
you're
hindi
gonna see a lot of
RRQ.
people
Bren.
start naming
Bren yung
themselves Dax with the
nagbagsak.
different opening letters. So Bax,
Whoa,
Axe,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Rax.
No, just gonna put numbers. Just like Fluffy 0.
Versus Bren yun yung
Ow.
laban na yun.
01.
I
Oh,
don't know,
me?
as we talked about, that's probably the prologue and
No,
now
maybe he's
the-
looking for a Fluffy 01 in his life. Okay, but we should be
Ah.
talking about this A take because Draxi planting already.
it's a force buy.
It's a force buy. But it's a cosmic divide too, so it's really interesting because Alpha, we haven't seen too much of the flag action be the priority here. Now, Jin and G and Santi gonna come together as what? Lukido and Rabbit are prepared for this. And nice read by RRQ, but Jin able to shoot himself way out that one at the very least. Kelly Esto gets through, Draxi on the board. There is a path that Jin will follow, and we're going around the Marbly Bush. Let's see where this Darkness Race road will take us. Jin, though, looking to fight out of these shadows and into a better tomorrow. Can he get
Oh,
more?
nice
Draxi will deny
try.
him. And RRQ, they set
Nice
up well,
try.
get the get on A side, they get the intel, and well, from that point on,
Oo, wala siya
and
nakuha ang
that's
info.
enough to get the round.
Great opening half here coming from RRQ and Alpha. Looking a bit stunned, even with the information they've gathered there towards the sewer. Still, they not really clear it out efficiently.
Grabe.
Gian, winning that fight really does spell problems here for the Haven
Nice
attack of Alpha. And so, while maybe they were able to kind of surprise the
Yan, time out.
opposition the
Calm
last two
down,
times
boys.
around,
Calm
we've seen
down.
this. RRQ, they've seen this exact team play this exact comp on Haven twice on over now during this group stages. So they could
Yun nga
have
yung
a lot
nakakatakot
of, you
sa
know, more
Haven nila.
information.
Dalawang beses na
Really
nakita paano
shut this
sila
one
maglaro.
down. They've
Alam
been
mo yung
playing
kaya na
super
sila
well.
kontrahin.
Nexi has been popping off as well as we saw his clutch, and more importantly, even his entries on
Pero yung clutch ni
an
Nexi,
agent like
grabe.
Chamber have been so
Yung ace
so
clutch
potent.
ni
And
Nexi, grabe.
they really rely on a lot of his playmaking ability on that Chamber to get them on in. Draxi, very, very proficient at plugging in the holes, as you talked about. When they're going that scramble, they're in the big fight, he's going to be watching the sides. He's going to be watching those smokes for anybody pushing on out, and that's what Alpha love to do. And that's what RRQ knows they have to shut down. And to his extent, very, very proficient at doing that. This backline of RRQ, so reliable. It's one of the biggest reasons why they're looking like a team that can really get themselves into that APAC slot. Alpha also did at some extent, but they have been a bit more, I guess, faltering in these past few days in their matches as compared to when they were in week 1.
Look, RRQ has 3 different clear books on Alpha Esports right now. For Alpha Esports, they have to look back so long ago since they faced off against these names, and it really goes to show for Alpha Esports right now. Their enemy knows them, and they know how to play against that nuance. Nexi, Draxi on the board. RRQ yet again looking to prove how these players can come together as a team. Rolling Thunder, though, is the answer. Prevents the plant at the very least. A bit of time right now for Alpha to go for the regroup and speak of the group. The duo is there yet again to do that for the thief.
Wow.
Checks the corner. Nexi goes down. Jin with the 5, and it's Tuge.
Ay!
Tuge to get the 2 names that beat the ball
No!
there. 7-2 for RRQ.
They're playing really well right now. And Alpha
sakit.
just look completely lost, scrambled a lot of the times, don't seem as coordinated. And Chris M, his insistence on waiting there on the back of the site, on the C site, just has been shut down time and time again. I realize, you know, it's kind of the old job of an Astra to try and anchor that site on down, to try and get a few kills before going down, but sometimes you have to realize when to get the hell out of there, and this is one of those moments when the team on the opposing side, like RRQ, are very proficient at taking that C site without much real problem. Then it kind of should send a message that let's try something different, let's try and play a bit more retake heavy. But even in that case, Alpha have not been able to win the retake still.
No, that's a fair point because
First,
the time
ano
they
kasi,
really dedicated themselves
like
to the
2
rating, what
times
happened? They got pushed
na lumabas
over
yung
to
Haven
Elite.
nila.
They got pushed to their spawn, and
So,
Alpha
kung
Esports
ikaw
went to
kalaban ka
different
ng Alpha
composition. It's
sa
still better
Haven,
if you know their
wari
position,
ko,
so they can
aaralin
just
mo
set
na.
up such a strong combo. Now they're gonna try, but they will be denied by Kelly. Yes, he's up top and stamping on Alpha Esports right now. Drafting on the board too, getting his own set of full kills there. Ching having to back away, but the chase is on. Cue the Benny Hill music because RRQ will say hold forward to win and get the flawless along the way.
Wow.
8-2, RRQ is just a stampede right now.
Man, one-way show in the RRQ favor. And Alpha, no timeout to call. Remember, they've already burned their timeout this half. So have to wait for the next half before they can really get themselves a pause.
Ang hirap talaga
yes.
pag naaral na kayo.
Great angle, great position to really catch him off guard with proper timing.
What
Such
does
a
Butao
deadly
mean?
combo that he has in his tool set. RQ once again. This is already a great half from theirs, but if we can get even one more, that would be spectacular. Alpha, their defensive side really struggling.
Nice,
We know they're
Jin.
better on the attack, but this time,
Okay.
shutting things down
Oh,
towards
kailan di ka
Frenzo
shut
for
down?
either way, and that's when you have to be like, okay, it's a 5v2.
What's
Let's
Butao?
just back off and secure the round.
Just try to keep it safe there, but at the same time, at least that's an Alpha Esports moment. You have Jinji and Santi popping off, getting the frags, giving the team the advantage. That's already their job's done for this set. Can the rest of the team follow suit and clean up nicely? Still though, Rabbit Tuge,
Okay.
absolutely clutch
Duwag.
players here right now for the side of RRQ, and
Good job, Mark.
we'll see if they can actually make it through towards that A site yet again without a scratch. No contest really, so Alpha Esports, they want to use the superior numbers to
Butao.
play a
Ba't iba-iba
retake.
kayo
There
ng
is a lot of
sinabi?
viability for this. Caustic Divide is there. You still
Mark,
have a full set
Hindi,
of that
aawain mo sana si Mark.
reachability.
Pero wag na
So it's
lang.
a good plan right now for Alpha at least.
Kailangan
to
ni
not
Mark
get
ng
picked
isang
off one by one,
malakasang
but
character
RRQ,
development.
they're not done with their escapades. They're going for broke.
Idiots.
This is
okay.
a pair of thieves. They see a treasure, but they know there's a vault
Mark,
perhaps that is awaiting them. So
2022 na.
actually.
Baka panahon na
Setting
para
up by
magbago
the hell
ka.
angle instead. They want to take a more forward position here, Black and Blue. Alpha now on the retake.
It's their only option. They have to try and go into aggressive to get an early pick off here, and they have lots of economy to try and go for this attempt anyway. So another
Tugi!
they line up for him, and now it's so dangerous. Suddenly, the tables have been turned. The pendulum has swung towards RRQ's favor. And Chris M, he's gonna have to pull out a huge clutch just to make this happen. They're not exactly sure where he is. That smoke dissipates. He gets a one kill. Rabbit taken on down. But
1v1.
has he any idea where 2G is? 2G
Oh,
so
nice
consistent in these clutches,
try.
and he gets the fourth of the round. What
Nice
a clutch
try.
coming in from RRQ, and Alpha let their lead slip away.
You say 2G, I say 2G, but at the very end, we know that the Astra have done everything and anything that he needed to do for that round.
Bukod sa comeback, gusto natin makita ay isang character
On the
development
board,
ni Mark.
a
Mark,
very aggressive stance there by
pakitaan mo
RRQ,
naman
and
kami
you
ng
said
character
yourself that
development.
This has
Mark,
to be them going for the
baka
more
naman.
offensive angle. Just anticipate the push. Know that they're coming from the link at the very least.
Maawa ka sa sarili mo,
Even I
par.
would
Mahirap na maging red flag
Guess that
ngayon.
Tugi was surprised about getting two in that one flurry. Alpha Esports. It's coming to be that kind of game for Alpha, where we can
Lumpia.
see that the sloppiness is affecting them.
Lumpia
This is a
Tugi.
very, very brazen squadron, very loud, very proud, and very high octane. But if they keep getting the
Hayaan
slip-ups
niyo si
on,
Mark,
it does
guys.
affect their pace. And you
Pag
can see it
mga
now. that
ganyang
they're getting
tao ay
outmaneuvered,
masaya sila
outgunned.
kapag nagagalit ng ibang
Position
tao.
by
Kaya huwag kayong
RRQ
magagalit
that
kay
can
Mark.
crack now. We'll get to Nightfall is there to try and meet the retake catch in. Though with a fight on the one, he has been a bright spot here for Alpha. Can he get more done here as the Prowler is stuck by the window? Here
Hayaan mo
comes
si
the
Mark.
lineup though.
Si
Doesn't
Mark,
get to seize draft. He
dapat
actually stuck there for now.
tahimik
Tuge
lang.
though, getting ready right behind. This star is destiny, and
Grabe,
Misty and Rabbit
RRQ.
are looking to manifest it. Jingle
Wow.
ball, it's RRQ who make it a 2-10 half.
Man, completely decimating the opposition here.
Guys,
RRQ
masaya yan
are.
kapag nagagalit
Every
kayo.
bout, every scrap, every fight
Ganon
goes
siyang
their
type
way,
ng
and
tao,
Alpha
kaya
just
wag
look
kayong
completely lost. This
magalit.
is almost looking like a go next map for them. And that's something to say when we're talking about how Haven has been looking almost untouchable so far, at least in the standings and the history of what Alpha have been doing this entire group stage when they do have this fade composition. But RQ reading them like a book. They know exactly how to play against this. Don't even let Gian Sandy get that fade on going. And when you shut them down early, it can be very difficult
Guys,
for
huwag
Alpha
yung pansinin
to get
si Mark
themselves
kasi
back
masaya
into
siya
the
pag
game. They are one of those
pinapansin
teams that
siya.
really do ride off
Kasi
momentum quite
kulang
a
siya
bit, but
dun. Kaya huwag niyo napansinin.
how do you even get
ha?
started when the engine's out of gas?
Well, kind of have to walk to where you need to go. Take a train, find a
Mabuti
bike,
akong Mark.
steal it
Buti
from a
pa
little
tayo sa
kid
mabuti,
maybe.
Mark.
They need momentum, man. They need a vehicle to propel themselves into a better
Alam mo, Mark,
second half
pag
because
talo wag umiyak. Ikaw
unfortunately
lang
for
po!
Alpha Esports,
Ikaw
this
lang
is
umiiyak
really
dito,
where
pre!
their fears
Walang
are
umiiyak dito
manifested, right?
kundi
This is
sa
when
kundi
Alpha
ikaw.
Esports isn't feeling it, when they're making these sloppy mistakes. You can see how impacting it can really be, and when they're put in such a stressful
funny ni
scenario like
Mark,
that,
ano?
knowing that, okay, this isn't working, guys, what do we do? They go back to some of their usual nuances and tendencies, and against a team like RRQ,
Natatawa
that
ko
just
kay
does not
Mark
work.
kasi
Alpha
siya yung
Esports,
butaw to
you mentioned
sinabihan
that
niya
they
butaw
have a very strong
tapos
retake
siya din yung
composition,
umiiyak tapos siya
and
din yung
RRQ know
nagsasabing
that,
mag-iiyak.
and they really
Tapos siya
haven't
din yung,
given
alam mo
Alpha
yan,
Esports a proper chance
ba't
to
mo
do so
kausap
as much as
sarili mo,
possible.
Lods?
We see that they are very aggressive. We
Are
see
you a
that they
nurse,
know
Mark?
how far they can push, and it's just so well executed by RRQ right now, having that
Are you a
nuance
nurse,
to
Mark?
understand what to do in this scenario, and basically knowing their enemy a bit more than
Pwede sila
their enemy knows themselves
mag-suspend
right
kasi
now. So Alpha
yun yung
Esports,
trabaho nila,
regain
Mark.
that identity, regain that momentum. I mentioned how Jin was the bright spot yet again, even in these struggles. You can see that Jin can frag out for the squad. So
Are you a nurse
that
po?
tip of the spear needs to be sharpened even further for Alpha Esports to puncture
Ayaw
through
lang
the
ng
defense
mods
as
ko
we get
ng
now
toxic
into the
kasi
pistol again.
mabait lahat ng tao. Ay, hindi naman
Rounds
ano.
on over here.
Kasi hindi toxic
It could
yung
be all
community
over
dito. Eh,
for
pag
Alpha if they
nakaka-toxic dun sa comment
get this
section,
pistol.
syempre gusto nila ng ano.
Man, such an
Syempre
important
gusto
crucial
nila
round here
ng,
for the Alpha
kumbaga
Esports
lang,
side. They're
para lang
opting to go
may
towards
peace
this B
dun sa
site.
chat. Eh, kung nakakagulo ka
Keep
na
him
sa
at bay,
peace,
though,
edi
there.
kailangan kayo.
That small trap placed by Nexi. Rabbit getting caught off guard. Friends
Okay,
really
Jin, that's
taking things
good,
up close,
Jin.
but it's a dangerous battle to be taken against Nexi with the headhunter. Kelly S finds one on the back line, but quickly traded out by Chase. Up close,
Nice!
that frenzy's gonna do so much damage, but they're opting to go for the A site here.
Just a nice rotation and a nice push from Alpha Esports. From B to A, the overrun, the upcoming utility. And I like the fact that they just went at Rabbit there as King plays a
Nice!
beautiful lurk. Piece of art there, the window captured in that last moment. Picturesque even. Draxi now.
Madadama yung ibang
Only
mark.
one left, and then we see this
Nice,
before. Different teams go on the other side. Good
boys!
Sassy with the final frag, but Alpha Esports, they play that pistol well. It starts with them baiting out a little bit of
Parang minute
intel
na ata
and
si
utility
Mark,
from
guys.
RRQ. And as
Sabi
soon as
niya
that
without
happens, Jin
just
with the
cause.
frenzy,
Yung just cause
it's just the
kasi, Mark,
right
ay nakaka-affect ka
configuration for
ng
that
ibang tao,
setup.
pero
Very
wala kang
fast on
pakialam.
bullets with that gun.
Para kasing medyo
Mows down the
toxic
Sova.
trait
But
yan.
not only that, I think I really like the fact that Jin here pushed next even further. Avoided the headhunter as much as possible. You have a limited capacity based on the bullets you
How?
got anyway. And what better way to psych out the one tap than the strafing and the running. So Alpha Esports, the rushdown will be the piece.
I mean, malakas
Solve
naman
this
kasi lahat
puzzle.
ng
And on the
nakapasok
attacking
dito sa group
side,
stage
we
eh.
know
Sila
they
yung
made huge
8,
waves in
biro
this
nyo,
group stage.
150 plus, tapos
Could
8 lang
potentially
yung
be a good
nakapasok.
beginning here in the match for Alpha.
Ito na na.
I mean, it starts with one thing. I don't know why.
So, lahat
It
sila
doesn't
malakas.
necessarily mean how hard these
Dapat
guys will try,
walang
but they'll have to
nade-degrade
get
sa
things
kanila.
done in the end.
You'll have to
Dax.
keep that
Ang dami namang mark dito. Pwede kayo gumawa ng GC.
Right here for Alpha Esports right now.
Pwede kayo
Well,
gumawa
What
ng
do
GC.
I know? I'm only gold, but all I know is Alpha. They get A, and A stands for Alpha, and I guess now we can make a cover band here, man.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
all this
Do
will be
you
explained in
know-
due time.
Okay, we have time to chat. So do you know that for some reason, me and my siblings need to always karaoke Linkin Park?
I mean, it's
Si
OG.
Mark,
It's very
tahimik
OG.
na.
But
Ang
so I
creative
take
nyo.
the rap parts, my sister takes the chorus, and our dad just cringes because we do that really loudly. But right now,
Nakabandal na si Jin, no?
see if RRQ can get
Nakabandal
any
na si
kills,
Jin,
as
no?
apparently
Nakabandal
it
na
is
si Jin,
our
no?
time. No, only one left will be Rabbit. Okay,
Woo!
he says Jin, stop hopping. I'm the bunny here, but Chris M will save the day there at the end. 4-10, Alpha Esports only losing one member. Doesn't really matter too much. Good economy for
Hindi
both
na
sides. Let's
nakamute
get
na
the
yata
rifles
si
on.
Mark. Kayaan nyo na.
I feel like your dad should do the screaming parts.
Oh, no. So
Yeah.
what we'll
Nanonood
do
ako
is
dito
then,
eh.
Our dad shows up to the karaoke bar. We sing that song by Simple Plan called Perfect.
Uh huh.
and we just look at
Her.
him.
I see.
We
It's
try
'cause
not to
you're
disappoint
perfect,
our
Dad,
father.
yeah?
No,
Sobrang supportive nyo.
No? Okay.
Thank
Do
you,
that song?
Kaylee.
You know
Yeah,
the
of
lyrics?
course.
Chinat ko yun
Yeah.
sa kanya. Sabi
Yeah,
ko,
that's
hindi ako
a-
mapapagod
that's a daddy issues
supportahan
song right
siya.
there, man.
Yeah,
I
that's
will
a hell
never
of
get tired.
that's a something, but
That's a something.
this is something that they're gonna have to really work with. An issue proposed towards Alpha is a bonus that they have to convert. Really, this goes to 11 can be much more
talaga?
difficult.
Taga-shish
Obviously,
ba
I
siya
mean,
na-
6 rounds is already difficult, but still, once again, look at this same idea. They go towards B, take the link towards the opposing site, but it seems like they're
Are they
going
gonna
towards
pitch?
Garage.
Huh?
They're going
They're
back
gonna
around, ring around the Rosie. That's what is happening here. Up close and
Deathmatch.
personal.
Please
Contact on Draxi. Jin.
Sabi na kabado ko kay Jin eh.
Kelly S gets another kill as well. QB4.
Ang hirap na.
Alpha. That could have been a proper pinch if you guys committed. And now since you double back, the numbers just
Nice,
aren't
baby.
there. Araki were
Last
in
player
position in the
standing.
middle. He and Sandy will get one.
1v3.
Kelly S does get a third kill, but priorities, man. Priorities. Put that spike down. Why don't you?
What?
He and Sandy backing away, but... Okay, I
Why?
could have really understood what Alpha was doing there if they just decided to go
But the
after G and Sandy. Let's see if the Pinoy Jet can become the Pinoy Fade. Just be the true hero here for Alpha Esports. 2v1, Nexi Draxi. The duo that always makes it to
30 seconds
VCT.
left.
And you know they will look to
Nakatingin
not
na.
lose this scenario, but
Nice
there you go.
try!
The window will peer into Alpha Esports, and in their hearts, they know that was such a
Kinulong.
intriguing round to put it in paper terms.
Okay.
because-
Bakit ka ganyan,
Come on,
Mark?
Alpha! If you were gonna push through the double doors, you should have done
sorry,
so. If you were
busy-
gonna push the
medyo busy
C-side,
kasi
you
ako
should have
ngayon,
done so.
Jabon.
But you could see that they
Pag
hesitated.
nag-live
knowing
ako,
that the
tapos pwede
C-side
ko
was
mag-live may inaaral ako,
absolutely
tapos
clear,
nagtatrabaho
since
ako.
RRQ
Di mo na
proposed
ako
their positions towards
nakakatalos.
window. And just because of that,
Dalawa yung nakatingin, oh,
that allowed
sim.
RRQ to suddenly shift the tide in their favor. They weren't looking as much to those double doors. So if Alpha just committed or went for the site, they would have had the position either way.
Entirely, Dax. No half
Sayang
measures here
yun.
can be brought. Hesitation is defeat. Alpha finds that out firsthand.
Whew.
Need to commit on those ideas.
Sorry, late na lang.
RQ
It's
shuts
okay.
him
Lahat
down
kami
in
dito
that
may
set.
anxiety na.
Kelly S. Blades is what he's got to work with here on this defensive side, but Alpha Esports Pro walking towards A long. They're already taking it, but it's gonna be very dangerous. When
What?
they take down this, next he's got a rifle beamed up on them. Early and good damage done towards Jin. They have the sight, but can they hold on to it in the post plant is a question here.
Si Kelly S
looking
nagpupush
to
na.
maybe kind of get a cheeky kill. before
Nagpupush na
things
si
get started.
Kelly.
Awkward right now for Alpha. Kelly S comes in. Chris M though with a quick trade. And now it's 4v4. Nightfall available. Darkness will be able to envelop the members of RRQ.
Wow, okay, okay.
Nightfall
4v3,
with Martin, even
4v3.
better decay. RRQ cannot push without them being spotted. The guiding light though might be the way out. The flash is there a little bit like
Nice,
the end of the
Jin!
tunnel, but Jin will just destroy their path outside to get those.
Nice!
Chris M comes in
5-11.
clean, and it's Alpha Esports who get the
Kaya nyo
recovery
yan!
now. 5-11, and I just want to see Alpha so much more secure like that round.
Uy,
If
wag
they
ka
go
wag
for those
spam.
mid to side pushes, go for it. If you're gonna go for a straight side, hit it as hard as you can, and Alpha Esports will be able to smash that dome in this round.
Man, they line up too. Unfortunate there for RRQ, but well, great round for Alpha. Round that was very
Kung
important
totoo,
for
kung
their
span naman
potential
talaga si
comeback
Mark
here.
ng
Still
A,
though, 6
sana,
rounds left to come back,
ano,
Dax, with one
sana kaya
unmatched
natin
point
sila
if RRQ
suportahan,
takes
hindi
it.
lang kapag nasa
Very
sila
difficult,
nasa tuktok.
Caveat
Pero
there,
kaya
at
din
least, that
dapat
works in
natin
their
sila
favor
suportahan
is this
kahit
eco
nasan
state
man sila.
forced upon our RRQ. We know Nexi can be very dangerous though with a headhunter. There's an ADS and doesn't connect for the most part.
Quite the journey still for Alpha. 6 rounds to gap and RRQ again. A gamble in the middle. Let's see if this can work with Alpha Esports now.
Holy!
Able to breathe in, breathe out, and get the 3 that they need. But Tuga Rabbit still making it costly. A little bit of a chance, honestly, here for RRQ to pick up a gun here, but Tuga doesn't actually. Backs away. Nexi is dead!
Down
Holy headhunter, man! This guy is just out for some
Holy
bounties
Nexi.
right now, and he's a contract killer here for RRQ. Jin, the only
Wow,
one
Nexi.
left, but you might
Sabi na!
RRQ that will hit the jackpot with Nexi.
Nung nakita ko
Nexi
si...
here for RRQ. They're on map point. This headhunter
Oh
has
my
got ballistic in his hand.
Huge mistake there by
gosh!
Alpha, and this is where you see kind of the lack of refinement
Gusto ko
sometimes
makita yun. Ano
on
nangyari?
who's supposed to do what.
Ay,
Be a
walang
problem. Why
tumingin
are
ng
they looking
heaven.
towards
Spike
the
down
inside of the sight, like towards short? Now I know they
Walang
haven't necessarily
tumingin ng
cleared it, but
heaven.
then that should have been already addressed here by whoever was first on in. That's going to be Jin. is also holding down CT, so you have to have somebody looking down on that heaven position, marking it. In that case, RRQ.
Okay, Devon.
Nexi as well. Godly timing to get the match point on an eco. This is just almost like, as I said, like a go next for Alpha at this point. It's so difficult to come back. Is it possible? Yes. Probable, though. Highly unlikely, but I do believe Alpha here, especially with that opening pick, are going to give us a few more rounds before it's all said and done.
He's unable to connect, and instead, it's actually Tuki who finds the target. Now Alpha Esports has to back on the way, but you can feel that they wanted to use that gust of wind to propel them to seaside, but it just blows back. And the balloons of Alpha, they will get popped here, falling now to the ground. Painful descension right now for Alpha Esports here. But over onto the corner of Long, they will try to fight to the bitter end. Can Ryu and Ching find a way to get these frags? As RRQ are absolutely prepared towards that seaside. They're gonna go for the lockdown. They're still gonna try and force these Jews. They've come to collect for RRQ. They've set up a union on the other side. They've set up the firing lines that they want in the first place. And Tuge, he sees the first victim. Chain goes down, and down with the shackles of Alpha Esports. Hello to freedom for RRQ. 30-5. It's RRQ with dominance in map 1.
Wow. Just wow. What a map here coming from RRQ, and Alpha completely shut down in what was looking like one of their better maps. And when we go over the map on 2, I'm not too sure how that's going to go for Alpha now that we've seen what was done upon them. Split. Not exactly the best map statistically for Alpha, but not too bad at all either. They did really struggle the last time we saw them play on Split, but the same isn't true for RRQ. Have been almost absolutely spectacular and perfect when on that Split map. But we're talking about Haven here right now, and that was just a very, very huge statement they set upon Alpha Esports Pro in that opening map number 1 win.
What did you say? I got distracted by Nexi and flashed that JPEG on the corner there. You see their smile? They were just ready. They knew they had this one in the bag. So just set up picture, smile, say cheese for the camera, and say cheese for RRQ because this is a victory to celebrate. They now shatter the confidence of Alpha Esports here. Their fate composition.
Ay, hindi, si Flash pala yun, si Flash.
And RRQ, they just were the ones who set the rules of engagement for that full game. You can see it there. They knew to play aggressive and prevent Alpha Esports from getting the space that they need to set up the retakes. They would goad Alpha Esports to brawl with them as much as possible. And with Alpha stuck between one way of play and the other, you could really feel that there was that desync to what exactly was going on in the map and what could be the possibilities here for Alpha. And I think that's a problem that we see here for Alpha Esports, especially given that SBE series. When they win, it's incredible, it's amazing, and they do win in quite a dominant fashion. But these losses are all the way on the other side, right? It becomes a bit more of a one-sided affair if they lose this badly against a different team. Not just in terms of the scoreline, but also in just how the way that they're being brought around in the way of their play. They just get absolutely manhandled by the competition.
Ang daming yung like hindi nako-cover na angles. Pero ang galing din kasi nung ginawa ng RRQ yung mga weird pushes nila.
A great cycle of nightfalls there to try and bail Alpha Esports down in the pinch, but just awkward mistakes from Alpha Esports really costing them the rounds that were contentious there.
Yeah, just time and time on over, as you saw right on that eco round. Awkward moment, and then some of these takes where they had the man advantage. It's not working out now. You saw a retake, especially we know Nexi clutching. Actually, that's like twice now. Nexi kind of clutched around. Even though in that final eco, he wasn't in a 1v
I think maganda yun if na-coms, like one thing in heaven, something like that. Di nila in-expect na nandun pa si Nexi yata.
Coming in clutch, coming in big.
Yeah, I don't think they expected Nexi someone in heaven.
One of the most deadly players in those scenarios. We had some great showings from Jin, and he's really being helped, enabled here by Alpha Esports Pro, but the rest of them just can't seem to follow the path that he has led for them, the path that he's treading, so that they may run on his walk.
Nakatingin sa short sige, nakatingin sa long sige.
RRQ just completely shutting down any attempts that Alpha had to try and take over the round. Great holds here. They're getting staggered and proper ultimate and utility use over and over again from RRQ. They are looking spectacular this entire map number 1.
Yeah, some stretches and perhaps a mental reset now as we move into the next map. It's going to be a difficult scenario here for Alpha Esports, as Split has been
Split.
RRQ's playground, but we'll see if they can defy
Sa
those
Split,
odds and
nakakatakot
fight
yung
for
Split
more
na
later on.
RRQ.
That's here with Black and Blue, and we'll be right
Kasi-
back in just a bit for more of VCTPH.
Paano download game? Believe mahirap yun yung split game ng RRQ kasi doon nila natalo ang Secret saka ang SBE. Which is ang ganda ng split ng Secret at SBE. Madami silang awkward mistakes. Tama si Dax. Like, looking at, like, walang nakamark sa isang angle. Tapos dun maging gateway for RRQ to dominate them on that round. And, like small throws talaga.
Finally got to a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
Philippines pa lang. Baka need na yun ng water boy. sorry. Nagsika lang kami konti ni Gian.
Time to set away those bad game blues. As for Alpha Esports, sacrifice and redemption, those are the tools that they're looking for now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Alpha Esports 4 Pro versus RRQ. Dax here with Black and Blue, and we just saw RRQ be able to shatter really the dreams of Alpha Esports there on Haven and be able to build on a very, very much needed lead here in this series. And I think right now, the best thing to really talk about is just how Alpha's
Grabe
week
yun,
has
small
gone
mistake
right
na yun.
now. You can see it there that when they win hard, especially case in point against Southbuild Esports. But on the other side, same case in point against Southbuild, same case in point against RRQ. These
Yung
defeats
coach,
are a
meron na
little
sila
bit more
ngayong
stinging
coach.
compared to
Ako na
the
to.
first week. And is it because now Alpha Esports has a target on their back because they're up top there in the standings? Or is it just more of the adjustment from these other squads here, Black and Blue?
It's probably kind of both. Right now, the mentality towards addressing how Alpha Esports play is turned up to 11 because, let's face it, coming into this stage, most teams probably weren't necessarily looking at them as one of the potential contenders to make it into APAC, but they've proven that they definitely should be taken serious. And with that, that just elevates everybody else to be like, okay, this is what we have to do. We actually have to, play these guys. They don't play like the same way they used to during last year, during year one, and they really have to take them on serious. And in that as well, the fact that
Bomba.
they
Thank
kind
you
of
for the 50.
surprised
Yes, let's go,
everybody,
E.
both in just how they were playing during week one, now allows the teams to look back into week one, see their previous matches, and adjust. As you're talking about, RRQ. This is the third time we're going to be seeing Alpha play Haven with this Fade composition, and with that, they have that information to surmise and really kind of devise a proper result and a proper kind of game plan on how to really disassemble that execute style heavy push that we see from Alpha over and over with the Fade, and they played to absolute perfection here, Dax, barring some heroics as well that did come from the RRQ side, but they really are super proficient at
Tapusin ka
really
lang. Sige,
finding out
sure,
how
go.
to tear that all down. But Split is going to be, I think, a very rough show here for Alpha. We've seen far more impressive results coming in from RRQ on Split than we have seen from Alpha in the late past. So I'm not too hopeful for their chances of Alpha right now, but they need this win absolutely crucial near the end, especially of week 2.
Look, the preparation from RRQ was absolutely apparent there in map number 1. It's apparent that they absolutely respect Alpha right now. They know how to play against that post-plant nuance, and they were the ones bringing that aggressive feel on their attacking side to get that advantage and get that win. But now, Alpha needs to prove that they've done the homework at the same way, because RRQ, this is absolute territory for them. They have not dropped a single split map in this VCT, and in preparation of VCT, as far as I remember the community circuit, they would have absolutely good results on split as well. So now the fact of the matter is you're looking to face off against a team who has been unbeaten by everyone here right now in an RRQ side, right? And Alpha Esports, they need to get this victory just to stay in this series. And I think for Alpha, they would love to get this win to just put themselves in a good spot coming into the playoffs, because I do believe they're on the top cut right now. Looking at the standings here, they're 3-2, and this is going to be their 6th game. RRQ 2-3. So if they can win against RRQ, I think that really puts a big buffer for them against some of the other squads, that they're going to be sure to make it to that top 6. So big test right now for Alpha Esports. Split has just been the kingdom of RRQ time and time again in VCTPH.
Yeah, the last times we've seen them, play on Split, they beat teams like Niles very decisively. Action, a bit closer for game. They even beat teams like Secret and Southbuild on a map that we know is typically one of their better maps here in this previous stage. So RRQ definitely have a lot going for them on this map number
Depende pa sa
2
match
here.
ng
I'm
Oasis versus
surprised that
SBE
Alpha
mamaya
actually
eh.
choose to kind of ban Ascent, although that is a great map as well for RRQ. They have looked more mortal, I do think, in my opinion, when it comes to Ascent, but then again, probably just, not being too comfortable on that map here, Alpha, so everything really going up against them. But that's something that these guys are used to. That's something that they're not, just new timers in when it comes to people doubting them, people doubting what they can bring, and people underestimating how they will play. And that's part of the reason why they were such a big and pleasant surprise here coming into stage 2. I'm sure that they're going to look to continue that effort, to continue that momentum that they've got. They are quite fortunate, though, that at least when it comes to the standings, they aren't exactly in deep waters, because they've got 3 series already under their belt, and that should almost be enough to secure themselves in that top 6, I do believe, which really means that comes down to the seedings really at this point. But still, especially RRQ, they're the ones who need this win, because if they don't, then they only have those 2 series in their pocket, and things could go very, very dangerous for them if the last 2 teams in the bracket, or in the standings in Southfield and Bren, get their matches won later.
No, I'm always a fan of Alpha being in this stage, just because they raised the bar immensely by being here to the other PH teams because of their mechanical prowess, because of how star-studded they really can be, and just how impressive the frag montages that did come from Alpha Esports. I looked at them to be the ones to check the heat of all of the other teams, but right now everyone's checking them out to make it to that top 6 bare minimum and looking to go for perhaps even more in the playoffs themselves. RQ though, their recovery has been looking pretty stellar, honestly, because they had a pretty off start last week. They're on the negative side right now, but at the very least, they've been getting those victories. That win against Naus Esports, bringing them back. That win against Southbelt all the way at the start, really, of week number 1 was absolutely essential for them to not be in like the same scenario that we see in Naus Esports. This RRQ squad, they're using this time to gel even better together. And speaking of the parts of this man, I really feel like there's a reason why Split is such a famous map for RRQ right now, because you look at the history of some of these players. Nexi Draxi, back in the AG Nefarious days versus Bren, that was where they would make Bren Esports sweat. The first times we would see Bren Esports sweat, look mortal, right, basically. And then you have a man named Rabbit who has used that map to beat Bren Esports, then Team Secret now, in a VCT stage week, right? So there's a lot of success written already by the individuals of RRQ, and especially now as they're coming from that high from Naus Esports, they're coming from that map number 1 win. It does feel like they're more of an unit that has gelled together. There's a lot of trust here for this RRQ roster. They themselves have said it in different medias, like the the cooldown, like the interviews. We know that they are having that amazing team chemistry built in the first place. But I wonder what's next here for RRQ, if they can go even further. Will they finally be able to break some of those boundaries that have
Avic, thank you for the
set
30.
these
Thank you
players
so
back
much,
in the
sis.
first place? Would they actually make it to
Nasa-
APAC
nasa
right now, and then
kaba-
everyone will know
kaba
the
zone na
beauty
naman
that is
ako.
Nexi? Or will they falter yet again to the same kind of limitations in the future? Because we really look at RRQ to be a team that's consistent to be here at the VCT stage. But can they go that extra step? Same case to be said. But Alpha Esports, they made those promises back then. And I'd love to
delay
see
yung
them
alert
make those waves in APAC too in the future.
Thank you sa
Yeah, I
follow,
mean,
Ian
both these
John
teams
Mike.
definitely deserve that slot, and well, from especially what we've seen from them, really putting in the work to elevate their game
Totoo.
time and time on over. So, we're really, I guess, surprised at how they've been performing, but pleasantly as well, because it's time for some new faces, right, to kind of step up on here. We've seen a lot of the same teams kind of dominate, a lot of the same players kind of dominate throughout year 1 and year 2. It's just a big change up, the meta
True.
shifting, everything going towards different avenues
Next
has
map is
really
split.
been, I guess,
pick na ng
opening
RR2.
up opportunities for these other teams to really step up here and knock it out of the park and get themselves into that APAC slot. Now, it is a top 3 slot, so they definitely do have a bigger chance than ever here to really make it on in. I mean, last stage they did, but these teams weren't in this competition. They weren't able to make it to the top 8 in the first place, and so Split, we're finally going here into the Agent Select. Now, RRQ. Every time we've seen them on Split, they're very, very successful performances. They've stuck to one comp, a very successful comp for them. They have that Cypher, Omen, Sage, Sky, so I'm not going to expect them to really flex up from that, but this is what we were expecting here, coming in from the side of Alpha Esports Pro. They have yet to play Fade on Split, but seeing it how it has garnered them so much success on other maps, it's no big surprise again Sandy flexes on the way once more here again.
We're pretty much doing the same thing here for Alpha Esports, like that Haven composition. We trade up the Jetto for the Raze instead.
Kakasimula. Hindi, map 2 na
In a map like this,
Talo
it can be
sila
a
sa map
lot
1.
more impressive. You put the Breach, you put the Fade together, you add in for the Astra, the Killjoy. Yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult right now for RRQ to basically move when they are pinned down by Alpha Esports. It's the best way to challenge RRQ's unbeaten record as of yet for this map itself. So I like the adjustment by Alpha Esports. They did play that double duelist against Southfield before, didn't really work out the way they wanted. So instead, oppression is key, courtesy of Alpha Esports. The flip side though, RRQ, barring any really changes, I do believe that they play their tried and tested composition, right? They still have that Cypher, to be such a cheeky player to peek in and out. Basically, you know that RRQ are gonna look to make those moments happen between the Sage as well as the Sky to help out in the pinch. And not only that, there's a lot of sustain here for the RRQ roster as they will start on the attack first.
Sustainability has never really been an issue for RRQ in many ways, and their composition suggests that as well. I do think this pick by Nexi to sticking out Cypher is great because one, they've already practiced it, but two, I do think Cypher is actually quite a good, not exactly counter, but does have some counterplay ability to that fade that Alpha are going to bring on out here. From what I've seen in the past, these Cyphers can really play around the sight lines that Cyber Cage can break up versus those Prowlers and even catch them with his tripwires, and so there is that going for RRQ. Not that they needed it because they have been looking really good this series all long, but it's Alpha who really have to step up on here. Again, Sandy, he's got this seize. Oh, but the timing doesn't work out for him. He does catch Kelly S off guard here, but look at that damage done. Still, again, Sandy goes down.
The decay, it gave it an advantage, but RRQ still feeling the heat from the first map and going for more. Two already down. Jin left it up to the high heavens and able to get away.
Buhay pa si Jin!
It didn't really work out as RRQ planned. It did stall the rest of the roster, but then again, Jin, 15 HP left, still can fight here. RRQ now going to control the ramps. Not really control the tower as much.
Whoa.
But 1, 2, 3! Perhaps Rabbit only gets 2. A majority there for Rabbit. He'll take it. Ching, the only one left. Coming in from the screens, but with only 20 HP left. Maybe a few bullets can lead to his demise. 2v1. Alpha
Uy,
is
hindi niya alam may
fighting
tao
here.
pa siya.
Turret gonna get set on up. And he kaboo! Next sees you. 1-0 for RRQ.
Always in the right place, and what
Grabe.
surprise, RRQ get the opening pistol round once again. Very decisive take on that A side, taking the heaven control, walling on off. Now Jin rather able to get the kill before falling on back, but still not enough for them, and the fact that they couldn't break that wall anymore meant that their only real avenue at that point was to go through screens. Could not force at least some heaven control, and at that point it's gonna be so difficult to even get that plant on off. Alpha Esports Pro, easy round given over to RRQ, but they really need to step things up here, go for a full eco, and really come back hard on the gun round.
Yeah, you almost never have to say this about Alpha, but that was one round where you just mentioned you just have to win those. You set up so well already with the C's, you get the decay, but losing out like that removed Jin Santi from the equation. And he has been having struggles here in this series so far. Get it back on the way and live the fights for another few seconds. Put the eco, as you mentioned. That's pretty much the state here for Alpha Esports. The only one with the gun is Ching, and at least a challenge now is looking to get thrown towards too long. Well, then again,
Oh, okay.
Kelly S moving forward. Ching though with the one for a second doesn't get it there. Draxi shooting Jin, and it's a corpse that drops rather than the raise. All left now to the fade as well as Chris M.
One enemy
For
remaining.
RRQ, they have set up their stations. They have set the foothold towards his B sites. And Alpha Esports, nary a whimper to the night here. Spotted, seen, and slain. Suga with the final kill. Everyone gets on the board for RRQ. It's 2-0 off the races yet again for them.
Great rounds here won by RRQ, mostly flawless, on that round, but Alpha Esports, they need to get this round back. They can't really beat around the bush anymore. If they start to give up the momentum once again towards RRQ, then this could already be a done series, even only from round 3 or 4. And so we know Alpha, they can come back, but that's not the position they want to put themselves in, especially when they don't look like the Alpha Esports Pro we saw from week number 1. So really a lot riding on this gun round. I know it's round number 3 and round number 4 then after, but it is extremely crucial for them, mentality-wise, momentum-wise, to equalize this 2-2 here at the opening round. So I said opening twice. That's like double opening.
Double opening.
Double opening.
So it's like 1 door, 2 door, big gate.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I open my normal door, this is an open door. But if I open my garage door, where you need to fit the car, right? It's a double open door.
They say love is an open door.
Oh, whoa.
Love
whoa,
is
whoa.
an open.
Whoa. But my heart is
Wait,
closed
why
only
are
to
we
one.
blowing that? Isn't that like a good thing?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's true. I thought of it another way. My bad.
It's frozen.
It's frozen.
Yeah, if you haven't got it. That song,
Oh.
you know? But the girls
Let it go?
Yeah.
Let it go?
This is no. Love's an open door, bro.
Love it.
It's literally in the
Your song
title, bro.
your song choice is too old for me, old man. But now, we're getting young again as the brawl will fight here. Again, Sandy though hopping around and Draxi will slay him. I don't think that's the best call there for the Fade, but RRQ, they have a chance.
But feeling ko nahulog siya.
From Heaven, but Jin at least having the angle. Jing also fighting by the billboard here. Jin gets two, but the overrun is true. Draxi, Tuge get on site here. Mexi looking to go for the closer
Kanina
hold
A,
towards
bro.
screens.
3-2.
More predictable right now. Alpha Esports walking into their own device. Perhaps three of those surviving the bullet. Able to get that kill. Draxi though finishes the job off. All left to Chris M now. And we've seen him become a bonus factor here for Alpha Esports. Can he step up to the plate yet again like in other series? Answer looking to be likely, but Tuge will deny him of that glory. Bonus is won instead by RRQ, and it's all Rex we can come for now.
We know that this is one of those maps where the defenders do have some sort of statistical advantage in winning halves, and if this continues on, this is already looking like a bad sign. I mean, it already is, but could even be a worse omen if RRQ win 5 rounds from now. They're probably going to take this anti-eco of theirs, but then on after, they win another round, and this could already be, done for Alpha. They have to step things up. They're on the defensive side here, and Jin has been really showing up, but the rest of Alpha not exactly landing their shots as we normally have seen from them. Struggling here so far in week number 2, and it's continuing to look true for the meantime. Entry on towards this Bravo site. RQ, no real problem to try and get himself on the back of Jin. Great shutdown with the Spectre. He crosses on over. But the Trailblazer catches him off guard. Chris M, good trade frag, but 3v3 left here for either side.
As it stands, Alpha Esports not the best buy. Stinger in the hands of Rio. Basically, Nico's stake by this point here for Alpha Esports. And RQ setting up yet again sightlines in their advantage. Cyber Cage there, Rapido with the res. Lockdown gonna get used up here by Alpha Esports. But RQ, are they gonna pull the trigger and decide to go for the rush down?
Nice,
Yes,
baby!
no, finding the frags anyway.
Nice!
He'll get 3, and it's easy pickings here for Gian Sandy, but Mexi shuts down the hope again of Alpha Esports
Nice
with the
try,
ROG
baby.
clutch. RQ making it 4-0.
Oh, a bit of an overheat there. Still good eco coming in from Alpha Esports, but at that point, Youngjian, when you see it's a 2v1, just pull back, bro. You have the lockdown. You don't have to peek after it. You got 3. I know you're feeling. I know you want the clip, but really, discipline is what has been catching Alpha off guard, because they have the mechanics. You see this. Look at this individual play that he secures here. They have that control. They have the spike down, but still goes on the uncoordinated peak.
Nice try.
That's why RRQ tie things up. And look at this timeout called by RRQ. I like this timeout of theirs. Recently in times, it's been gaining more and more popularity in the recent years, where after winning a bunch of rounds is when you call timeout so that you can continue what has been working. You can talk on over why you've been winning those rounds and really keep that pace up. So Alpha, they get a bit of a breather here, which could help them out in the end as well. But RQ, I think this is still not a bad call.
No, I agree completely with this timeout, but for different reasons. That round was very iffy for RRQ. If Nexi just wasn't as disciplined as he is, and then it saved the day for the team, Alpha would have stolen that away after the Gian Sandy 3K. And you can see it there that for Alpha Esports, they know what they can try and contest Jin there. Just a small hole, basically, beside that smoke, where he can play the aggressor, surprising the RRQ push. And for RRQ, they knew that was a spike that wasn't even put down. That was a very, very contended round. And they want to keep up this momentum and keep shattering the possibilities for Alpha Esports to make that comeback. They need to clean up their attacking side even more so, even if they're up 4-0. So alarm bot now gonna get triggered. Alpha Esports ready with the guns this time. And Jin is there ready with the push to get that takedown. 10 HP, does a 360 to back on away. Thing is though, RQ, they will already retreat from the shadows, even from Draxi, to establish a foothold. Ching trying to play the patience, couldn't get the takedown though. Slow Orb now gonna get thrown, preventing Alpha Esports from peeking too wide. As it stands, RRQ able to set themselves up towards that A site at least. The Mad Dash allows the postman to happen, but the Nightfall is there. And look at Ryu as well as Jin coming in for the round, contending here. Boomblood gets a takedown, Jin Sandy gets 2, but Sexy again! Oh, so Sexy! 3 right now! The intel is coming!
Ah, Nexi!
Nexi!
Yung Jin
do
tumatalon
Alpha
na ng
Esports
may
this
ano.
time make the other
Tumatalon
angle
na si
work
Jin
and
ng
get
may...
around on the board.
A good showstopper just to make sure they've secured the round. Blind shot and connects on the Nexi. But man, he is so deadly, so
Sana
dangerous
pakita
in
yung
those
replay.
scrambles. The fact that he's on the Cypher allows him to make those type of individual plays where he plays around his utility and really locking things down on from. Look at the collat there as well to secure the triple. Man, oh man. What a close round once again from RRQ. When they do lose a round, they make it very, very tight, not allowing Alpha to really build up too much momentum and as well as keeping their economy in check. Now, Alpha, not even a full buy coming on here is do have Chris M on that Spectre. Luckily for them, map like Split, very close quarters, tight angles, ones that the Spectre can utilize the mobility with. It's an alarm bot here to try and keep him at bay. When they do come on in, though, this eco from RRQ. We've seen them convert these rounds, Dax. Can they do it again?
They even have that Hero Spectre on Kelly S, so perhaps extra bit of aggression. There's a big chance for RRQ to get momentum here. Kelly S gets 1 kill, he has a showstopper. So really, Jin, hold the line steadfast. Be as consistent as you've been in your Alpha Esports career. And shut down that race because that's the priority target right now. But Alpha Esports needs to look for a Trailblazer though to start things off. Here comes Kelly S going through actually, and he kills Ryu. Now, there we have the setup into the knockdown. Kelly S will get the 2 that they need. Jin still brawling though versus the Seekers. 2 get this time jumping away, and RRQ they assist that they're not gonna deal with Jin. They go away and they go to the side to establish the foothold that they need. Just drops down to get the drop on Kelly S, but 2 get ready for the trade. 4v2 scenario. 1 HP left next to the decay. 2 get able to back. Kristen though and Gi and
Last
Sanity
player
they are
standing.
trying to prepare themselves, but Chris M is already caught. Gi and Sanity versus the world. Can he go insane yet again? Can he come in clutch for Alpha Esports Pro? It's looking too deadly though. As a vice strategy made by RRQ, and they get the
Nice
execution as succulent as possible. 5-1. It's all RRQ again.
And you saw
Check
he
nyo
even
yung sinend na
sprayed
link ni
at the
ano.
proper rope that they were going to come up from, but
Yung
still
sinend na link
RRQ
ni
so
Zinia.
proficient. Kelly S, man, so much
That was
value
crazy.
he finds. Yeah, just blast backing his way in from heaven all the way to the side. Showstopper changing the channel and gets a second follow-up
Oo,
kill as
sayang,
well with
di
the
na
Spectre.
okay ni
So
Jin.
yeah,
I
that
mean-
one hero Spectre just changed the course of the
Ah,
round.
nag-drop kay
I was
Ryu.
predicting it, but I didn't predict him to avoid Jin completely, man. I was like, okay, this is gonna be Raze versus a Raze, 50-50, right? But he does it even better, gets through, gets the surprise onto the 2 on site, and then from that point on, RRQ, they just clear out the landing zone for the rest of the roster. And this is where you can really see the intellect of RRQ. They can just bring out the most incredible, intriguing things on a map like Blitz and show off why they've had such a good run so far on this map. And case in point right now, Rabbit able to still stay alive. Lot of sustain. Trailblazer! Someone needs to get an anti-Reiki shot after that one. Jin gets mauled by the doggo there. And it seems like RRQ gonna give that Trailblazer a Scooby snack later on because that's such a tasty kill to start things off with.
And this is where you see really the veteranship of
Hoy,
the
send
R&D
tayo,
department and the back end here of RRQ coming to play because that's
Gusto
the
ko manad ng
exact
AB
same
versus
idea
TS sa
where
22.
you just have the Rays completely bypass heaven and go directly like into hell or into the site was something they weren't able to shut down as well. Alpha Esports Pro when they were playing against Southbuilt yesterday on Split, and taking that same idea, really seeing that it is something that Alpha struggle with.
Grabe
is one
namang
of the best
spam
things
yun!
about
Player
RRQ.
standing.
Here,
Natrudas
they
mo.
go almost close, but nah, it's up to Ching. This is a done round. 6-1.
Traxi got mugged. Traxi got mugged there. He was just watching for heaven and suddenly he gets hit by the 1-step,
Si
2-step
Chris,
shorty.
nakakatawa si Chris.
Alpha Esports,
Bigla na lang
they
ng
get
shorty.
Chocolate at the end of what kill, but Ching, that's many people. And you know RRQ will hop around like rabbits when they can. They will push forward and like a swarm that can consume. RRQ are just gobbling up Alpha
May
Esports
troll
right
na
now
naman.
with these rounds. 6-1, but man, RRQ just putting a flag on this map completely, making their namesake known.
Ayun na, na-spam lang
Absolute
siya.
territory time and time again for RRQ. Alpha Esports, a few moments to give them hope, but they just get shattered by the likes of Nexi and really
Please
Kelly
tell me
S
AE
out of
timeout.
nowhere.
AE timeout. AE timeout.
Timeout called here by Alpha Esports.
Thank you.
They're the ones to use the final timeout of this half. this time
Wow, all
around.
you can
But
eat mango.
yeah,
Sarap.
RRQ, man, just so proficient in those anti-ecos and even in their ecos especially to really secure the round. Alpha, they look lost, man. They look pretty scrambled. I'm not sure if it's mental or just them really not hitting anything right now, or maybe tired. Who knows what other exterior factors they could be, but no excuses can be made when you're in the VCT because they have to perform here. The tournament life could be, well, it's not necessarily on the line as the same way it is for RRQ, who is a series down in the standings, but still,
And
Alpha,
security.
they do not, yeah, security. If they get stuck here on 3 wins, that could spell dicey things for them in the long run.
We've seen it happen, especially last stage. Bren Esports, they were at the top of the scoreboards for week 1, and coming into week 2, it just all falls apart. And so there is that bit of a reset that you can get between the 2 weeks of the group stage. At the same time, though, some of these squads, they can go for the anti-strat. Some of these other squads, they can feel that they need to bring out something a little bit different for RRQ, though. What's been working has just got even better and better. And Jin shut down by Rabbit to start things off. No second chances for Alpha. No Sage under competition. Well, Rabbit has the res. Nano Swarm, though, to get in the way, but Nexi even wins all the way on the other side of the map. RRQ are just dueling Alpha Esports right now.
Hoy, kanino
And
galing
they're
yung
the
ulti
ones
kay
who
Ryu?
have thrown the gloves off and have been slapping
Kay Ryu yung
again and
ulti?
again. The members of Alpha here. Left now to Ryu to hold towards B-side as Gian Santi. So all the way on A tower. The Rapid, he's ready. Unlike
Timing.
Ryu, the timing is perfect. And unfortunately for Alpha Esports, they're stuck in daylight savings because RRQ, they're in sync at the right time zone. And look at this, they want to go for more. Rabbit is feeling absolutely hungry right now. Gian Santi, he will fight for the squad yet again. There's the one, but no second kill whatsoever as Kelly S will crouch the bullet and get the takedown. 7-1, RRQ again establishing dominance.
Alpha Esports, man, just completely shut down time and time again. And the fact that this is happening with them on the defensive side here, and they're going to be attacking
Hindi
second half,
naka-atras
is
si Ching dun sa
not
nade.
the good omen of things to come. They really are on a scramble time and time on over. We see there that RRQ, when they decide to put their foot down, they're just do not alleviate the pressure in any sort of way. Now Alpha, we haven't yet really seen them be the Alpha that we know, wherein like on an eco round they go for an aggressive push like this, which
Yeah,
is
tama ka.
yes, as
Diaper.
advertised, finally what
Am
they're
I
going
actually
for.
calling you diaper?
Could
They
increase the
seem
chances hopefully to get
tilted.
an
They
opening
look
pick here, but
tilted. They
down by
look
2 to
off.
8.
They look confused.
kind of, oh my goodness, drone them on out to Trailblazer, counter flash as well to try and get the peak here for Rabbit. Doesn't really get much good, but Jin's trapped. There's nowhere he can escape towards. This should be a quick and clean round here
look
for
tilted
RRQ.
talaga.
2v5. There's not much left here to live for.
They play
This is a
like
raid
they're
again.
not okay.
Alpha Esports, very popular team. Probably had a meet and greet one day, and they gave RRQ a signed copy of the playbook by this point because this has just been read and read again and again by RRQ. Chris Sam, though, nice surprise at least. Okay.
Pangit ka
Well,
man,
okay for
hindi
Alpha
guys,
Esports,
bigla
but
na
I
lang.
hope yet.
Bigla na lang nandun,
Stumped out
tapos
by the res.
pumitas na isa,
Sure, he
tapos
got the
umalis.
kill, but what's the point?
Chris!
We're here already. Oh, Chris Sam, though. Chris Sam. Okay.
Okay.
I'm looking to be a believer. Let's
Whoa,
play
whoa,
for
whoa.
the Alpha Esports
Funny
stream.
ni
Whoa,
Chris.
whoa, there, Chris Sam. This is why we've been talking about you in the head-to-head. This is why we've been talking about him.
Nung clutch
Really,
ni
in some of these
Nexi yung
series where
5,
he
yung
stepped
ace.
on up and at least a
Pwede.
moment like that.
Parang
reminds
ang
us,
gulo nila
Alpha
eh.
Esports
Yung
and
Haven
fights
nila ang gulo.
Still gonna be there, but Chin gonna run into a wall in the most literal fashion. And
Ang hirap
he's
na,
now gonna
totoo
get
naman, ang
spotted
hirap
here.
mag-reset
Turret
sa
is
tilt. Pag tilted ka sa
available at least to
Valorant,
help
ang
him out.
hirap
Kelly
mag,
Esto
ang
will
hirap
challenge early
mag-goal.
on. Couldn't find the timing to peek him. Ching in cover. Had barely to stay alive for now, but 1v3 set up yet again by RRQ. Ching looking for isolation plays, but it's so difficult because Draxy's over there at the rafters. Anytime he steps out to the window, that will be his demise. So a save is forced, and RRQ again with the round. At least though, some moments of brilliance from Alpha Esports, but they need to condense that into a win. And the exit, Draxy, you're dead. Why did you do that? Next, Kelly S, you're dead too. Do not scoff at
Yan
the
no,
efforts
kaya
of Alpha
naman nila
Esports.
i-duel.
These guys will fight for
Kaya
those
naman nila
exits tooth
i-duel
and
eh.
nail.
Kaya
At
naman nila
least though,
i-1v1. Talaga lang
RRQ has a lot of
yung
money, so they can afford
trade,
it.
yung
Yeah, that's what happens if you don't
yung...
respect them, but they have been giving
yung
Alpha the due
itik.
respect when the round still did
They
matter.
look so tilted.
Chris
They
Sam.
look so tilted.
We talked about him during that head-to-head as we talked about because he has been really stepping up, one of the most
lang ata
improved
ni
players
Tilted.
we've seen here on Alpha Esports and the circuit in general as compared to when we last saw him in the VCT. Supreme. He's been having a bit of a colder series
Natilted
here
sila sa
today,
round sa
but
Haven. Don't you miss the
RRQ,
Pinoy Jet?
at least at the very least for Alpha,
Kung
they
ano
burned
makakatulong
the
sa
reds
team
here of
nila eh.
RRQ, which
Kung ano
could help them,
makakapagpapanalo
but
sa team
Kelly
nila.
still just shuts Jin down. I don't know why he was doing that. Unsupported, unguided, and just no real reason to showstopper. Oh my goodness, Kelly S manhandling the attack here versus Alpha Esports.
You can just own this name already because he is
Parang
owning
sa
the
lead, parang
competition with his
napifeed
push.
si Kelly.
Nightfall comes, he and
Pag
Santi
nag-MOBA ka,
find the chance to
nag-MOBA
play
ka.
back. But RRQ,
Na-spam lang siya.
they're the ones golden right now. Similar color schemes, but different fates. And also praise the son of RRQ because Tuga is there to wipe Alpha Esports Pro out of this map
wow,
again.
wow.
9-1. RRQ
Ang sakit!
finally on the points here, and Alpha Esports nary an answer to stop them, really.
Yeah, I don't even know at this point what they can do. Like, there are some... Well, actually, no, I'm lying. There are some glaring mistakes here being done over by Alpha. Like, you saw there, as I talked about, why is Jin just going there unsupported? No flash, no nothing. No stun, no recon, no yada yada do. And then knowing that they're going to come barreling down his corner,
Unsupported nga si
why
Jin.
is Aryuryu so far forward as a solo breach? What really are you going to do, bro? You can get stun, you can get flash. Things that make me just wonder, where exactly are Alpha in their heads right now? And, you know, what exactly are they talking about in those timeouts? If not, hey guys, just chill. We're on the defense. We don't have to do super aggro plays if it's uncalled for. But that one was called for.
Nice! Finally! Finally, may flash para kay Jin!
Did they just line up for him so quickly? And well,
Finally.
that was enough. Jin is exactly
Finally, may
right there
support
now.
na!
And Alpha Esports, you know, defense is a suggestion. Let's go for the offensive instead. A flawless win for Alpha.
Last round in the half.
Change up this station because, well, the last channel, it wasn't
Oh
working this
my
time. That was good for Alpha Esports.
You heard me mumble it to myself, Dax, there real quick. Where I'm like, there you go, because you see what the difference there is? He had a flash. Wow.
Did you see that though from Jin? Left him with...
Yeah, what spray control? And you know, that's the thing. Alpha Esports, they have the mechanics to make this work. They are one of the best mechanically gifted teams in general, especially those 2 entry players that they've got. But just the lack of utility, sometimes lack of discipline, and how they execute that has been what's been killing them. Because when it comes to the 1v1 duel, they are more than likely to win it. But
Nag-change na sila
the
ng
thing
agents,
is, if you
James.
find yourself in a even fight, in an even battle, then that just means you have bad tactics, because you don't want to have to win the difficult fight.
Nag-change
Even
na
if you
sila
can,
ng,
you want to give yourself
ng
an
strats.
easy
Ang
round.
ang
And
gulo
that's
lang
what
nung
Alpha
gameplay
has to
nila
try and
ngayon.
mitigate time on
Tsaka nung
over. That
positions
round
nila.
was a bit better for them, but they have to continue that on and maybe get that 9-3 half.
Yeah, the utilities to remove the 50-50 Alpha Esports there as a team.
Nice, baby.
Strong on the
Nice,
shot,
baby!
shot, and Gian Santi now able to
Please,
flex out his
please,
muscles
please.
as he has gotten warmed up with a judge. The rifle making its mark, and the fade looking to go for more. Can he just scare off the competition from his own lawn? Tuga though will
Good
the damage
hold.
has been done. 4v2 scenario.
Good
Alpha Esports are
hold.
scrambling to go towards that A site. Tuga though finds Shin, and he wants even more with the guiding lights in, so he leads the charge with that. Nano Swarm
Wag naman
bringing a bit of
matawid.
damage. 4 line is there, but
Nice,
Tuga
buhay na lang.
not gonna be good enough to
Nice,
fight off against Ching, and Ching will be great there for the round at the end. 3 for Ching. Better late than never for Alpha Esports. Can they use this momentum moving into the second half as they won 2 in a row for now?
Okay, good last 2 rounds of Alpha.
Just like, hey.
Okay, I mean, I'm not diminishing what they've done, right? And if there's anything, the caveat here, at least on RRQ, is that for Alpha, the last 2 rounds is what they won. And why am I specifically pointing out the fact that it's the last 2 rounds? Because even though the economy obviously won't transfer on over, that momentum can really help. And we see many times, where teams do struggle in that opening half, no matter what the odds,
Pero
still come
parang
back
pag
in the second
nanalo
half
kasi sila
because they
dito,
win
sure
at
na.
least the last 1 or 2 rounds of that first half and continue that momentum into the second. There's any superstitious bone in the bodies of Alpha Esports right now. They're gonna have to completely believe in this curse, but sometimes calling out the curse just nullifies it. So blame me.
Why'd you greet it, man?
Yep.
Don't say it. Just let it happen. But Alpha Esports, they need to.
I have a question.
Yo, sure.
If
go
I do
ahead.
that, but knock on wood,
Yes.
does it mean that the curse nullifies into a truth once again?
I don't know. I don't think you're the type who curses people, honestly. We
Oh.
know Ray Ray in the Filipino broadcast for sure. Like the ultimate curse in more ways than one. Who else is kind of cursed between us? Not too much, really.
Ganda naman
Maybe
ito.
Maybe in
man.
different
I would-
ways.
no, I was
Nakakakalma
thinking
itong
Astro and
camera
Raffi,
na
but
to.
it's not really them. It's just Team
Yeah.
Secret keeps making overtimes happen,
Uh-huh.
and they're the
Sisingin
ones
si
who
Ray Ray.
have exclusively cast Team Secret.
Kailangan, ito lang sure
Basically
ako
all
ah.
their matches
Kailangan
so far,
nila yung
so-
pistol round.
What's Archer stacks?
Pag
Archer
nanalo sila
is
sa pistol round, pwede to maging 5-9.
Tech?
Ang
No.
lapit na nung
Tech?
score.
I mean, technically, but nah.
Technically.
Technically, hee, but nah, I don't think so yet. I don't think we have a curse yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine, but Alpha Esports, they need to believe in some good juju here, basically. These guys need
Ba't ang dami
Well,
yung gustong kainin?
to heat on up. Honestly, last 2 rounds we've seen very brawly, very alpha oriented, very alpha offensive.
Alam niyo kung
really,
anong
and
mahirap? Attacker sila.
It was RRQ kind of running into
Attacker
the 50-50
ang
we were
alpha
talking
nga.
about, giving chances to Jiki and Santi and Ching to pop off. Ching again. Ching has been low-key consistent also for Alpha. He has found these games where Alpha struggles, but he's still top frag because of him staying alive and finding those small assessments. But it just needs to be one solution right now from Alpha Esports. Go forward and let Jin
One
lead
way.
the charge. Enable this guy the way that they wanted to do on Haven a while ago. But
Oh.
Nexi, he will get two! Everyone distracted! Find the dart and Nexi already!
May combo sila sa B!
Sliding in and out of the garage like that. No Neon needed the Cypher. Will
May
get the
combo
job
sila sa
done.
B, Cypher Cam,
For RRQ,
matag,
but
mag-blind,
because of that,
mag-peek.
Alpha, their hope for a better pistol round right now gets completely demolished, and RRQ deciding to advance, deciding to go for both. Nexty already with 3, Kelly is there too. Nexty wants a 4 and give it to him, why don't you? A quad kill for Nexty! We are just casting his highlights out here right now, and a flawless win by RRQ again.
He's 2 away now from his ult. Such a powerful ult when you do have it in those scramble rounds. And look at this. I was expecting him to do that with a frenzy, but the fact that he gets a double with a ghost and backs off safely without nearly a lick of damage was just completely just, I guess, it sucks the life out of Alpha if you're in that case. Like, what do you even do at that point? I'm just dealing with the turret here, bro. I'm dealing with the camera looking at me. The dart stuck into my foot, and yet
Hanggat
I
hindi
get
tapos
happy.
yung laban, kapit tayo. Hanggat hindi tapos
And then
yung
while that
laban,
happens, the
kapit
paranoid
tayo.
connects a dynamic duo
Tilted
from the
yata.
two who
They
came
look,
for the
they
Empire,
look
but
like
now
it.
RRQ,
They look tilted.
their kingdom has been split, and
They played like they're
even better
tilted.
now with the guns
Parang
in
ang
hand.
gulo ng
Alpha
walang
Esports,
supports.
and they make it to the site. They're
Bulog
trying
pa.
here, but Nexi again will challenge Ching, though at very least with a good answer. But Raxi, of course, will go there to where his comrade has fallen to gear with a find on Rio. Chris and Ching, the only ones left. Sherrick's in hand. They're trying to set up a pitch here, and they're getting the first that they need. Alpha Esports.
Please! Please!
Hot shots are there. Their hands feeling the weight of the scoreline. Kelly is fly high to different heights and to different sides. Blows up Ching by the default. All left now to Chris M. Kelly Esto. Sprint Stratosphere, yes he does. It's just an astronomical effort from the Rays, and Kelly S does it again for RRQ.
he's just way too good to lose those situations. Blast backing all the way to Pillar. What a play from this man. Just absolutely no fear. And the ROG clutch secured by KLES himself. And, oh man, great effort there from Alpha though. Who knows how things could have gone. They won that round, but RQ just, they're feeling it right now. When you see these multiple clutches that they're pulling off when the odds are against them, that just speaks to how much they're really on fire as of the moment.
Kamusta kaya yung mental nila ngayon? Ano kayang comms nila ngayon? Tahimik na kaya sila?
The
Sayang yung
blast stacks were
time.
perfect, the paint shields were perfect, and it really saved RQ's bacon there. But now, problem is for RQ, they lost too many people there to the hands of Chris M and Ching. And we will continue on with Alpha Esports and their escapade. Still a chance, especially as RQ isn't on match point yet. Still a chance with the rifles. And from that mid control, they go towards that A site. Vent site now being cleared. Caliesto prepared here with a Spectre this time, and Gian Santi and Jin looking to lead the charge yet again.
Nice, Jin! Wow, kayo makulat!
Will use the distraction and the sacrifice
Nakulat
to get the double kill
sila!
anyway. Clocks both of the entries here basically for Alpha Esports. But Alpha deciding to set up another station all the way on the other side, an expansion here towards B. And they're creeping on forward with a spike too. Nexi though, still prepared. Rabbit gonna be around, but Nexi smooth of a shot yet again with the Sheriff. Rabbit also with the sustain. Neural tap to give the intel. And in space, no one can hear scream. And B-side, Nexi will move on around. It's Rabbit though trying to go for the wraparound. Ching running for his life. 2v1, but Rabbit gets close. And RRQ, they have faced their fears and they have faced Alpha well. They're now on match point.
Heavy match point here right now for RRQ's favor. And Alpha Esports Pro, man, they just seemingly, I don't know, the water drained out of them. This balloon over there is losing air and quickly sinking. And
Nakulat sila
these
dun, oh.
SMGs are so rightfully used by RRQ. It's absolute perfection. They know that mobility and keeping that range of engagement as close as it can be is going to increase their odds, and that they do. Look at how much they try and close the gap, or at least hold the closer angles before actually engaging. They know rifles abound. It's hard to fight with, but here up close, Kinsani gets a trade immediately on 2GE. Are you really doing the same exact thing? They have that 4v3 advantage, but the weapon's still not in their favor. Guardian 2 Spectres is all they have to work with, as well as that Bulldog. Rabbit trying to dip it out of the fight, though. If he finds the timing, no, he's gonna get shut down, rightfully so, by Ryu. And this is looking like a final round here for Alpha to start their comeback from.
Chance here for Alpha Esports. Next, he looks the chance. Draxi with the paranoia. And here we go again. The Pioneers of the Empire fighting.
Nice!
Ching will support the squad and keep Alpha Esports and their dreams alive. No sweat, no problem. Alpha Esports can get a bit of confidence after that round. I feel like though for RQ, a little too hasty in wanting to finish the job off, and you can't do that against Alpha Esports. You show any weakness, you show too much over ambition.
They tilted si
will
Chris yun
punish you,
nauna.
and at least for Alpha, they're still there to fight, but that was as close as can be.
Man,
Oh.
just, yeah, it was very close, very dangerous, honestly, for Alpha in that 4v2. Proper paranoia. A timeout called here by Alpha to really discuss things over.
Timeout.
Now, so their final opportunities to do so. Look at the economy here. Even though they win that round, Dax, they still don't have much to work with. Not a single ultimate here ready just yet. Now, they do have 3.
1-1
Nightfall,
hindi.
at Rolling Thunder, and the
0-1.
Cosmic Divide, a single orb away, but they actually have to secure that orb in the first place to get it used. And at that point, which do you prioritize?
back,
I'd wager they're
boys,
going to go
come
for the Rolling
back.
Thunder here
Mamaya
to
na
really be
kayo
that oppressive force. And
Sana pwede
hopefully
yun.
get Chris M a kill so that he can use his Cosmic Divide for the post plant on after. But it's going to be very difficult. Easier said than done here for Alpha, who've been just struggling to get real map control if they don't just start, snowball ahead.
Alpha Esports make or break moment. Pretty literal because RRQ is in match point. But if they win this and can get some ultimates to keep on going for the next few rounds, then there's still a chance for this comeback to happen. You have Gian Santi, you have Ryu, you have Chris M. They're all 1 away. Maybe some orb contention can help them out. RRQ, will they contend with the Spheres though? That's the question. In conjunction perhaps as Jin now inside the smoke.
OMG.
Two
Yung pwesto ni
in front of
Jin.
him, but they are just completely unaware of the
Ay,
presence. But now, a
salamat
brawl force
po.
now as anticipation of the star is there. Chain of Ryu with the takedown. Next, you will get one. But Chris
Thank
M
you
will just
po.
wrap that one up neatly. And Alpha Esports can call it a holiday as they are
Oh my
gifted with 2 ultimates for the next round. So, good stuff for Alpha. They're still alive. There's still some fight in the squad.
And rounds here, 5 to 12. Still a long comeback to go, but every hike towards Everest starts with that first step at the very base of the mountain. In Alpha, this is one of the tallest hills they have to climb. To crest over that is going to take a Herculean effort to make it to the top of Olympus. They do have some utility to work with here, and the Rolling Thunder is going to have to come in crucial, but look at this hold here coming from RRQ. They're ready to try and fend this off. Paranoia connects. Drax able to TP himself out. The Trailblazers are connecting as well. They know there's Rabbit here towards that help position. That's where he's going to still stay. Jin, great frag trade coming from Draxi. Rabbit doing the same thing. 3v3 as 2 picks apiece are found by either side here. Dax, Jin holding off on Kelly. Yes, smoke dissipates. Right timing here for Alpha Esports Pro. Still cannot get the plant down. They bring it to a 1v3. Have to secure the round here. Draxi going for the play. And Gian Sandy closes it down. 6 to 12. They cut the lead in half. But this is still a long way to climb. They do
Useless ka na ba?
get something going.
Nasasaktan na ako.
Mistakes are being made by RQ. They're
Nasasaktan
ending
na
up in
ako.
these positions that they have to challenge Alpha Esports, and clear sight lines, clear skies, and clear shots to hit. Alpha Esports, that's their guarantee. Ching, though, past few rounds really has been stepping it up. I have to give absolute props to Killjoy because he is hitting the prime targets, the prime times. Of course, Jin, you know he's going to be making that space, but Ching has been so stellar at keeping Alpha Esports calm as much as possible. You know he's shouting right now for the squad to pump them up, but when it comes down to it, he's the one who's so reliable here for Alpha. RRQ, though, on an eco state 2, get finding Jin to start things off. The insanity, though.
Likod!
Have a little bit of the hype of Rabbit. He's just so cheeky in this little hole here. Ryu, though, will get the trade. Prism on the board. But Alpha Esports, they still have to be wary. They need that space. They need that timing. Ching almost getting caught out here by Draxi and Kelly S. And it's still the remaining members of RRQ with guns in hand. Spike, though, not planted as of yet. There's hesitation right now for Alpha Esports. They have the ultimates available now. And it's RRQ dropping down to fight them back. Draxi, though, on the board. Chris M finding Kelly S. 1v2 scenario. It's the Omen throwing out the smokes of paranoia here. And we'll see right now if the dark cover can basically help out. And still, again, different angle. Draxi can utilize cover, though, for Alpha. Into the backside they go. Ryu. Does he find the Omen skulking around? And unfortunately for Draxi, his wild ride ends there as
16
Ryu
sa
will
playoff,
stab him
3
in
sa
the back.
APAC.
7-12, Alpha! They're rallying here, man.
I don't understand why he went for the B main angle. To know that that smoke's about to dissipate and realizing that it isn't even planted for B main in that case, but I guess he was banking on them maybe utilizing the Rolling Thunder to force him off the plant from B main if there ever did come to that. Still, they've got a cushion to work with. Alpha, you said though, Dax, they're rallying here and they're getting their pit stops to really keep them refueled. RRQ calls a timeout. They have a gun round here to utilize, but this could be Alpha continuing their momentum. Now look at all the ultimates they've got to throw at RRQ, but RRQ have got some to fight back of their own. They give up an opening pick, they can still get the res up online as long as it isn't Rabbit or that player isn't too far deep. And Draxi can TP anywhere he wants for information or just repositioning if it ever does come to it. It's going to be incredibly useful, especially looking at how much CC ults basically you have here on Alpha Esports side. You got the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown. So if Draxi's anchoring the site and he gets too much pressure, he can get the hell out of there and live to fight another day.
Yeah, there's no blind there from Draxi. He did try to blind the opposition from sidelines, but Alpha Esports, good know how to stab, good know how to listen for those cues, and at the very least, Alpha Esports is still fighting here. There's still a chance for Alpha. It looked absolutely desperate a while ago, but these rounds are a glimmer of hope. It hasn't been too scrappy, honestly. Alpha Esports have been very secure in some of these round takes, and at least they're still able to build up that economy, build up enough for players to buy guns for each other, because if they lose one more, they're out of this series. Lockdown, though, to start things off. Into the corner on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. Interesting enough. Spike even being planted here as Chris M will be there for that duty, but Alpha Esports, they made space, they got to detain RRQ. Has to respect it and back away for now.
Waiting on here.
Yung kanan,
Look at this retake. Rabbit low HP, but he still gets a kill, even with everything coming down and bearing upon him. Jin has to go big, waiting inside his bench position. Post plant has to come in crucial, not even finding a single kill.
Sabay tumalon!
And they get the kill. Kelly has finding two though. Gian Sandy holding them back, but he gets traded immediately for the 2. They have the Rolling Thunder to utilize. Gian throw it right down and Ryu. It's the proper time to do it, but Kelly finds him and that's it. The round is done. Series 2-0 sweep for RRQ as they take it over Alpha Esports Pro.
The overheats after the lockdown. The ambition there by Alpha Esports, blinding them and dooming them to an unfortunate end. RRQ, they just set it up so well. They hang back. They were ready to explode at a moment's notice from 2 angles, but they saw Alpha Esports coming their way, and they just clocked them as soon as possible. So well played by RRQ all throughout this series.
Sabay na sabay yung drop
In all
sa
honesty,
ropes.
Alpha Esports, some apparent mistakes really costing them some crucial rounds, because that was it for Alpha. The rally was there. Things were absolutely so secure by them, especially in those B takes. They would have the sight lines and the angles for players like Ching to keep control of the
Grabe yung
battlefield.
ginawa sa
But what
Vince.
happens there? They overextend. They overpush. And in the end, Alpha Esports yet again gonna be their own worst enemy in
Ang
this
lapit lang nung
series
damage
specifically.
tsaka
So,
nung headshot eh.
heartbreaking end for Alpha Esports when things were looking better for them. RRQ though in the meantime, their kingdom has territory, man, and their capital city has to be split by this point because they continue on with their undefeated streak here on this map here in VCT Stage 2.
Yeah, RRQ just looking like the masters of split right now, and it's just a one-way show that we really have been super surprised, pleasantly surprised to see from a team like RRQ, who, you know, they struggled to even get themselves into the top 8, which they faltered in last stage. Take up these new pieces from the ever-reliable, ever-efficient Nexi and Draxian, just seeming to be a perfect fit for this team. They get 13-7 here in the end of it, but it definitely could have been, you know, a lot more one-sided if Alpha Esports weren't able to rally back. This puts Alpha, even though they're mostly secure, there is a chance that they still can drop out of this playoffs bracket if they don't win their next match. That's very, very, I guess, just enticing for all these other teams to try and flush them out on, and especially very worrying for any Alpha Esports fans. So not out of the tournament just yet, but those chances become ever more possible with this loss, especially in the dominating fashion that we just saw RQ do.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker here for Alpha Esports, and they just need to get back to the form they showed in week 1. They were such a pleasant surprise, so amazing at the step up by the teams, so amazing really on the adjustments they did versus certain matchups. But we go back to the Alpha Esports of old, and even though the composition is different, the same old problems still apply to Alpha Esports. Just unfortunate decisions, too much on the overheat side when it comes down to it, and at the same time, there's just that reliance really for someone to pop off to keep this Alpha Esports Pro squad afloat. And those are the mistakes that we saw were rectified in week number 1, and hopefully into the near future they can fix it yet again, because this is not the best showing for Alpha Esports. On the other side, RRQ is absolutely amazing here. This 2-0, a statement that they're rallying back this week number 2 to make it to the playoffs.
Alpha Esports Pro, man, just not the same look we've been seeing from them during that week 1, as he said, and RQ have really stepped on over. Now, they've had their struggles on some of the series they have played, but they really are looking a lot more efficient these last two matches that we've seen from them. Beating now 2-0 Alpha Esports again, the same fate. It faltered to Action Secret the last time around, but it doesn't seem to be the case anymore because RRQ looking to secure themselves potentially into the top 6, and this is making a really good case for them. We're going to see, though, how these next matches will continue, as that is only the second series of the day. We have one more after this break. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Support AE hanggang dulo. Support AE hanggang dulo. Okay, so time to refresh. Wait, wow, negative 15. That's big. Okay. So, tie na sila, 3-3-3-3. Oasis 3-2. APH 3-2. 2-3 SBE. And then, ang magkalaban sakto ay Oasis tsaka SBE. Whatever happens. Yes, sir, hi, Ronel. So, depende din, nasaan yung VCT? So, depende sa mangyayari dito din sa Oasis versus SBE kung ano na mangyari dito. Kasi nandito yung Oasis eh. So, pag nanalo SBE, 3-3 na din sila, tie na sila ng Alpha. Pag nanalo Oasis, hindi magagalaw to. Tapos, yung last matches ng SBE ay against Oasis and Bren. Ito yung last na laban ng SBE. Tapos, ang last na laban ng Bren ay versus APH tsaka SBE. shot po, no? Kape yun. We want ANTS for APAC. Nice. So yan, manonood talaga ako ng sobra-kasobra sa Oasis versus SB. I mean, yung top, ito naman yung pasok, guys. Itong 6. Itong 6. Pag nasagyan ako, wag mo na ngayon. Sad niya yan, sad date. Bren versus now student. If Bren wins, tataas na sila. So, depende talaga sa outcome nito, SBE Bren. Depende sa outcome ng SBE Bren. Ano yung last na laban ng RRQ? Tingnan natin. Si Vim pala dito. Last na laban ng RRQ. Last na nila yung Oasis. Wow, last na nila yung Oasis. Oh, last nila Team Secret, last nila Oasis. So, depende na dito sa dalawan to. Give chance to others. Give chance to others. Mga ayaw. Galing ba ng... Oo, sinabi niya actually na ang galing talaga ng mga Bisaya. Magkakaibigan din. Kaklose ni Gia ng RRQ. Hope I can watch AE versus TS. Oo nga eh. Pero, you unahin mo na yung It All You Can na yan. At least ito may replay, diba? Walang replay nung It All You Can. Wait lang guys, nagpapasend ng Gcash yung kapatid ko. 245.
Welcome back to VCTPH, where
I like that
surprise, RRQ is definitely up to the challenge for that mad dash to the playoffs. They take the series 2-0 versus Alpha Esports Pro. Let's jump into the series highlights right away because there's a lot to discuss here. And Fluffy, we have to talk about Haven because we were building this up, and you presented a sort of like a case, like a scenario wherein
Hindi pa din verified doon, loko na.
and that happened to be the scenario that did come true.
Yeah, I mentioned a bit earlier, I think, that although Haven is the map pick of AAP, and it is something that we've seen them in the past be very strong at, that a potential weakness from this is going into a league where all your videos and your VODs can be easily reviewed. There's a lot of strategies that teams can pick up on, and that is something that I think RRQ has really improved upon coming into the series. They showed such a dominating first half, especially on Haven. They won most, if not all, of the rounds. I think it went like 10-2 before moving on to the second half, and unfortunately for the side of AEP, they weren't able to recover off of that.
Yeah, and on the second map as well, they just seem to be the masters of split here, as Black and Blue and Dax were talking about. They just seem so strong, as again, another dominant first half into
Ay.
a little bit more.
Guys, balik ako pag ano na, BRB ako. Balik ako pag Oasis versus SBE na. Even ko manonood. CR lang ako, tas ano, ako magre-reset din ako, nalungkot talaga ako dun.
Just one person from Alpha Esports, and man, it looks like a completely different RQ than what we've been seeing for the past few days.
30 minutes per person. Worth it
now
na yun.
in terms of
Grabe,
standings
umay na sa
with,
mga ganun.
quite a few teams.
Ooh, may interview pa to eh.
Standings a little bit later is gonna be really interesting indeed. I can't wait actually, and presenting our MVP of this series, I believe it is going to be Kelly S. Once again, how many MVPs has this man had? Oh, we hear cheers behind the scenes, by the way, for Kelly S over here. But I just wonder how many MVPs this man has gotten already. But yes, indeed, this was quite the treat to watch, because you know, we have to ask Fluffy. On paper, this was supposed to be Alpha Esports Pros series. What do you think happened?
I think that on the ground level, RRQ just showed up today as a different team. They're more put together. They're more coordinated as well. They have multiple times where they peak together, and it'll be almost on point like a pin drop. Very exact. They have the ability to quickly adapt to the explosions that AEP tend to produce. And of course, starting on the attacking side on Haven, which is a map that is very attacker-sided, because if AEP picks it, obviously RRQ gets to pick the side. They get that early momentum, and like I mentioned earlier, unfortunately for them, they stacked too many rounds. They played it too well for AEP to handle that. Moving on to the second half, they were just faltering.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a theme now for RRQ to be, you know, on the attacker side first, coming out swinging, and then building up that lead from there. That may be the way that RRQ can come back and get into the playoffs, because they only have one more opponent left, Fluffy, and that is Oasis Gaming. This 2-0 maybe a little bit of a message to their only remaining enemy here about what RRQ can do, what RRQ has in store for them.
Yeah, that's gonna be that's a little bit of a teaser for you guys. But first up, I have to show you guys what I'm looking at and why I'm laughing, because again, I am also very distracted once again with what's happening behind the scenes here. Let's actually bring them up to your screens for a quick interview we have here. I think it's gonna be Rabbit this time, speaking on behalf of RRQ. Or is it gonna be you? Did it fall to you now?
Lahat lang po kami. Teamwork.
Okay. Teamwork. I love it. And speaking of teamwork, RRQ, congratulations. Your teamwork definitely showed up that series. We have to know, please let us know how you guys prepared for this match, because we are loving this new RRQ we're seeing.
I think the veto just fell into our, everything fell into our plan. Like, we pre-planned everything yesterday, then reviewed everything, did our assignments. Then, it was like everything worked out. So yeah, that's what happened.
That's wonderful, and that's the best kind, right? When you've done all you can to prep, and now you just play the best game you can, and everything just falls into place. Now, you guys are pretty much the kings of Split right now. I believe you have not lost on Split yet. This entire stage, is Split indeed the comfort pick for RRQ, or is that just one of those things like, oh, it just happened?
It's not our comfort pick, but as long as we're winning, we'll just keep playing it.
Wow! So that's not even RRQ on their comfort level. That's pretty amazing. Now tomorrow, you guys are up against Oasis Gaming. How are you guys feeling about that?
I'm just okay. We're excited to play against them because it's our first time to play against them. But yeah, we'll just prepare just like how we prepare like the previous matches.
Well, you know what? Whatever you guys are doing, it appears to be working wonders. Now, I think you guys have something to say, of course. Some shout outs that you want to give out, maybe to those very special faces that we see joining you guys via your phone wallpapers.
So shout out to our boss AP, boss Nano, boss Ricky, and to the whole RRQ staff, especially to boss Lan and boss Jim Tuano for like prepping us mentally for this week. Then special thanks to Nexi, our baby boy. So yun rin, pati sa
Girlfriend ko, sobrang ganda.
so shout out to girlfriend ko, may foods kami mamaya. Shout out to sa girlfriend ko, and thank you for supporting like sa mga supporters then like sobrang thank you. Yung mga nagpi-PM parati before the game just to good luck. So yeah, that's all. Thank you guys and see you tomorrow again.
All right, yes, indeed. We will see you guys tomorrow. Congratulations once again. It feels like the girlfriend buff is working indeed for RRQ. All right. Congratulations and good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The one match, actually. One match left. Yeah,
the
we're
rest
gonna.
of their batch.
Yep, indeed. I think it's so surprising that it appears that we made a big deal out of Split, but it appears that RRQ isn't even thinking too much about it. Apparently, it was like, oh, it just happened.
We just don't lose.
We just don't lose on
All
that
good.
map. I mean, I wish I had that kind of buffer, that kind of confidence, and I can't wait to see what kind of RRQ we will be facing tomorrow. We did give a little bit of that teaser of that one remaining opponent left, but speaking of that one remaining opponent, Oasis Gaming, before they face RRQ, they will be up against Southfield Esports first in our final series of the day, right after this very quick break.
Hi, I'm Chris. My in-game name is Pro and I am from Southfield Esports. Looking forward ako na makalaban ulit namin yung Naos Esports. Because last time na nagkalaban kami is sa finals yun ng VCT Stage 1. And hopefully kami ulit yung magkatapat sa finals. Siguro yung the way kami mag-banding namin outside the game. So doon kami nagiging solid hanggang sa inside namin sa paglalaro. Siguro yung secret na lang din ulit since sila talaga yung rivalry namin way back CSGO pa lang dito sa PH and sana magkalaro kami ulit ngayon ng BCT. Sino ba? Naos? Ayun, batiin ko lang yung lahat ng fans namin and sumusuporta. Siyempre gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat, especially sa boss namin kay Boss Prince and sa mga manager, sa mga analyst and coach namin like Nico, Black and Blue, Sir Lee, and to all my teammates. Thank you sa lahat ng patuloy na pagsusuporta sa amin. Again, this is Pro from Southfield Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it.
We are down to the final match of the day. It is going to be Oasis Gaming and South Built Esports. Now, much like the previous series, we have one team on the upper hand and one team that so needs this win. Except the interesting thing about this is that both of these teams, Fluffy, are coming from the highest of highs from yesterday's matches.
Yeah, I mean, we have Oasis Gaming, who not the cleanest win, if I'm being honest, but they clawed their way out of the match with the AEV, getting
Critical.
that victory on the 2-1, ending that series as it was. They coming out strong. They have more discipline now. I think we've talked about that in the past, but SBE also is on that upward swing.
That's right. And, G10, it's going to be very interesting, by the way, here on the panel. And I think on the caster side as well for this series, because we have a very clear, the lines are drawn. We have a very clear divide here on the side of Oasis Gaming and South Built Esports. We have Fluffy and we have G10. But also on the English caster side, we do have Black and Blue and we have Dax as well, representing both of the teams that they are somewhat affiliated with. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. I actually can't wait for that cast. But yes, I know. But yes, indeed, we start off with Oasis Gaming. Let's take a closer look at their roster. Can Oasis keep the momentum going? That is the big question coming into the series. And while they might not have as much to lose as South Built Esports, Fluffy, this is a little bit of a grudge match from the Stage 1 playoffs, because if I remember correctly, it was South Built Esports that was able to knock Oasis Gaming out of Stage 1.
Yeah, and if you even go further back from that, qualifying for Stage 1, Oasis Gaming sent South Built Esports into the lower bracket for the qualifiers, but when they finally met again in the playoffs, South Built Esports took their revenge on Oasis Gaming, knocking them out of the tournament entirely. But now, both teams coming back strong into this tournament, with South Built a bit more for pressure on them. Oasis Gaming now has to prove that they are not going to be defeated this time around. So Oasis Gaming, of course, not necessarily the same team that we saw in Stage 1. Most of the players still there, kind of missing a coach, but now with the Wacky Gamers stepping in as the analyst, they still have a lot of that team support that they need. Of course, Coco, ever reliant, Envy and Wild Oreo, explosive as ever, Marky, a great duelist, Ripper, one of the most consistent players, as well as Coco, and when will Courtesy play, hopefully soon. And aside from that, I think Oasis Gaming is on that upward trend. They have to learn how to be more tactical, but not be as ambitious as they set themselves to be. Sometimes they can get ahead of themselves a little, and unfortunately, that can cause them to stumble, as we've seen in their game previously with Brand Esports. But at the end of it, Oasis Gaming does still have that clutch factor, which is why they won that series, and hopefully moving to this series is going to be good for them as well.
So sorry, by the way, that there is no coach at the moment. I
All
think
good.
we're I think we're partially to blame for that. Our bad,
All good.
our bad. But they will be up against Southbuilt Esports, and we're going to see if Southbuilt Esports can keep today's 2-0 streak going and repeat that 2-0 against Oasis Gaming as well. Here is a closer look at Southbuilt Esports. Another team that finds themselves on the edge of elimination, much like RRQ earlier. SBE are backed into a corner. G10, we've often posed the question, when will SBE's playoffs ready side come through? It has to be today, and we did see it yesterday. It has to be today as well, and it has to be the same tomorrow for all of their upcoming matches. Are they up to the challenge?
That is the question that we're going to answer here, because I really think that Southbuilt, they've suffered for long enough. They had a very so-and-so start coming into this, but they did, I think, find their footing already with their match yesterday, getting that W. And I think it's starting to shape up for them. I mean, Az has had so many good moments as duelist, very, very big factor for the team, and well, Southbill has just been very solid historically. This is the team that did dominate last stage, and we do have the history behind it. Oasis and Southbill, they have been kind of at each other's throats in the qualifiers and in the last stage as well. So definitely, I think SB has something to prove here, because right now, in the standings, they are mathematically at the bottom. If they beat Oasis here, then it's going to be sort of a three-way tie between Oasis, RRQ, and Southbuilt. So it is in their best interest to get this win, to kind of shake it up so that really anybody can end up at the bottom with Nalas after tomorrow, or after Sunday as well.
Exactly. It's going to be really interesting to see how this match goes. RRQ managed to, I guess, climb a little bit. Southbuilt has that chance as well, and it relies on this series. Let's actually jump into our head-to-head for today. It is going to be Coco versus Pro. Fluffy, you mentioned that these guys are sort of like the big brains behind the team. They are the ones powering all of the team's moves.
Yeah, Coco and Pro, both IGLs of their respective teams, great players and veterans of the scene in their own right. Pro a bit more than Coco, but in terms of Valorant itself, they have the same role, which is leadership, but they do it in different ways. Coco is more on a sentinel role, meaning that he has a lot more free time to look at the map, control space, as he's already secured his own little home, especially when he sets up his own fort. But Pro, who normally we see on that initiator as well as sentinel, when he's on that initiator role, even though you're the IGL, I feel like, no pun intended, you are a bit more proactive when you're playing that sort of role, telling your team to do this or do that, be more of a commander than just a delegating leader that Coco has.
It's great as well that Pro, when he is the IGL, usually he is the Sova for Southbuilt, so he has the information, and then he doesn't have to, process that information coming from somebody else. He can just have, say, a little bit of a recon dart, a little bit of a shock dart. He gets that info. He says, "Oh, okay, someone's there." Formulate a plan immediately, and then execute. Tell his team, "Oh, go here," or try to flank here. Just because there is no delay between his own information and his planning. While Coco, he may have to take in quite a few more factors before he's really able to say, or at least with the discipline that Oasis should have, before he's able to really let them tell them what the plan is for this round.
Yeah, really interesting. You have an initiator IGL, and then you have a sentinel IGL. So somebody who's like on the back lines, and then somebody who's in the front line. So it's going to be two very different approaches. Let's jump into our map vetoes now. This is, I think, the very last time that these two teams met up. That elimination match that we had in stage 1. It was Ascent, Icebox, and Haven. Fluffy, do you think it's going to be the same this time around?
Well, I think both teams have improved a lot. We saw that after their loss, Oasis Gaming on Icebox, which is the one that really nailed the coffin for them for the first stage of BCT. They have improved a lot, picking Icebox a lot in their previous game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are leaning towards it more. SBE, of course, still has their solid game plan for that map. I think Haven is one of the potential decider maps. I don't know if SBE thinks of that map that highly, as Oasis has done a pretty good job on that map. Bind, no surprise, it's been the ban of Oasis for the majority of this tournament. I don't think they've ever not first phase banned this map. They probably don't like how the map fits around their composition, but SBE with another ban, they choose to ban out that Breeze, another map which Oasis Gaming in stage one had a big problem in dealing. They had a lot of trouble playing in that, and even before stage one against other teams like Zeals and other tournaments, they really struggled in the map. But moving on to stage two has been one of their more dominating maps for the majority of this tournament. So for me, with all the remaining maps, I wouldn't be surprised to see either Ascent or Haven being picked by Oasis. I'd be a little surprised if they pick that Icebox. And as I say, so Haven is the first pick, a very strong pick for Oasis Gaming, but a map that they really have to be careful in, knowing that they have a plan that they're going to give the attacker side to the opposing team of SBE.
On the other hand, I think SV has a very strong possibility of bringing back that icebox, inflicting a little bit of PTSD to Oasis, saying, hey, remember this map? Remember how well we did on this map versus you? That could very well be the case here. If not, I do think it may... I don't think it'll be a ban, don't you, Fluffy? Because it is going to be a strong map. Still, Split, though. Split, now, this is an SBE map as well. They're incredibly confident on Split. The 2 times that they've actually won matches, they have actually won the 3rd map on Split versus Alpha Esports Pro, and when they did get the 2-0 versus Naus, the Split was the first map. But Naus was the one that picked it. But they are very, very comfortable on this map, though. RQ may be the kings of Split at the moment. SPE definitely want a challenge for the throne.
Yeah, and as Fluffy called it, Icebox is indeed banned by Oasis, followed by Ascent on the side of SBE.
Right, and as we see, so I guess past is past and never look back with that Icebox ban from Oasis Gaming, not wanting to relive those memories at all. I think that the second map pick for SBE, Split, is, like G10 mentioned, a very strong map for them, and also not the strongest map, if I'm being super honest, for Oasis Gaming. They came in yesterday with a very special comp, which from the players have said that it's their first time using, but somehow worked the other day. I don't know if they're going to run the same thing with the Fade today, but the decider map will, of course, be Fracture, which we've seen Oasis have a very interesting comp on Fracture as well. They put Wild Oreo, who normally you'd see as that flex / duelist role, more onto the Sentinel role that time. And switching up from the Sentinel role, we have Coco, much like Pro, his counterpart, be the initiator in that breach, running the breach cipher combination with Marquis single duelist as that Neon.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting indeed. You guys know I always like watching a Fracture map. I just love the chaos that it invites. Haven and Split, though, do you, G10, do you think that this favors, certain teams? Can we possibly be seeing a 2-0 coming here?
Oh, I don't think a 2-0 is in the cards for us.
At all.
Yeah,
At all.
Because Haven is just such a strong map for Oasis. Southfield, we have seen them kind of falter there a couple times. Notably getting 13-0'd in day 1 last week by Team Secret on that map. So they may not have the highest confidence in it right now. And even I think in their map versus, versus Alpha Esports Pro yesterday, they were like, oh, map 1, Haven, yeah, that's a gimme, but we'll switch it up and then we'll bring it back to maps 2 and 3, and that's what they did. So maybe, they don't really care all too much about this first map. It would be nice to win, yes, but SBE, they are comfortable enough and very confident in their skills that, they can have a map that's kind of their weak map and just say, okay, we'll give them the map 1 and then just win 2 and 3. And I think that's what is going to happen. We have Oasis, Haven, and SBE Split, and then it could just be a toss-up for the last map. Yeah, anybody's game on Fracture.
Probably. We do know that SBE, they kind of like start a little bit slow, but once they get the ball rolling, they are pretty steadfast indeed. We'll find out if they can conquer their demons in the final series of the day. Oasis Gaming versus South Built Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
The only way to heal with heartbreak is to find a new place to learn and grow. And for Oasis Gaming, it's time for them to face their demons, the ones who slayed their Apex Dreams last stage, and look to do the same thing against South Built Esports. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Oasis Gaming versus South Built Esports. My name is Stax here in Black and Blue, and this is a matchup to absolutely watch out for. Oasis Gaming at the top cut right now of the scoreboard, looking down at South Built a little bit on the lower side and looking to make sure that they stay there as much as possible. In the meantime, though, South Built Esports, they've beaten Oasis Gaming before for that APAC slot last stage. Can they beat them again and keep their APAC hopes this time still running?
And in what spectacular fashion we did see the last time around, like 7 overtimes on Icebox. Remember that? I can't blame.
That's why it's banned.
I can't blame them for taking it off of the map veto here, but this is a tale that we've seen told time and time and time and time on over. These teams have fought each other multiple times in the past, not just in the VCT, but in the community scene, in multiple community tournaments in that matter of that fact as well. It's been a complete back and forth. So, as you said, Dax, this is going to be a match to look out for. This is going to be an absolute banger going all 3 maps. I don't expect anything less from these 2 amazing teams. We're starting off on Haven, which has been, so far, a much better Oasis map than we have seen from South Built. They're pulling out almost what you kind of expect here. And look at this, Envy pulling out the Fade on Haven for the first time.
Envy comes in with a Haven here, with a Fade Haven. So he's really just on Fade duty, isn't it, by this point? He brought it out against Bren Esports back in Split. We saw it on Fractured 2, and now no more of the flashes to be basically the only thing rather that Oasis Gaming can build on, because they're gonna forego Marquee from that duelist to the chamber role instead. So Oasis Gaming making some really interesting adjustments. The only thing I'm seeing right now, comparing to the last 2 compositions they've had really in a map like this, is the fact that they can still feel that those flashes are reliable from Wild Oreo, as well as basically the bridge that we get here. So that's a sign here for Oasis Gaming that utility is where they're gonna go all in with for the first map. On the other hand, though, South Built, they've also made some changes. So I've been looking around at the compositions these guys have ran for quite a while, and what really intrigues me the most is South Built have shifted away from that Killjoy, and they go for the site instead of Pop Chulo especially.
Do try and, I guess, give them that small look, but it really is Oasis who have a lot more to shake up with here. For them to go triple duelist, rather triple initiator without the duelist, really does give a new look that I don't think any team is going to be ready for in this moment. So South Built, pressure is on them to be able to make the adjustments on the fly. Not too sure if they were prepared for this, but that Cypher could give them as well a small bit of edge, a small bit of surprise that we know they can really utilize with, though. Initiating power at an all-time high here for the side, though, of Oasis, as we talked about. That Astra still coming into play. You realizing that, Haven is a map where you do get so much value out of the universal kind of effect that an Astra could have. That Cosmic Divide is absolutely crucial as well. No Killjoy here this time around for the side of Oasis, which honestly is one of the teams that we do see employ Killjoy quite a bit. Even on maps like Icebox, they still opt to go for that Killjoy. And so here in Haven, for them to change things up on a chamber like this, it isn't necessarily the first time we've seen them play chamber, because we have seen them try and employ that chamber in Breeze, but only on Breeze. So this is very, very different. Well, they've ranked once on Split, but just at one time. And it's very, very curious to me how exactly this will go, because the last time they ran chamber once again versus Team Secret on Split, it wasn't too favorable to them. But Haven as a map 50-50 for the most part in the past few months, but they have had better showings than South Built have put out here, at least in this stage for the most part. It is looking to be basically a rematch of the Titans once again. The two teams that were vying for that third slot into the Apex last stage, and that was, if anything's to go by, Dax, between their last match when they did go into that 3-map series on stage 1 for that elimination lower bracket match. This is going to be a match for the history book.
Look, this is a continuation because this was the map that was left behind. This is the map that they didn't get to play after the 2-0 by Southfield Esports, right? Because Icebox went the distance, and this map number 3, that Haven map, never got to see the light of day. But now a new day, a new dawn, new stage, and new compositions for both sides. I honestly expected it, though. Oasis Gaming have really shown that coming into this week, they're shifting again to a different kind of priority system right now from what we see in terms of their compositions. The executes have been strong, yes, but for Oasis Gaming, they want to round up the whole facet of their play by forgoing the duelist completely and looking to really eke out as much as they can from those fade picks. And we know Envy, he's just so incredible whether he throws out the utilities and then he says, my job's done, time for me to frag. He's one of those kind of players that just decides to turn up to 11, especially in clutch scenarios. And he has been quite a factor to deal with for many teams. With Southfield Esports, let's not forget the experience, let's not forget how calm these guys can be when they need to do so the most. And really absolute veterans on the IGL side, absolute veterans in terms of the play, learning really more and more on how the nuance of Valorant goes. And we've seen it, especially in really a matchup like this at Southfield. When the going gets tough, they're the ones who are able to just be more durable, really, compared to Oasis Gaming. We wonder for Oasis, when will they crack? Will they feel the pressure? Can they finish the job off, given the scenario? Southfield, in the meantime, they have that win still searing in their minds, still searing in the minds of Oasis Gaming too. And they know that Oasis is coming at them with full force. It's up to them to really hold the tide back as much as possible here.
Both of these teams, Dax, have had those map 3 woes time and time on over in very different situations, scenarios, but they both kind of faced the very unfortunate kind of scenario that does really, I guess, ultimately materialize in front of them. And
I mean, like, let's be real. Oasis Gaming, in all honesty, if you put them in a scoreline where it's 10-10, they kind of take those latter rounds, like 22-20, round 23, and kind of do something that they shouldn't really be doing by that point because it's a little too risky. That's where it falls apart. In the meantime, yeah, ambitious is the problem. Ambitious can sometimes being a problem there for Oasis. But in the meantime, in week number 1, we were talking about something, heartbreaking for Southfield Esports. You get to the 3rd map, you kind of just lose the series, basically. For Southfield, it has been quite a tough road to...
So anything goes down.
And it gets even tougher that this is really one of their gauntlet games right now. That they have to deal with Oasis Gaming just to have a chance to make it to the playoffs. And I've been looking at the standings here real quick, Black and Blue, and I've noticed something. Team Secret, they're pretty much sure to make it to the playoffs. But if Southfield Esports actually wins this, not only do we have a 4-way tie between Oasis, RRQ, Alpha, and Southfield, but they technically eliminate now as Esports from the contention to that playoff. So Southfield, it's time right now to look to get a bit of a buffer here, prevent themselves from collapsing before it even gets started into the playoffs. And as we're getting started into the game, Oasis on the attack. Marky's the one on that chamber. Coco's the one on the breach. So that's the thing I was looking for in the Oasis roster. Coco the way to take down the one. Ja with the trade. Wild Oreo though deciding to find some more aggression. And Oasis Gaming, a quick contest from Southfield is beaten back by them.
Great early push here coming in from the Oasis' side, and they shut down Southfield's counter push as well. Seemingly though, they're kind of spread out, looking like they want to go towards that A side. The aggro has been pulled towards the B side. They'll look at Ja on the flank, could actually catch Wild Oreo out here if Wild Oreo isn't careful, and that could be the case. The timing, oh no, Ja sees him. There is that trip. Actually, no, Marky dies, so it's not gonna be alive anymore. That trap will not remain on true. Spamming through does do some damage, but the 4v3 is gonna have to come in crucial here from Ja. He gets the kill, but now he's been found out. 3v3 retake now coming in from Southfield.
Southfield Esports trying to get the test from the sewers as much as possible. Envy though inside the smoke. Nice guessing game from Flippy. Can't find the target, but Ja finds his, and he finds 3. Now the push comes to shove. Envy putting Flippy to the floor. 2v2 scenario. It's Southfield though on site right now. Poppy Chulo with the taps there, catching the head of Envy. Everything is left now to Coco, but Ja with the quad to start things off. The timing was perfected by Southfield in the latter part of that round. And case in point, they take the pistol and are trying to say to Oasis Gaming, remember last time? Let's do it again.
You know, not a bad idea, actually, from Oasis to take CT there. Knowing that they planted in that God spot under Heaven means that they could potentially contest that plant, that defuse rather, from the outside the CT, or as well from Heaven if they do get the drop on them. So it really was, I think, a good idea here. Just didn't work out in the end. Gunfights don't work in Oasis' side, but that's not a bad round from Oasis by any means. Jazz is coming on in big, and by all means, they had to jump on him there towards Sewer as he still just won the gunfight, though. That's a big-time player making a big-time play here once again, but Oasis trying to go for the play here towards that A side. Sewer is taken by and seized by force, but they are going to get kept at bay by the fault line here, countering by South Built.
Look, he's stuck with the flank, and the thing is, Southfield have been sticking with the Astra for quite a while. So in terms of just the nuance again, just how Ja can know when to time his push and know when it's time to meditate to help out the team. That's really one balance Southfield has had compared to Oasis Gaming, who have forgotten the Astra for quite a while. They went back to the Omen in their previous Haven outings. Now, they put Ripper back on Star Constellation watching duty. And if Oasis, they do want to still look for the opening towards that A site, but Southfield Esports already looking to try and hold the entrance ways here. Ripper does get one pro and assist though. The trades work. It's a big scan right now. Pro assessing the situation, and he knows it is time now to lift that shot. That rip. Out Marky 2. Pro with a third. Envy though. Finding a target in response. So it's 1v2, but Papichula is ready. Shaw coming in from the flank. This is red this time by Envy. He knows it's coming, but he cannot hit the shots. Ja instead from afar will get the takedowns, but Oasis at least getting 3 kills there, making it a bit easier for the next round.
Yeah, good eco there, good economic damage done towards South Built's side, and it's actually really a proficient round here from Oasis. They do go down in the end, but the long run still not lost just yet. South Built uncharacteristic to pistol round wins here we do see from them. Seems like a lot of them
only against Oasis.
Yeah, it seems like most of the veteran teams have this kind of thing on pistol rounds. Like Secret, South Built in terms of competitive tenure, just struggling on those types of rounds, but doesn't happen for now. Cam out found here by Oasis, and that gives South Built some information that presence towards long is in effect. As this far on deep, fault line on out, could be caught off guard if he's not careful, but he still gets the dink. Marky though shutting him down.
Some aggression there from Southfield Esports. Will they continue on or back on the way? A bit more passive, perhaps? Papichulo, the one trying to show a bit of aggression towards Garage, but the guiding light will scare him off. So you want a kind of useless fun stat right now here, Black and Blue. Last time these guys played in Stage 1, 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds that we had there were won by Southfield, actually. Really? It's only against Oasis Gaming, that's the thing. Papichulo, though, trying to make the peak work. Nightfall getting used by Envy yet again. 3rd round already, having the ultimate. Oasis trying to capitalize with his space create and marking Wild Oreo. Find the frags anyway into the funnel. And it's Oasis now towards that seaside. 4v2. Maybe a gun to pick up. No, not really here for the side of Southfield. So Oasis, clear cut now, moving to take this round.
Swing here, Papichulo should be able to win this, but the Frenzy, Los Criminales stealing that kill up close and personal. Fault line to keep him at bay. They do have a recon. Try and find out where exactly this is going to be coming from. Pushed back by the Aftershock. If they can get like a kill or 2 here, this is a worthwhile round on the bonus. You have to expect the A-Long presence to be come out here. Flash, well, not really connecting Papichulo, dodging that one. He gets the kill. He knows Coco has to be here in the corner, right? Coco found out the support. Will it come on in? Bro will get the kill, but is there even enough time to get the defuse? No, there isn't.
No.
Round secured by Oasis, but what a bonus from South Built.
They just get all the frags anyway, and Oasis will have to scrounge to whatever they can around the rooms to put it in their wallet. Because even if they win the round, they lost the dual battles there. Papichulo again and again. There's always a force to be reckoned with here on the side of Southfield Esports. In case in point, you can see it here in the replays, basically. Oasis, this was so clear cut for them. They had that seaside. They were ready to just basically win it all from then, but at the same time, Envy getting destroyed there by Papichulo. While Oasis are a bit gung-ho and trying to reinforce the rest of the roster, it's a little perilous if you know that Southfield are barreling at you with 2 guns pointed your way. So a little too much of a risk there for Oasis to try and get those frags. Southfield Esports this time though, they're ready with the arsenal, they're ready with the rifles, they just have to deal with the tour de force on the side of Oasis.
Yeah, the tour de force could really change things up here. Oasis, they got a bunch of Spectres, but we know that they are really good at utilizing this. We saw that at the final round versus Bren, where they fully utilized the mobility and the close range that the Spectre can really take advantageous angles with. As this gets caught here, pushing a bit too, well, I guess, incisive here, because he doesn't do it with any much support, and great catch by Oasis to even the playing field.
Yeah, just should have respected the tour de force. The chamber announced it, man, that I'm bringing out the big guns. It's time for me to snipe, and the snipes are true instead. From Pro, Hunter's Fury gets the mark onto Wild Oreo. Coco now looking around, perhaps to the lobby, Flippy right in the corner, and Coco, he was just harassed a while ago towards Silong. Can he find the target here? But the Prowler with the exposition, he's right here, he's gonna be dead! And the alarm bells will ring for Oasis Gaming. To get another frag, but another corner, perhaps another site might be used. Shadow able to trade.
Lahat na ng corner.
Coco there with a trade. 3v2 for now. Oasis Gaming going for C-site yet again, but Papi Chula and Pro, here we go again. SBE. Can they make this work?
It's going to be very difficult for them to try and force his post plant off, though, because of that tour de force. They have to kill him here right now. But Coco and Envy just clearing them down on that retake, not even letting him get to that post plant situation. 2-2. Oasis tie things up in such spectacular fashion. That's where we see the overambition from Southfield really bite him in the end. They have some advantage, but Flippy still playing that forward position. Gets him caught off guard with the Prowler, with so much initiators on the side here of Oasis. You can't be too willy-nilly about playing those dilly angles.
It's just the Prowler is crazy, man. I have to say. If you ever feel like a corner isn't safe, whenever you feel like maybe you want to check that, no? Okay, I'll check it with this utility instead. That's where it really shines, and having your own Seeker at any point in time. Well, strength of the Fade, really. New agents, new kit, new nuances to watch out for, and you have to be prepared to just get caught in those kind of scenarios. So, unfortunately for Southfield Esports, all falls apart as they try to play quite the corner contest. But now, Oasis Gaming, clearly towards that A site they will go, and they have set up on Hero Rifle for Pro. He's the one with the Vandal right now. Beyond that, though, pistols from Southfield Esports are heading towards this A site. They also want to get a bit of the high ground control. But the thing is, Coco and Valdorio ready with the ultimate. There we have the Seekers. Cosmic Divide is the answer. So Southfield Esports trying to narrow this battlefield just a little bit more. But Oasis, they're not too fearful for this. They're set up by the defaults in duplicate. Valdorio now with Guiding Light. There we go with the Haunt. So stun. Valdorio still able to get that takedown. Looking for a second. And he doesn't care if he's concussed. Papi Chulo, though, able to block his head off. Here comes Envy, and that's going to be the final two there for Oasis Gaming. Escape plan, though, needed. They should be able to make it in time. And there you have it. Oasis takes the lead.
They burned the Rolling Thunder in that one, though, and that Haunt just did so much, just not allowing Aziz to even have, his concealment up inside that cloudburst. Look at how much that Haunt did. As soon as it tagged him, he was dead to rights. Wild Oreo, great hold there towards the graffiti, really painting them apart. Southfield, make it expensive in other ways. Only get 2 kills, yes, but that Rolling Thunder to be burned was kind of a small consolation. On the other end of things, though, Cosmic Divide used by Southfield here. Maybe it would have been better saved for another avenue, but as this operator out in his hands, we've had mixed results coming from him when he does have this in his pocket to utilize, and I think they spotted him on out, so you'll try and fall back instead, maybe pop this smoke, keep him guessing, and that confirms their suspicions.
Well, it just feels like for Southfield, though, they had a chance with the Cosmic Divide. If Wild Oreo didn't pop those Seekers literally right as it was, I'd say, setting up for, so Oasis Gaming a little bit of a step ahead in that last round. Now, they did use some ultimates to contain the Southfield burst, and Southfield themselves, that operator towards that C side, scaring him off. A again, here for Oasis. Waldor is the one stalking around, stalking, and trying to get a bit of that Trailblazer action. But Papi Chulo, he's ready for this. You know the setup already from the tower. If he gets even a little bit of that tripwire action, it's a free kill here for Southfield Esports. Envy, can you navigate through this labyrinth? Tripwire's now broken. Oasis, they get on site, so at least right now, no casualties as of yet. We get the post plans.
So they were banking on for the tripwires to be able to activate there, maybe get a cheeky kill early on, but Oasis too far up ahead to let that come idly by. Smoke out on heaven once again. Retake here from Southfield. They don't have a Rolling Thunder to try and initiate when this Aftershock's going to burn even more time. Going to be so much more difficult for them to retake with an operator. To give it over to Pro. Counter flashes here to really keep him at bay, keep him guessing. There's so many flashes, so much utility they can throw, and the fact that Envy still has his Prowler is going to make things a lot more difficult. So I don't know about this retake, man. Time is ticking. There isn't much left to work with. They know there's one graffiti. They have to go in for this now. As this makes his way out towards the side, he does get shut down. Ripper doing so much work. Bobby Tula finding 2, finding 3, and Flippy gets another kill. But time is ticking. How much really do they have to work with here, Dax?
Oh, Coco, he's all alone. He will die on the site for the glory of Oasis Gaming, but it's an ROG clutch anyway for Oasis. They will take the lead even more so, making it 4-2 now. And this is where South Built and their old school tendency does become a problem. They wanted to play that timing. They wanted to put the pressure on Oasis and to go for the burst when they felt like that Oasis would be a bit antsy. But Oasis didn't really fear this too much. Ripper getting 3 and Coco playing the game of hide by hell and wait for someone to come. And it was a little too late anyway for South Built Esports as soon as the frags ended, just because Oasis was able to bounce back with the Astra. So really, South Built right now, you have to respect how much pressure Oasis Gaming can deal with. And we talked about for Oasis, it is a struggle to close out these games when the scoreline is close near the end. But especially at the start, man, these guys are just so secure about their decisions. They know that they have that confidence to win out these fights. Case in point, Oasis right now, for more, as the operator might only be the decisive factor here for South Built. Tap there from Ja, doesn't get too much against Wild Oreo, and it's Oasis looking to shoot back, and through the wall, Ja will fall.
Great wall bang here by Wild Oreo. Proper response here after he seemingly got caught by that fault line. Pro so far up ahead. Oh, he actually dodges that guiding light. They're gonna have no idea he's here. Look at this timing. Oh, he gets one, but only one. Could have found more. Luckily for Oasis, they shut him on down and doesn't connect the shot immediately. Papi Chulo and Aziz, last 2 remaining members here for Southfield. And this is what we've been seeing time and time on over. These 2v4, 2v3 retakes from Southfield, which haven't really worked out. Now, they've been fortunate at making it expensive, but I'm not too sure. It's going to be very difficult for a retake here with just a Sheriff and an operator in hand. Look at how much utility Envy has got to throw out here, but they find him. Aziz getting that pick off. Fault line here shall connect for the moment, but still way out of reach. Coco on that flank as well. Either Marky is going to be such a big problem. No way they get this round, and Marky secures it 2-5. Oasis building upon their lead.
He just drew a line between those two like in kindergarten, and well, it's a gold star there for Marky, making the flank work. Oasis Gaming though, finding ways to stall out South Built. Now that's going to be a problem here for South Built, especially in the 2v4 scenarios that you mentioned. Of course, this was the South Built on this eco state, and we've really seen here. This was weird. I was like, Ripper, did you see him already? And he was like, oh wait, he's right there. He dies. But this is still really for Oasis Gaming good enough. They're keeping players alive. They're making a decent amount of bank given the situation that South Built has been making it costly. And South Built, they always have that possibility to get that win, to get those frags. But they're usually put in this scenario where it either is them trying to claw their way back from a disadvantage, or on the second case, they go for the execute, it gets absolutely scrappy, and with the time left before it all even gets started, they don't have as much time right now to be facing off Oasis Gaming like that Oasis Gaming is trading, that Oasis Gaming is able to answer their numbers. So South Built now seeing the numbers in favor of Oasis, because none of the tricks that they're trying to do here on Haven, it's not really working in those more desperate scenarios.
Well, they're going to have to find some solution, formula, not even found just yet. So how do you get to the end point of that? Conclusion here, Oasis firmly in the lead right now and could even extend that further if they take this round, bring this up to 5 rounds really, because of the eco state that will be forced upon South Built. Some contact information gained here early. Cosmic Divide's going to cut the noise. Now Southbuck going to have to keep on guessing where exactly are Oasis coming from. They burn that Nightfall here towards the B site, but the counter has been completely faked here. They think it's towards B, but the Charlie site is where it's going to be going. Ja hiding, finds a huge kill on Envy.
It all works out actually for South Built in the end, because Ja able to avoid the Prowler, get to the corner, Papa Chula and Pro with a frag, and Oasis Gaming, they took their time to get to the C site to try and make the bait work. Ripper though fighting back to a B3 scenario. Here we go again. Such a contentious round between these two titans. You know the brawl is about to happen. Coco though, seeing them coming from there. But Coco, he's going local now. What a shot on the flippy, even better towards Bro. Now leaves everything to Ja on the other side. Still a bit of time to work with here for Oasis Gaming. Coco doesn't need to get that spike as of yet. 6 bullets left though.
30
really afford
seconds
to
left.
miss a burst now. Is Ja coming in from C long instead of the backside being held by Coco. Who will see who first? There we go with Coco coming in! And Coco comes in clutch for Oasis Gaming. 6-2, it's Oasis with the win again.
Huge swing there from Coco. 3 kills, high impact, high importance. He gets them all. What a round for Oasis to come back into. Initially, their fate wasn't really bought here. Rather, it was completely sold, but still, they lose in the bout of that in-demand advantage. They go for the swing. And look at this shot from Coco coming in big. Even when he's in that backline position, he just is so consistent at cleaning up house and plugging all the holes that the Oasis are left open with.
Look, Poco and Waldorio have been amazing this stage, not just because of their performance, but really how they flex more for the team. And Poco, of course, free kill off the Envy. That's a lot easier right now for Southfield Esports to deal with. And Oasis Gaming headed towards that C side. Star gonna be in the way. Do we get the stall? No. Actually, it seems like for Southfield, they'll let it buy for now. They'll use that later on in the retake. No way though to scratch that gun. Rolling Thunder is the play. Oasis Gaming putting the pressure on, and they're bringing the spike with them. They want to find the crack. Waldorio one. Johnson have it. Marky Ripper on the board. And it's Ripperoo with the 3K there. 7-2. Oasis Gaming forgo the objective. No post plant needed. We fight and we win.
Who needs to get the plant down? We can just kill them all right here, right now. Using the Rolling Thunder to secure that round. No hijinks to be had. South Belt. Important round for them to win. If this goes into 8 on the opening half, this could be a GG go next already for this first map. Coco, man, coming in big, both with the frags and the utility. Look at how many he tagged up with the Rolling Thunder of his here in this bout. This Oasis, they knew they funnel them into the death zone. That's where they keep them. Aziz, operator out once again. Haunt could be coming out here. Prowler, gonna be a problem. Not really connecting, no, not really tagging anyone just yet. Aziz could be an over-ambitious peak. We have seen him punished by this time on over. Pro on the peak. He does get punished, but Aziz getting a trade. Not a direct one, but a trade nonetheless.
Prowler going after the opposition. And this will force the operator off with Oasis Gaming now. They've proven that they've studied the tapes. They probably watched their loss against Southfield again and again and again. Just because of that, they know how their opponent works, and they have shown that they're able to outmaneuver Southfield in this half. Because that last round, as soon as they realize, okay, the star's not being used, these guys are getting ready for the post plants. Let's just let it rip. Let's just go for the push. And it's crazy to think Oasis Gaming that they could make that call midway, and that was just no hesitation whatsoever. It was so smooth from Oasis, absolutely choreographed. And Southfield now, they have to deal with a squad really out for them themselves. You can see the target on the back of Southfield made by Oasis Gaming. They want that revenge from stage number 1 badly here.
30 seconds left.
Southfield, they're feeling the fury right now, but Assist still alive or by Link. We get the window being taken by Marky. And I love Papi Chulo's position. He has an angle to make the cam work. He's gonna peek this out. And timing is oh so perfect for Papi Chulo. Yet again, the Cypher able to play with the opposition for now.
10 seconds left.
But Southfield gets advantage just because of the Cypher.
Still be very difficult for that operator to help them on this retake, though. All this is going to be relegated to doing is holding the angle here. Coming for this full retake, they have to not make the same mistake of isolating themselves and really bleeding out the time. In that case, it might be over before it's even said. Here comes the fault line, though. Ripper, great frag for him to find. Papi Chulo quick on the trade. Here on the launch position, though. Oh, the timing doesn't work out for Envy. Great kill. Now 1v1, and Envy gets the job done. 8-2. Oasis, even with a man disadvantage, get the round sealed in.
Southfield Esports, they think they got it, they think they have the win, and the Oasis Gaming able to step on their toes and step towards their faces. As soon as that caustic divide came online, Envy ran back towards that site. In Southfield, they thought they had a bit more space to work with. They were trying to set up, the cages here. with the Cypher. They were looking for a better position, but Oasis would just push them, would just punish them, and Envy, no fear whatsoever there on the right-hand side. This punish on Popchulo is where it all started really to go down, because without that angle, Southbuild couldn't play a pinch, couldn't buy that space for the operator to hit its mark. And really, for Oasis Gaming, they're getting away with these scenarios because of their fearlessness, their assessment, and just how they're hitting nutty shots between Envy, Ripper, Coco especially. Those three are coming in big for Oasis Gaming.
That Cosmic Divide almost worked against South Built there in the retake. Not really having the information of, Oasis on the back of the site, on the front of the site even, actually. Pushing up that far forward to make a play at Envy, finding the proper timing. He gets a kill on Papi Chulo, as you said, and everything crumbles from there on. Sole player on that flank, and Oasis, man, this is really one of their better maps. This is what we were expecting to happen here to get things going. Southbuilt really struggling on these opening Haven maps. We saw the same a while ago versus Alpha Esports, rather yesterday, and still a curse they have yet to dissuade. 8-2. There's not much chances for them to really convert this eco, but even at that case, even if it goes 8-4, it's still going to be so difficult for them to come back to. We're realistically looking like a potential 9-3 or 10-2 even in this case.
No possibility for Southbuilt anyway. It's just really Oasis Gaming having that extra bit of security to really push in the first place. They can take advantage of how Southbuilt plays those cosmic divides, as you mentioned, but many teams wouldn't really do that. They'd be saying, okay, maybe I can be cheeky to play the zigzag around the wall. I don't really need to reinforce the squad. These guys got this. And some of those assumptions not being made by Oasis Gaming anymore. They don't want to make mistakes here against Southbuilt Esports. That's why they're barely able to get inches here for the rounds. But Assist Pro get the takedowns. Absolute scuffle here towards A-Long, but Coco still has percent lead. Flippy, though, where did that come from? Ripper and Wild Warrior were his absolute targets. The shots will sing through for Southbuilt Esports. 1v1. Mirror images on boats, but Coco coming in with a shot, but no, Flippy even faster! And a thrifty win for Southbuilt Esports! One is all Flippy needs 3 times there! And 3 rounds now for Southbuilt Esports.
A small lifeline, a small bit of hope here in such a dark, desolate space set by Oasis. The nightmares they set upon Southbuilt over and over with Envy on the fade have been crucial, but it's an eco, a thrifty round they needed to convert. They get it done. Small step towards maybe mounting some small rally here. Flippy coming on big. You talked about it, Dax. I know you're a fan of this player and what he brings to the table and how he really helps plugging up those holes. They try and switch things up, bring Papi Chulo to A site this time around. We've only seen that like once or twice this entire half. It could be the game changer that they need, but the tour de force is going to come out from Oasis this time. They have to respect it. Pro pushing up forward. This is the same exact mistake as this did, but he's going to actually land the shot this time.
Oh, this time he caught Marky unaware. The Oasis Gaming, they have to be careful as Southbuilt Esports is picking up steam. Just that POV though from Flippy, so sure with the shot. One shot one, one shot two, one shot three, and Southbuilt Esports has a shot now to get back into this game. So naysayers be damned, we have a matchup still ready to go. Flippy is 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. So if he can get a kill here, it's perfect right now to stifle the push of Oasis Gaming. Wild Warrior though able to overrun. Yeah, it's awkward right now, but as the operator right in his face, and the operator will sign the execution of Wild Oreo. Now 4v3 in favor of Southbuilt Esports. Ripper and Envy able to get the trades on back. Papi Chulo tried to find the intel, but he's all alone, and he's fighting back now. Coco though, overrun by the bullet. Spike gonna get dropped now into the garage. It's Papi Chulo who fills around for Southbuilt Esports. ROG clutch here for Southbuilt at the end, and they fight back. The last moments of that first half there, Black and Blue.
Oh, that was a small bit of kind of hope for them to rally back into, but Oasis always so deadly, even with a man disadvantage. They've even, they turn things around. It was 3v4, but then suddenly 2v1 in their favor. So potent, so dangerous. It came down to some heroics from the clutch master himself in Papi Chulo. Father Vidal, 14 frags on him. He's having himself a game. Flippy, he's only got 4, but the quality of those 3 frags that he did find helped them stay in the game here right now. Now, defensive side of Oasis. we have seen them be a lot more proficient on their attacking side, and their composition would suggest that with how much initiating power we have. But the thing is, on the caveat of that, South built, they have struggled typically on their attacking side on Haven as well. So both of these teams now in the more uncomfortable position that they're not necessarily used to, with Oasis being better on the attack and Southfield being better on the defense. It really will come down to who can show up in this half. It matters more for Southfield, though, being down 4 rounds here. They lose his pistol, could potentially be a 10-4 immediately.
And Southfield Esports, in all honesty, they found more success on, well, they found some more success really in a few attacks here and there in their history, but lately it's just been a struggle all throughout, and seeing themselves in a scenario like this yet again, where it's quite a hole to get out of, it can be a little bit doom and gloom here for Southfield Esports. But Pampachulo are coming in big, as you mentioned. We have Pro right now finding ways to really figure out what they can get away with, and maybe here on the attacking side, that's when Aziz and Flippy can find even more frags, because at the very least, they stopped that Oasis momentum. That was how many rounds in a row for Oasis? 8, I believe. They got it between rounds 3 and 10, as you can see it there. And we can see for Oasis Gaming that once they slip up for the first time, there is a bit more of that propensity for them to slip up a second time, slip up a third time. And Southfield Esports, we talked about their ambition. It was a little too much at the start of the game, but lately, they found more of these opportunities in well-suited manners, well-suited timings. There's still some hope for Southfield, especially if they win the pistol again.
Be difficult for them. These pistol rounds, not something Southfield are necessarily known for. Look at this aggressive push here. Oh my goodness, so much utility that Oasis are going to throw at them. This could be a trap, a death in the making here for Southfield. They have to be careful, but they back on off, rightfully so, smartly so. Too much heat here in the A lobby oven. Gonna try and go the elsewhere. 3 initiators committed towards that A site. Nobody really defending B. Little do they know here, Southfield, it's ripe for the taking. Rotation already coming on in for Oasis. They realize, hey, things are too quiet. Let's see if they're going the other way. Drone on in. They have an inkling that B site is where it's going to go. And that's going to be Coco trying to make that first contact. But here on the peak, let's fall back with the frenzy in hand. Jaw making sure their flanks are protected for the meantime, while Oreo realizing, hey, I need to go and help my team.
Yeah, they respect the setup here by Southfield Esports. And as they retreat and regroup, they'll be coming from 2 angles here. A-Link interesting because it's 3 of them looking to burst into the site. Bolt Life though coming their way, and Wild Oreo gets a quick little sneak peek of, well, as this is shots, as this would take on Marky, they'll fight to Pro in response with a free gun. Coco now, frenzy in hand, Oasis Gaming looking to scramble towards that side, but watch out for your back, because here's Giant, here's Pro 2, 3 for Pro, with the classic Coco with the overrun, 1v1s right now with the big ones here, and it's Ja versus Coco, left and right, find the angles, there's the tap, but the ring around Rosie looks to try and be in favor for Ja. Coco though with the takedown, does he have enough time? It will be close, but Oasis Gaming, they will not be able to make it. Barely. There's lag there for Satis, but at least they take the round.
So close. If Ja delayed just a second there, could have been a bit more secure, but they get the round in the end. Coming in big off of that flank. You realize he had to go all the way through A just to get there. How long was he out of the fight just to come in at the last second? And not even, well, he got that 1 kill, but all he had to do was delay time, and that he did. Here coming on the Garage Shake, Oasis realizing what the big win condition is, and they do that. They take that Garage Shake, take the grass control, but Pro just somehow, his veteran experience, he gets 3 kills with the mere classic in hand.
Are we seeing Kid Pro back in this day and age? Because he is crazy right now, man. He was such an important factor of even letting Ja get there in the first place. And not only that, I think really he's the one to watch out for in that buy time scenario, since Coco had to rush at him, still had to stroll towards the grass area just to deal with what Pro has been doing just with the classic. Who knows what he can do even more so right now with the Spectre. But Papi Chulo is the one who has to face off against the Oasis Bolt, and Wild Oreo will sacrifice the life of his friends to make the Shorty surprise work versus Papi. So 4v4 right now. Southfield Esports towards that C site. They will have a Spectre though to use here for Oasis Gaming, but SBE, they're looking prepared for this already. Pro towards long, and the Garage Burst is all Oasis has here.
This could be very dangerous because they have a headhunter, but Flippy realizing that they have to keep the fight close. If they play for that long post plant, those sheriffs and headhunter can really surprise you, and so they keep the fight up here close, utilizing the mobility. and the just complete firepower advantage those Spectres provide in a close range angle. And Southfield, they convert that second round of theirs to go for, did get traded a bit, but still, this is a round where Oasis have to put their foot down. They need to take this round. If they give up a bonus here, things could smell awry. And we know that, as you said, they step on one banana peel, it seemingly multiplies for them, so they can't let this one continue to go.
Yeah, hit by a blue shell along the way, basically. Southfield Esports playing catch up. Man, I hate getting hit by that. I don't even know.
hate that.
I hate that. It's like, why even bother trying to win? But Southfield Esports, they're giving it all they got. They're looking to bother Oasis and their momentum. They've broken that streak from quite a first half that we've seen here. Oasis Gaming with the guns already, but Southfield Esports straight towards B side they will go. Flash comes in. Southfield now know that Oasis Gaming is prepared for their link push, and Coco, he finds his sister even still. Oasis Gaming plays for the first crack now. Fade of Infi walks in just to get that takedown. Ripper on the board too. Frodo yet again! Where is this guy getting the secret stuff after all these years? Because Pro still forced to be reckoned with anyway. Invi though on the other side. Surprise, surprise! Pro is waiting! 3 already with the Spectre looking for 4! Can he find the ace here? Will he be the true professional? Poppy Chula though!
Wow.
The assassin from
The bonus.
behind! And it's Southfield Esports who gets the bonus next to Pro!
The oldest, the eldest player in the game, showing the young kids how it's done with a mere Spectre. Man, oh man, veteran experience, the Oaks of the FPS scene, the OG of it all, making things happen versus OG Oasis Gaming. A bit ambitious there for Aziz, but this is where you see the young guns coming in big for Oasis, but man, oh man, Pro, we cannot understate how well he is performing in this map. Top frag the entire server on a Sova, not known to be that fragging Sova, but well, he started the whole scene himself. He can buy well end it.
Man, I guess this is sometimes you have to say age is but a number. Pro's proving it. Absolutely. When you see him, maybe he could have retired long ago, but no! Have the retired Ripper and Coco here instead. As this gonna get two marking on the board, sure, but Giant Papi Chulo will find the fight back anyway. All left now to Invi with the Sheriff. Invi does get one over off the job. Police Sports have to be a little bit careful because this can be the hot hand of Invi yet again, but Papi Chulo just does not lose those kind of fights. 8-8. SBE have tied it up, but just, man, off the back. Probably a back that's breaking right now as Pro has been so stellar. Papi
8-8
Chulo
na, grabe,
right
nahabol.
beside him, hand in hand, and really, when Pro and Papi are the ones still alive here for Southfield, they can just make wonders work this round. So this time taking, I'd honestly say, motivation from what the rest of the squad are doing and making a good opening here for Southfield Esports. Was Oasis on a lesser buy, but the point still stands. Southfield have rallied incredibly and have tied up the scoreline thanks to huge heroics from many of their members.
That's the Lola Remedios, food supplement maintenance buff here coming in for a Southfield.
Healthy
Really
options. Shop
healthy
there.
option. I maybe we could even recommend a healthy option by one of our co-talents here as the host.
Yeah,
Face it all.
the heart. Human heart. I wonder if Pro uses human heart.
They would actually be the most prone team to use human heart nature.
Oh
so.
man, shout out to Nika Fabs, by the way. Still,
Man.
look, okay, says PE Team Secret, both amazing.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and I think this is where we kind of always have had this debate. Why do we not have enough coaches in the PH scene? It's really
Because they're still playing.
They're still playing. They're still here. Pro is an in-game coach, an in-game leader, and now an in-game top frag, to say the least. The old generation, still part of this generation, I have to say, in tackle FPS in the PH. And we always make those old-timey jokes, but there's a reason they're still here. And Pro, he himself is proving it right now. Alongside, honestly, say Papi Chulo, big moments from them too. Southfield, so they have all the momentum in the world. Marquee only with the tour de force right now, probably classic. There we go though with the intel, and there we go with the shot. This gets one, but Ripper into the corner. People at the very least find the vitals of Southfield Esports there. Shot though, looking all around on the logs. It's gonna be distracted by Indy. Coco with the frag. Coco with a second one. Pro is there, but here comes the Pro. The secret away. Pro still finds Waldoria anyway, but Invi will not collapse there in the end. Oasis Gaming, albeit barely, they're breathing, but That was another almost pro moment, man.
Almost. He brings it to that 1v1, not going down without a fight, and completely hostile in whichever situation you put him in. Ripper, the wet beach, man. For him to find these 2 kills, completely shut down those big guns from the South Build side. He takes down the Ace, he finds Papichulo right on after. That's corner going unchecked, but one that will keep South Build in check. Oasis retains their lead, don't give it up just yet. They're looking to extend this once on more. Blades here coming out for Aziz. Recon made on early. That actually dissuades from South Build to continue going that way. So if they double dip into this, they have a camera to that information, taking things slowly. We know that this is what they want to do. They want to draw out that time. They want to keep the opposing side guessing by cutting down the noise. But this time around, they've been found out. And so how do they mitigate this?
A little bit of the draw distance there, even with Dissipate, but neither side losing a member. Southfield though claiming a long already for themselves, still thinking about it if they're gonna commit the Trailblazer with a bite in the back line. It's Pro who has to make sure that this is a wound he disinfects, because Southfield now, they're a little bit stuck here in terms of momentum. Oasis Gaming with the intel, they know how many members are together. They might also be ready right now for Papichulo to come in from a flank, perhaps through the middle. That's why Marky's stationed up top still. A game of patience right now, and will Oasis falter? So they try to go for rotate, they double back. Are they faking South Build Esports out? That's exactly what I'm thinking
30
too.
seconds left.
But the waiting game right now, Marky, does it pay off? South Build known to explode at the very end of that timer. They like to drain those resources as much as possible. Caustic Divide though, to start things off, Marky now gonna be relocating himself. Rolls against Papichulo, but Papichulo still with a stellar shot. Anyway, Southfield though,
No time.
Do they have enough time to make it to B side? They have to hoof it, they have to make it there. Does Coco have enough utilities, but Papichulo are picking apart the points time after time. They cancel! Just
Round B.
right blast there, and Envy finds the targets anyway. Southfield Blue Sports, they gamble too much with a time back, and they will lose big time there. Oasis with the round.
Why rotate towards the B site when they know they have the pick? They can force and press the issue on that A site, knowing there's only what, max 3 players there, and anybody rotating else from elsewhere. Papichulo has got their mark to keep him at bay and stop them from reinforcing the site, but they gamble with that time, and that's a risky run. They try and go for the default plant as well, right in front of the entrance, instead of going for the safe plant towards that C-Long, that C-Link, and they pay the price for it. Hefty mistake here by South Build.
These for it. They're playing with fire every single time they do that with a time bank, and especially in Valorant. You have these angles, you have these utilities, and basically there's no fear from Envy to just peek it. They knew they just needed to kill one specific person, and they would have won the round in Oasis Gaming. Now, they have the guns, Southfield don't. Sheriffs in the hands of Southfield Esports. But what a heart-stopping round, really, that was. Oasis Gaming.
Walang lower
At least they get to
brackets dito.
scramble there
Ayan.
towards the site, but Papi
Pero
Chulo,
ito
even in a
yung
game of
stats.
patience, he still beats Marky
Yung
there.
bottom
Wild
two yung
Oreo.
out. Pero
Testing,
walang lower
fighting.
brackets.
That's 1, 2, 3. It's everyone on the side of Southfield. Oreo
You
gotta
can
run
check it
away.
out there.
Call for reinforcements
Yung
because
lahat ng
SPE are knocking towards that A site.
Damage being done here, but nobody really finding a pick. Wild Oreo has a great position, though, to shut all of this down here from the graffiti position. Going for the wide pick. Pro not lining the shots. He's being mixed up. Papichulo finding that one, but they're getting all the kills in the Southfield way. Envy, though, he's going to come in big. Look at how low everybody is spraying on through. He gets the kills. Bripper finding the second as well, and Papichulo and everybody going down. Oasis, dicey round, but they keep it locked in store. Southfield always so
Sorry,
deadly in
usually
those
it's
situations,
lower
but
bracket or losers
not
bracket
confirmed
when
the
they
round
say
in the end. They've got a gun round here to work with, but if they lose this, that's map number 1 done.
It gets so dicey with Southfield's executes right now. For Oasis Gaming, they knew they were coming. Wild Oreo fighting for his life, basically.
Spike down
Alongside
A.
the rest of the Oasis reinforcements.
One enemy
When
remaining.
Envy comes in, gets the intel, he just sets it up by himself, knocks it down by himself, and from that point on, it's Oasis Gaming now getting closer and closer to ending this game. Southfield Esports with a very much needed timeout. So risky what they've been really doing here, when it could have just been casual stroll towards the site, a better location to put the plant out, knowing that Papichulo already had the back of the site, and also knowing that A-Link was where Oasis were. It just goes to show that in those moments, it's not just the opponent who gets affected by the lessened time bank. Southfield Esports too, and they are the ones paying the price right now after they've lost the momentum they've built on so much for in the past few rounds.
Big risks and even bigger consequences from those very drawn out rounds as they like to play. I still think the right decision there would have been to continue towards that A site and have Papichulo hold off the flank, the reinforcement on the rotation, given that they have the information of how many players are there because of that neural theft. But well, the clock doesn't work from 11 to 8. Oasis, one round away from securing match point, and they can do it right here, right now. No operators, though, on either side. They don't have the tour de force either, as this information given on the way early does burn his dash for this, and so okay, keeps Oreo guessing where exactly he went, but they're reinforcing the B side. They know that Southfield like to make that contact towards A and rotate to go hit that B site once again, but they're opting to go for the C site here. No real noise made towards A, and so they have no reason, Oasis, to stick there. Just being cautious, going for that C site. Lone defender on this side is going to be Ripper. We've seen him go in big here. Dax when it comes to anchoring these sites, and he has to go huge right now.
Trying to see if he can get the claws out yet again. Nightfall though, brought out by
Wow,
Envy.
grabe
Ripper
yung
though
Oasis.
with the first from the platform.
Whoa.
And this is just a stage that he can use to bring Oasis to an even better future. Frodo in behind, the pass to bring up to a different angle.
Kala
Coco
yata
though,
ni Pro nakatago
make sure
niya.
that his bones will be absolutely brittle and turn to dust now. It's 4v2 after everything's said and done. Southfield still with a chance
30 seconds
to
left.
rotate towards that A site, but you mentioned it, a Ripper. He just does not disappoint in those scenarios. He stepped up
Meron
as soon
sa
as
heaven.
Oasis was there, ready to cover his back, and then even making things easier with Nightfall. Now though, past the brawl from the tower.
Huge
There we go
haunt.
with the haunts. Did you get the intel though? The cyber cage
Spike
blocking
planted.
that vision, and there we have the spike now being planted. Flippy, Papi Chulo though down below. Indy yet again. So stay
player
up here.
standing.
Papi Chulo will face off against the opposition. Marky will win the trade, and here comes Oasis Gaming now as their road has led them towards that A rate take. 12-8 map point for Oasis.
Huge round for Oasis to win, and seemingly after that
Wait lang ah.
Papi Chulo, cyber
Ito
cage
yung hunt ni
has
Gian.
the Brody to cover his back, and then even making things easier with
Yun
Nightfall.
no,
Now
yun yung
though,
hunt niya.
has the brawl from the
Ay, sorry guys, wait lang.
point in those scenarios. He stepped up as soon as Oasis was there, ready to cover his back, and then even making things easier with Nightfall. Now though,
can they actually extend this further?
Yan yung mismo hunt niya.
Southfield Esports
You want to
can get back to their winning ways here. Still, these rounds can go in a blink of an eye. The Cosmic Divide, though, giving us a degree of separation at least. You know, Oasis Gaming now, they do want to put their bulk towards the south side of the map. So Envy to lead the charge. Prowler able to trip up the tripwire, and Ripper able to get the takedown off the job. Envy though still looking for the siege. Southfield Esports trying to hug the wall, but Marky will give the hug that towards to Papi Chulo. Flippy right now with a takedown off the Marky. Hunter's Fury is the call from Pro. Does he get the knockdown here though? He gets one, but Cook and Wild Oreo aren't there yet again. Oasis Gaming now in a brawl between brawlers, in a brawl between breaches, and it's
Wow,
Coco
map
who
one to
comes
Oasis.
in cleanly one more time. Oasis Gaming, they find the mistakes that Southfield Esports inflict on themselves, and they
Defenders
capitalize
win.
on that. Oasis Gaming with a 13-8 victory. For SBE, it's a heartbreaker as Oasis took back that momentum and kept it in their hands.
Vengeance seemingly at the cusp of the hands here of Oasis Gaming, taking map number 1. And as I said, Dax, that one crucial mistake turned the tide of the battle so far in Oasis's way. It really should have been a round that they could have converted, and the fact that they don't sealed their fate here for map number 1. Great map here coming from Oasis. Great clutches and utility play, especially from players like Coco. And we saw Ripper come in big when it mattered the most. When he needed to anchor down the site, he got the job done.
And let's not forget about Envy. He's the one who stopped that plant from happening in the first place. He's the one who's gotten so much momentum with the Nightfall coming online very early on for the Oasis side. Time and time again, Envy, ultimate flex player, finding a new home and a new agent to optimize here in the PH scene. That Fate doing wonders for Oasis Gaming right now. Some pretty interesting lineups too. I wonder who taught them those angles with the haunts and whatnot. Case in point, as soon as SBE slipped up, it was just all Oasis. But let's not forget too how Pro on one side was just lifting Satbuilt again and again. You said yourself, he's a pioneer really of the scene, and he's the one who could dismantle any of the new kids off the block. But Coco coming in clutch from start to finish in rounds that look really dicey here for Oasis Gaming. He gets such a secure kill. And what really impresses me about Coco is now that he's on this bridge, it's just another agent that he adds to his collection. Not just that Sentinel player anymore. He's brought out so many different things here for Oasis Gaming this stage too, and that extra bit of flexibility have allowed Oasis to basically play a lot of swap rounds, a lot of different compositions, and an even deeper playbook to work in coming into, well, even the future right now of Oasis.
And this new look we got from Oasis completely shaking up South Built on that one. Still, dicey second half at the opener of it. They almost make the comeback happen. They tie the game up, but then can't get any single round on after. That it really was a turning point, Dax. We have to reiterate it. That one round where they rotate over the B side and Papi Chulo entry stuff, and Invi got triple kill to deny that plan from even going on down. Big crucial mistake with even huger consequences here for Sapon South Built. And this is something you're gonna have to shake off for map number 2. Otherwise, this could be 2-0 retribution, heavily in the favor of Oasis already, who are looking so primed, so proper. I'm only going to be, kind of anticipating what we're going to be expecting from their composition coming into Split.
So Oasis Gaming, though, they're really squeezing out as much as they can from this fade, and it takes a team effort to adjust to a new agent like that completely. And I feel like for Oasis Gaming, now that they look to embrace this even more so, then they have the right members to fill in whatever gaps they need to allow Infi to flourish again and again to in that fade. And case in point again, we talk about Coco, we talk about a lot. We talk about Ripper, going back to Astra, still stands here. I think for Southfield Esports though, they can't really afford to have these off moments wherein they're just getting out fragged, they're just getting out dueled, they're getting out clutch, when we know that their assessment, it should be the most calm in the VCTPH. These are guys that can get away with those late timers. But right now, Oasis Gaming have seen that tendency from Southfield Esports and have looked to exploit it. They kept their calm with Southfield Esports barreling down at them, and that is one big reason why that they have taken this win.
Huge win for Oasis to take here. One more map to pretty much secure themselves into the top 6, into the playoff slot that they desperately want this time, and want to continue into APAC even. Looking for retribution here, and they can very well get it with one more map win. Can they do that? We're gonna have to find out real quick after this break. Man, what a map to start things off in Dax. We're talking about this going the distance. We're gonna find out if that comes into fruition here when we come back from the break.
No fake brown, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Sana manalo sila sa PS. Hindi kasi Oo nga eh. I believe they can. Pero they have to be on their A game. RRQ nanalo eh, Domer. Ang galing ng RRQ. Yan ang 0-2.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it. I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then it's sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think
Sunday pa sila, wala sila tomorrow.
No one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my
Test me. Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my face. Like Peter, this is my fate. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breaking. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air.
Ayan na, map to na.
Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, 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 yeah, yeah.
One way to get out of this rut is to just basically beat the opponents that have been haunting your dreams for quite a while. And for Oasis Gaming, that's one way to take the lead to this series. They're up by 1 right now versus Southbuilt Esports. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue. And man, it's a game of revenge for Oasis Gaming, yes. It's a game of survival for Southbuilt Esports. They want to get back to that parity basically in the scoreboard here. Black and Blue, Southbuilt, they're at the bottom half right now, and seeing how these days are getting lesser and lesser in the group stage, and the gaps really are getting tighter and tighter for Southbuilt. Absolute must win for the next 2 maps if they want to keep their playoff hopes in a good spot.
You know, Dax, we talked about in that map how it can be a symptom of Oasis, where once they slip on the banana peel one time on over, it seems to multiply and seems to place itself every step they take. But it was Southbuilt really kind of getting avalanched there as soon as they made that crucial mistake, once again, to go for that quick rotate towards the B side with very little time, and Envy denying that, everything crumbled. But they have to reset here. Map number 2 coming underway in a bit. We're going to split, and this is a map that we're also expecting Oasis to be playing that fade on. And so far, from what we have seen, they have yet to, at least Southbuilt, have yet to win a single map where there is a fade in play on the opposing side. They have yet to also pull a fade out on their own side here. So it's really going to be a difficult task here for Southbuilt to have yet to kind of, once again, find a formula on how to shut down that fade. We're going to split, which they've had better results on, but it hasn't been the most, I guess, convincing, aside from that one map that we did see versus Alpha. And Oasis are also a great team when it comes here on to split. They played that fade last time on around, and they were able to secure it. It was a pretty close game, though, when we did see them play that fade last time on around versus Brent Esports, going to the final round of regulation even, just to secure it in that match. And that's just what they have to work with here right now, Southbuilt. We're not going to be really expecting for them to, I guess, change things too much up in terms of composition, because that's kind of what we saw from Haven, Papi Chulo only being the real change in Cypher. But it's, I guess, really the split map that we are also kind of expecting once more that fade to come out from Oasis, which could be the kryptonite really to the Southbuilt roster.
At Southbuilt Esports, they're going to be running something tried and tested, but you know who has been tried, tested, and have been valiant? Besides Papichulo, Pro's still going to be in this configuration of Southbuilt Esports. Expects him to look for find even more ways to frag out with the Sage. I think we do have to talk about Oasis Gaming right now. Bringing out that triple initiator on Haven, integrating the fade in that map again. I really wouldn't be surprised if along the way, Oasis Gaming will find a way to play fade in pretty much every single map that they can do so in the first place. We see it already on what happened versus Bren. And if I remember correctly, they also did the same thing. They brought a fade out against Bren too on Fracture. So these next 2 maps, whether it's Southbuilt Esports who wins or loses these maps, Oasis Gaming will try again to push the meta a little bit further, try to integrate something a bit new to the PH, even more so to a higher degree than anyone else so far. And this was one of the biggest reasons why Oasis Gaming all the way back from last year, back in stage 3, that's brought them to the Apex stage. They innovated with the bridge for anyone else, and they were rewarded for it to make it to the region. Is it going to be the same case for Oasis Gaming? Bring out something even more new, bring out a way to put this new agent in pretty much any map you could do so, and start winning from there.
And really, Fade is one of those agents that right now, almost at least, it kind of seems like she's almost viable in every single map that you can really think of, aside from maybe like the big maps. But then I'm pretty sure if there's a team that can kind of find a way to implement her on huge maps like Icebox and Breeze, it is this Oasis squad who have been looking so proficient coming into this stage. Split. Will they be split into a 1-1 series, or are they going to end it here? And those peels, shall they be rotten for South Built when it comes to it? Oasis starting things off. Wild Oreo back on that raise where he's the most potent. Marquee this time on the sky, something we really haven't seen. But Envy coming in with a fade once again, as we expect, is going to be here for Oasis. Not much difference though from South Built. Same exact composition we've been seeing from them for the most part here in this tournament when it comes to split.
That's interesting though. Marquee on the sky this time. Usually it's Wild Oreo in terms of, well, initiator duty, but this is a raise map, and we know from his history, Wild Oreo, one of the potential top raises in the PH scene. Does seem like though that Oasis Gaming doesn't like the too all-in nature of the Reyna they brought out last time on Split, so having a bit much flashes to work with, a lot more efficient here for Oasis. You said it's South Esports. It's time for Philippine on the sky. It's time to see what the race can do, and it's time to see if South Built Esports can get a win on Split yet again, because really this year has been relatively shaky for South Built on Split. They don't really have the positive win rates that they've had all throughout the year. They have, of course, a more substantial defense compared to their attacking side, and some of these woes affecting them again and again, especially in those series against Action PH and RRQ. Oasis Gaming though, new look, new me, and the new composition yet again being adjusted. These guys have those little screwdrivers to fine-tune their compositions when need be, and we'll see if this is the right tightness right now for Oasis Gaming moving forward.
Thing is, you know, even if they could take this map, if they win it, it's going to be going down to Fracture, and that is just a complete toss-up on who can take that series. But we're expecting big things here from both of these teams. South Built have to come in huge just to tie this series up even, and then so forth. But now, on the attacking side, South Built, this is where they struggle time and time on again, Dax, and could be woes that can go unchecked here. It could be problematic in the long run. Oasis on the defensive side, looking to maybe go aggressive here towards Mail to start things off.
Yeah, this series though, seems like it's just tides looking to turn again and again. Oasis heavy momentum at the start of that first map, and then it was South Built. Then Oasis yet again as soon as they got that big punish. Now, crucial mistakes, they need to be cleaned away for these two teams, and Oasis Gaming at the very least contesting the middle with Wild Oreo looking to lob that pain shells as much as possible. I've watched Wild Oreo honestly play this phrase so many times on Split already, even before Oasis Gaming, so this guy knows what he's going to be doing here many times. Azisto into the fence, trying to figure out if he's going to look for the flank or try to contest the tower here. A-site now being taken by South Built Esports. Oasis happy to let it be and look to clear out the heavens instead. Marky though with a drop down. Aziz making the shot count, and Coco now trying to chase the opposition off, but a retreat already by Aziz, keeping it alive. It's South Built Esports with the first frag. Wild Oreo though coming in from the screens to answer back. Coco's there too. SBE now trying to find the angle from the rafters. The wall in the way. Jato now. Paranoid is gonna get thrown. Wild Oreo Coco with the frags anyway. And Oasis Gaming, they don't care about the SBE setup. They clean up nicely and take the pistol now.
All the shots connecting here for Oasis. Only frag really found was a tricky one by Aziz, but on the pulse pan, can't hold on to things. Oasis, great retake. It was a good fake here from South Built early on in the round, wherein they pull that contact towards the male position, keep a lot of the players of Oasis on the B side, and they go freely take A because of that. But Oasis too prepared and too ready for that retake. Looking at the composition, this is really where they're so good. That initiating power that they have is unmatched right now.
Look at that shot gets scanned basically, and out of nowhere Coco comes in to get that frag. Oasis Gaming to eke out as much as they can from these fade-based compositions. And there's the right players in the roster to adjust accordingly. Look at Coco, he's back on the Killjoy role. They're back on the Omen. And I really feel like there's a way for Oasis Gaming to get through some of these maps with just different agents for everyone else besides the Fade. Southfield Esports though, back on the competition. Like we talked about, absolutely tried and tested. And Ja will test the Oasis defense with the 2 he gets with a classic there. Now then, Envy from up top, trying to play the transfers anyway. Marky with a find out the Papichulo. All left now to Ja in the 1v3 slate. He's done the damage anyway. There's still a chance here for Southfield Esports because he picked up the Spectre. Teleports though to the backline right now, but Coco will keep it calm and keep it in the Oasis banner. Not a bad eco state whatsoever though for Southfield Esports, as Oasis is trying to make artworks out of those bullet holes. Still though, 3 kills, good enough for Southfield.
Somewhat of an expensive round here for Oasis. They get the plant down, SB, so it's a bit to work off of. But still, good job for Oasis to keep it calm, not let any more frags be found. Keep it at that 3 safe mark. But going on forward, this bonus is going to be a bit more difficult for them to convert. We have seen them really utilize the strengths of what they've got, though. Doesn't matter necessarily what hand you give them, because they know how to play it always. South built, rifles abound, but there is that gun on Wild Oreo. He's going to be able to, still buy up for the next one. So, very good call to go for the solo rifle buy, and this could really change things out. If South built loses, it could be the start of something really terrible. We saw that early huge lead taken by Oasis on map number 1 be really the nail in the coffin for Southfield.
What's even worse here for Southfield is Oasis is absolutely prepared. Wild Oreo going down to Papichulo with the fracture. But the damage has been done, and Southfield Esports, they see their corpses littering the garage right now. Envy ready with a Prowler too. I wanted to mention this at the start of the round because Oasis Gaming, they get the right read before it even all boils down to, well, the action itself. You've talked about how that hero rifle would make a change for Oasis Gaming. It did so in dividends. Spectre still in hand though for Coco and Marky. Envy only with the Sheriff and Southfield Esports now. They have all the time to talk about what just happened there, all the time to talk on where to go. It's still technically a 2v2 on this side of the map anyway. That Southfield can push with force if they choose to do so here, Black and Blue.
Aggressive play towards B is really what was read here by Oasis. To go for an aggressive play when you know Oasis is going to be on a bonus, really miscalculated there. You know that this team, Oasis, when they have those Spectres, when they have the lighter buy, they will want to go and aggress really far forward. In that case, getting caught off guard. Oh, Jot, he's been found out. He has no real idea where Coco could be. He's made his way in here through the screens. Coco making so much noise. Papichulo actually getting found here. Coco brings it to a 2v2, but low HP. Rifle in the hands of Envy, and that could be the real game changer. Marky has that flash. Paranoia not really gonna connect. He's spamming through. Papichulo getting tagged up quite a bit. Super low HP. That hunt going to be crucial. Ja has to buy this time. Goes for the swing. Does not even win the fight. Papichulo 1v1. Marky full HP though. Rifle in the hands of Papichulo. Gonna be so difficult to win still. And Marky gets the bonus in Oasis' side. Oasis once again running through South built.
This defense looking so strong for Oasis Gaming after everything is said and done. It does get dicey though, but you can see here, scoreline reflects the Oasis success. And we've seen it, Coco, a little unfortunate because he could have actually gone the isolation plays with the Nano Swarm and found that target, making a little too much noise. SPE getting a chance.
Trauma ako sa
This is just where it all fell apart. Soon, as Oasis Gaming threw down that smoke, they also went,
bonus.
they
Wala
also
na yata
went for the
na-deny
run
na yung
on
bonus.
in. It's not police, but they were fully committed to holding that garage to absolutely no avail. And since Papichulo only had a little bit of HP left to deal with, couldn't find enough time to get that kill. So Oasis Gaming, they have the guns yet again. Still, it's not the best economy really for Oasis after everything is said and done. And I think that's one thing that always allows Southfield to still be in this matchup right now. Like the fact that Oasis will struggle to rebuy if they lose a round, regardless of the situation. And speaking of the situation, rifle only in the hands of Jot. Trailblazer now marking a lot of players on the other side. Big info from Marky, but the push
Grabe nga Oasis.
will still be there. Guiding lights
Ano,
to
just
get the
na
flash on. Alarm bot
Oh,
getting the intel,
they
but
brought out
Southfield
the
now
fade,
headed
the
towards
dead.
an A-side. Flippy though with the frag. Wild Warrior going 3. Going hog wild right now. Can he get even more down? Coco though with the covering fire. Everything left Pro. Well, he's dead to the fade shells of the demised Wild Oreo there. 4-0 now.
Help a
Oasis
girl
again
out,
with
would
the
you?
round.
They take some kills with them, but still cannot secure these rounds. South Belt have some utility to work with. Looking like to go maybe towards mid this time around and even get themselves going here when they haven't even won a single round. Oasis, you can see, Dax, that even though they've been winning, 4 rounds straight now, they don't have the best economy. They have one more buy after this if everything goes south, and that's what they can work with. But this hunt, crucial. Is going to be such an oppressive force that we haven't seen South Build really be able to, shut on down. So Aziz giving away, and he's going to get tagged. Oh, this is so dangerous. Paranoia on out. Showstopper does not actually kill anybody. Does good damage though. Aziz falling back, going to get healed, going to get back up to speed. But man, what an aggressive play from Oasis. 4 players on the B side, going to make things so much more difficult, especially for South Build on this potential mid take.
Seems like they still want to contest for middle. Bit of a wake-up call though for South Build Esports. Still need to be prepared as much as possible for Oasis Gaming there. And now, Envy again towards the mill. Still has a problem to utilize. Gets shot down there by Aziz. Oasis know South Build Esports are still around the middle area. They do converge towards the garage, but Ripper is waiting, looking for the frag. 2 people though looking at him directly, and Ja will get the takedown. South Esports now will have to make the push work. Envy though playing peekaboo before the wall comes on up. You have to shut the door. Envy will come in to haunt you, but Pro right now with a takedown off the marking. Envy though still ready to fight. So on this there, Coco with a takedown. Envy with another one flip. He does get Oreo in return, but a Nightfall is there. The lockdown is in position, and Poppy Chulo looking up from the high heavens. Dropping down now. Europe is there, but Envy is still able to get the spray anyway. 3 right now for Envy. Lockdown will come in, and there is no escape for Ja. You cannot stop this nightmare whatsoever. An ROG clutch for Envy and Oasis.
Envy coming in big, coming in huge. Heroics here, working out for Oasis and South Build. Completely shattered. Where is the timeout? 5-0. Just peekaboo, as you say, right proper timing, going so far aggressive. And that wall actually saved him from being traded immediately. Gets the kill in the end. Look at that. He spams through towards CT. He knew where he was with the sound cue. And Envy on the back this side playing it perfectly. Amazing player with even better plays.
Oasis Gaming, they're just running away with it by now. Timeout has to be called by Southfield Esports. And you can see it there. That was a good plan already, that they had the angle towards heaven. They had a way to set up that wall, but there's just no fear whatsoever from Oasis. And this is a squad that doesn't even really have the jet right now. They don't have the chamber. They don't have those kind of agents where you're willing to be ambitious like that and have at least a get out of jail free card. You see a Fade doing that? Do you expect that?
Actually,
No,
nakikinig
Envy
ako
does.
sa
Envy
Discord
wants to
niyan.
do
Panalo
it.
hindi eh.
Just in that round.
Nakikinig ako sa
Another
Discord niyan,
successful
Ronel.
assault
Kagabi,
there
tsaka
by
nagbo-VOD
Oasis
review
and
sila eh,
holding
tapos magpo-pause,
back
tapos
the
pag-usapan
SBE
nila
tiger.
like ano
It goes to
nangyari
show
sa
that
round na to. Ang ano,
This is a matchup
nakakatalino.
that Oasis has wanted for so long.
Nakakatalino.
They've been waiting for this moment here, Black and Blue, and that extra bit of motivation that
Grabe,
you see from
5-0.
Oasis Gaming right now, putting them in such a high pedestal here. We've seen moments from Ja.
Hindi, pero ano,
Chulo.
mas
But
malakas
the
ang
problem is,
SBE
just like last
dito ay
map,
sa
there are these
defense
moments
sa
from
split.
individual players from
Sa
SBE.
totoo lang. Yung
are
attack
not
ng
getting the
SBE
rounds
medyo
really to go
shaky,
in their
pero
favor.
yung defense nila solid.
So many
Pero kailangan
moments
nila na rounds, hindi
going the
pwede
way of
5, hindi
Oasis.
pwede
Man
0.
advantages being cut down here. South Build yet to win a single round. These huge leads have been propelling Oasis to be able to close out these maps. Something they've normally struggled with, but not this time on the round. Great shot by Flippy, but Envy doing a great job here, holding them on down. Oreo going big, getting a third kill. And South Build, not a conversion of the eco once again. Only a single kill they've found in the round.
Kaya nakakita
And
ko
this is
tatlo
looking like
kabado
the
ako.
even scoreline already secured here, 6-0 by Oasis. So difficult for South Build right now to even get going.
Yeah, Wild Oreo has been pretty stable. And these South Build Esports eco stakes. Wild Oreo will get the kills anyway. 4 for Wild Oreo. Really good sign for Oasis because now he's more than halfway done with the showstopper. It just really goes to show for Oasis Gaming that this is a defense that they've had a handle on from the get-go. I think right now, the question lies with South Build Esports is how are they going to even make it through this fight? Because it's so oppressive
kasi
right
ako
now
ni Ronel eh.
from Oasis. And I really can't fault too much South Build for how they're making these entries work, because you can see in terms of abilities, they know what to do anyways.
Pag narinig
Really
ka
good
ng
floors
footsteps,
control,
guys!
good
Patay na
wall
ako.
to get the blockade, and of course you have Flippy with a bit of that guiding light action to clear out some more open sightlines if need be. But it's still not enough against Oasis Gaming, who can manipulate the battlefield from beyond the walls, from beyond the corners, from really afar as much as possible. It's just such a struggle right now for SBE, but can they make this mid-lane work, as Oasis have decided to go past the garage and go for more? Flippy though, finding two. Nice punish right now from SBE. Marky though still alive, ready to fight. And the Seekers right now looking for all the targets left around on the SBE banner. Brawl though happens, and Marky is able to slow through towards the sewers. Not only that, Trailblazer right now. Dangerous though for Marky. He's absolutely stuck here. And the Seeker a little too late to the party. Papi Chulo will find the frag anyway. SBE now seeing Oasis Gaming go at them. And they say no. They say that we will stop it. But Coco, the only one left, finds a duel against Papi Chulo. But Papi is still scary and still so decisive there. 6-1. Finally, Southfield on the board.
One round they've gotten, but to what real avail will that continue on? We need to, really just bounce on this and continue it even further. Set up here by Oasis. We haven't really seen that lockdown aside from that one round where it did come in crucial. So latter in the half, Oasis should have that to really make things so much more difficult for Southfield. Attacking side of theirs, we know this is where their woes are the strongest, and really being shown tenfold here right now.
It's a wound that hasn't
Wala akong
healed
duda
really,
sa
exposed
SBE talaga,
instead to
sa
the
totoo
open
lang.
air.
As in,
Southfield Esports, they need your
kasi,
streaks.
pag
Because before it becomes
bawa,
an infection
natambakan
and
sila ng
fast,
Oasis.
at least right now, so
It doesn't mean SBE is bad. It just means Oasis has a sort of adjustment against SBE that works. Like,
look under you.
it doesn't mean bulok na yung SBE kasi they will always be one of the best players kahit ganito yung performance nila. It just means may ginagawang better yung Oasis ngayon. Pero hindi ibig sabihin nerf
where the
yung
Killjoy
SBE.
is right now. In Southfield Esports, just want to hunt this last member, but Oasis Gaming, they have to be careful. Southfield, they're picking up steam and fast here, and these frags are looking pretty decisive for the SBE banner for now.
4v1, one of the better looking rounds we've seen here, Dax, but knowing Oasis, I'm expecting a timeout
Like,
right after this.
naos
They
na
know,
eh.
even though they've got
Naos
that,
na eh. Sobrang-
4-round cushion to work with,
big
it's
ng-
not something they're going to want to
ng
let
change nila ngayon.
give up
Sila yung
too
top player
easily.
nung una,
So,
tapos ngayon nasa baba
South build,
sila.
2 good rounds in a row. They're going to need even more of those heroics to make things work on out. This, when he gets going, that's when he looked the most potent, but we haven't yet seen that. He was pretty quiet
Isa
in
yun
map
sa
number
ano,
1.
isa yun kasi
Map
sa
number
hindi
2
gets
here,
nung mga
more of the
norm,
same,
like,
but
nung mga
this guy
tayo
himself
kasi
needs 2 kills
may level of
in that previous
understanding
one.
tayo.
Troll
Tas
Stopper
ako,
doesn't work out.
may
yes,
level
but,
of understanding
it is
ako
what it is.
kasi yung boyfriend ko pro player.
Didn't see
Pero
it coming,
kung
unfortunately. but
pero kung ano
If he
tayo,
was a sad
like
boy,
from
he
the
would have actually
outside
gotten that kill.
looking in,
Maybe
parang hindi nyo bagets
always
na
keep your head down.
sobrang
no
daming
eye contact
external factors sa
whatsoever.
pro play, like
Put
strategies,
your
like
hoodie on, even if
positioning,
it's like a real
map and compositions,
describing
and
here, but it's
paano
fine.
sila maglaro, at paano
get
mag-play
for that one.
si Oasis, paano mag-play si SBE. Bukod pa doon, may
As advertised,
mental factors,
Oasis called timeout.
merong
Yeah.
like coach,
You have been
analyst,
predicting
blah blah blah
these
factors,
timeouts
may
pretty
individual
well.
team factors.
like
Like, hindi mo
you
kasi pwedeng
call timeouts
i-judge
from time
based
to
sa
time
score
too,
tsaka
don't
sa
you?
frags na.
I don't
na,
call any timeout.
na
because
ano
I'm
na,
here.
ano sila, 5-0 sila, so bulok
I
sila. Parang hindi kasi yun ganun.
But if I was,
pero ang
if
hirap
I
niya
should be called
i-explain
timeouts,
sa karamihan.
then it
So
generally
parang
makes
wag
sense
na
when
lang.
you want to call timeout.
Like, kung
That's
ganyan
true. They just
mindset
know
nyo, yan na yung
that,
mindset
okay,
nyo,
this
wala kang
guy, this
magagawa.
team's picking up steam. Let's make them take a break. We need the breaks just to understand what's going on. And Oasis Gaming, that was the hot start.
Like,
That
pwede
was
niya
the good
sabihin
string,
that
but
Oasis
now,
is stepping up,
the
pero
ball
to
is
say
on
that
basically,
SBE is
rather being dribbled around here by
is not
SBE,
good.
and
Parang,
I'm not surprised that this has happened. I'm
mali
not
yun.
surprised that this series will have these momentum swings to determine the fate of our two teams. With Oasis, they're gonna want to nip this in the bud as soon as possible. Not the best arsenal though to do so. 3 of them on pistols, 1 actually frenzy here for Marky. Southfield Esports, sure with the shots a while ago. Can he get that same kind of clear sight line anyway to go for more? Security absolutely essential here for SBE right now, playing it slow and steady.
hirap mag-explain
Trailblazer to the
kapag
middle,
sarado
but they're
yung
creeping
isip.
towards B as well.
Yung dalawang dog
Right.
nagsalubong,
Counter
Prowler and
pet for pet. As this on the cross here, very dangerous. Smoke does come in the nick of time, and oh, that siege is going to be so deadly now. The spike is going to be trapped. They can't get the plant down just yet. Flash towards the backside to give them some avenue to work with, and as this coming out with the boom bot just to make sure nobody's really waiting that backside. Plant can go down. Marky. Oh, Papichula has so much to do here. This flash is going to really be the bane of him. It's Warwick walking, waiting here. He finds the proper timing as well. Neural theft on out is going to make things a lot more difficult here for Oasis on this bonus, rather on this eco of this. But Coco and Ripper find 2 huge kills. Flippy gets the trade immediately. Rolling, rather, Showstopper is online for Wild Oriole and Papichula and got to keep that at bay, and they get the round as well. 6-3. Southfield convert their anti kind of, forced buy, but it was very, very dangerous for a second there.
Yeah.
Kaya kasi natin.
You can really see though for Papichula, man. You try to play the lurk, he will lurk your lurk. He will be right behind you. And it could have been a moment for Marky to make some damage happen from the middle, but
Di ba pwedeng mas
still
mas
caught out
nag-work
anyway,
yung
still
strategy ng
spotted
kalaban nila.
by SBE. No, and really Papichula, he's just that kind of player who wants to secure an angle specifically for the side of SBE. Doesn't matter when it happens, but you know if Oasis gives up this heavy position, someone like Papichula is there to basically inherit it by this point. But guns are out now for Oasis. Pop flash here, but Marky! This is the one that affects him even more so. Assist ready for the swing. Takedown from the side of Satpol Esports. The Oasis now making some crucial mistakes, affecting their momentum into so with the push. Prowlers there, boom bots will say hello and fend them off here. Well, be prepared to get the spooky net towards the side. Baldor, you're with on assist though, will make the trade. Envy's there though to get the frag back. But it's 3v3 and SBE now they're gonna go for the plant.
It's gonna be so difficult to hold on though. They're all trapped within the site. No exit avenue here for Southbuild. Flippy. He has a flash to work with. He has to time this perfectly on out. Here comes the paranoia. Where is the counter flash here coming in from Southfield? Flippy does get that kill though. Untraded. He's gonna get traded now finally by Coco. Papichula getting the kill, but
Oh,
Pro
6-4.
barely edged him out in the end
Grabe.
here. Southfield
5-0 yan
utility
galing.
just going in completely dry, and so Southfield won 6-4. Slowly rallying back here, Dax. We've seen these kind of runs stifled by Oasis on map number 1.
We've seen just the run stifle in general between these two teams, but Southfield Esports, that was a fight or die scenario. They almost died completely, but we still have some fights in the SBE banner. Not only that though, I think really for Southfield Esports, that was a bit dicey anyway. Luckily Papichula and Pro come together as one. They didn't line up two, which is really important because you'd think that, okay, you can get this swing, you might get the frags, and no one there to connect the dots for the Oasis banner. So Southfield, now they're gonna go for more than a take. A bit dicey, still worked out. B though has been a bit more secure here for SBE in the better rounds, and as this, he wants to lead the charge. Dark cover gonna be in the way
Oh,
though.
diba? Sobrang
Oasis
unpredictable.
Gaming
Nahirapan
prepared
na nga
yet
rin ako
again for some of the
mag-predict.
angles, but not really the right guns here. Prowler though swapping Papichulo. The SBE might use that as their moment to push. Ripper will push back and frag back.
Why would you push the one-way smoke there? They get the res up online, but that's expensive. Ultimates to burn. Assist taking lots of damage in this one. They use that overgrowth. Get him back up to speed. Here comes Oasis though. The fact that they burned that and the fact that they've now secured that B main control as Ripper pushed up allows Oasis to go for the rotation here. Papichula is going to have to go in big. He's one away from neural theft, but
nandito
he can use that. He's
pareho.
going to need to secure a kill.
nandito yung
Very
Killjoy.
difficult to do that right
Sky
now in this
Omen,
situation.
mahirap,
Spots Coco
mahirap
on out. They're not too
mahirap
sure. I
30
think
seconds left.
if he has been found, the turret here is going to give himself away. Yes, they now know the ramps is what they're going to be trying to take, and now Oasis have all the tools to try and shut down this push of Southfield.
Game now on a side. Here we go though with Southfield Esports now preparing themselves. Lockdown though will apply pressure. Ripper able to get that move out to one. Marking on the board as well. Envy finding Ja and SBE. We're only left to 2 here, but Papichulo, hands up! You are absolutely detained, and Oasis Gaming now playing a game
Wala,
of survival.
thrifty
There
pa
is no
sila.
time for assist to make it to that site. A thrifty win by Oasis. SBE walked
Nag-umpisa
into the
dun sa
dome
push ni
room,
Aziz.
and they were just absolutely doomed there by Oasis.
Oasis finally get around, stifling that 4-round run, rally back from Southfield, and on those ecos. That's where Oasis are so deadly. We've seen them win multiple of those.
Yun, no?
Crucial
Nag-walk
mistake,
siya.
walking through a one-way smoke. Not respecting here the setup placed in by Oasis. Ripper is a perfect type of player to shut that down from happening. Plan couldn't even go down in the end. Papi Chulo trying to hide in the corner, but he gets flushed out, found out in the end.
Cut them off.
Stopper.
Oh, Wild Oreo.
Popped by Wild Oreo. Doesn't really connect. Fended off from that B main aggression. They're trying to go here towards the B site, but oh
Nice.
my goodness. Look at this C's. A
Ang
single nade could
ganda
kill them
ng-
all.
The hands of Envy will not let SBE go. Gaming unfortunately could not make the combo be in sync. A nice paranoia there from Ja. Southwood Esports able to keep themselves alive. And you mentioned it, that would have been an ultimate highlight there for Oasis if that one-step, two-step combo actually worked out for them. But now, Showstopper being unleashed by Aziz. He's bringing it out, looking for anyone to blow up in the first place. And Aziz, does he check right at the right angle? Ripper right now able to stay in cover. Neurothefto giving him a sense of direction. Seekers are there to navigate him to
7-5.
his destination. You have arrived at the spawn of the opposition. Southwood Esports have arrived on A site 2. It's a pit stop there along the way to put that spike down. 4v1 scenario. Wild Oreo with 30 HP might even do more damage to himself because of the pain shells. There you go, he did.
Sabay.
And yeah, Wild
Oo
Oreo.
nga eh.
Uh-oh.
No.
Yun nga yung perfect combo dun.
Yeah.
Pero kaya nila
Imagine-
mag-back pa
Just
din.
imagine that.
Unless sa gitna
Imagine
mismo
another
nagbato yung nade.
Scenario
Patay
where that
silang
just
lahat.
bam, 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 bam.
Oh. Well,
Dead Eye style.
maybe this time he would make that clutch work at the end, but yeah. Nah.
Nah.
Yeah, as soon as pain shells were like that, it's like, yeah, nah. It's not the esports. This is very, very speedy for them. I think really once
Grabe
they
naman,
just
apat.
have a way to counter the initial Oasis plan,
Grabe naman yun.
Oasis
apat.
kind of have to crumble before they can reconstruct
Grabe,
themselves,
naka-5
right?
pa
You can see it there
SBA
that
bigla.
their
Grabe
whole
talaga.
positioning relies on making that first play work. And if they have to scramble for a second, and Southwood Esports can take advantage of that itty-bitty timing in between those two states, then they can just get a big rush down and a big win. So another convincing case to be made
Ewan ko
by
kung manalo
Southfield
pa
there
dun
at the
si
very
Wild
end of the
Oreo.
first half. And we saw it there on Haven a while ago where Southfield were getting some pretty solid grounds. But it's still not the best sign here for SBE. Yes, they're on the defense where they're comfortable. Yes, they know how to play around this map, especially on the side that they're on right now to an absolute T. But you still have to wonder how they're going to deal with the amount of Oasis utility coming their way, especially that, you know, the Fades part of the roster, they still have a Sky here for Oasis. A lot of potential tools Oasis can use, and if used well, they might surprise SBE at pretty much one of the most comfortable spots they can ever have in this map pool.
Really uncomfortable position they're put in here now. Down 1-0 in the series. And especially in this second half going into it. Wild Oreo having himself a game. 16 frags already. When he's feeling it, you know that Oasis are so deadly. That one round, once again, could be a turning point here. That 11th round, and notice how Dax, once again, the problem there was the clock. Them getting run down in terms of the time that they've got, hollows away, and not in their favor. And we see that many times over for the South Belt squad, so still, old symptoms left unaddressed
gusto, ito tatlo.
create new problems, and that's really what Oasis are playing off of. Looking to go default and spread themselves out here to open up this pistol.
Yeah, but Oasis Gaming, can they get the job done? They were 2-0 last time, but SBE they faced off in the VCT stage. Can they do the same thing, get that kind of retribution?
Pwede sa
Hey,
wag.
come on, Black and Blue.
Ganda kami kasama.
Remember what happened to Oasis Gaming right after that Icebox map? They disappeared completely. They did not participate in anything. They just decided to really go back to the drawing board in a completely, well, rebirth cycle here by Oasis Gaming. That's exactly what they're trying to prove right now. Southbolts,
Ang liit
the only
nung balang
ones who can really
prime
deny them
frenzy.
of that fate as of yet. Because they're the ones who cast him aside in the first place. Prodo with a slow orb, not as an explosive half for him this time around compared to the last. But Aziz catching Envy. They mark the spot wherein the slow orb doesn't really get the right dissipation on. And well, for Envy, He just plays parkour just to die. Oasis Gaming losing one for free at the start. Marky ready with the guiding light. This mid control right now that Oasis has tendency for. As this is punishing 2 already for as this. There we go with the flash. It's out the esports. They get away with those kills. Nary a scratch on them.
A bit of greed there.
30
Throws this
seconds
double dip, even with the advantage, but he gets a kill, so it can't be too faltered. Papichulo finds information. He knows they're coming here towards his B side. Pro is going to have to go in big. Get at least a single kill. They know where he is, and he does get that kill versus Ripper. Papichulo taken on down by Marky. 1v4. He's got a ghost in his hands. Time is ticking though. He flashes himself, and they secure the pistol round here. South Belt. Great slow or plus, pain shell combo. They've really prepped up as soon as they started shaving off the ice. They were like, hey, don't touch the machine.
Dude, I love ice shave. I really wish.
I love it. It's the best way to survive.
Like ice shave, bingsu, all that jazz. I really wish that there were proper ways to deliver it back.
Oh yeah.
Well, back for the past 2 years, but I had a really nice bingsu like a few weeks back by the beach, and I was just like, man,
Yeah,
this looks
I
good.
saw.
What's your favorite toppings for it?
I like generally chocolate ones, but generally I'm not sure what it's called. It's got like some caramel flavoring with.
Oh yeah, like the drizzle, and then you put cookies on it too.
Also mango ones. Mango ones
are the real tropical flavor I'm looking for. But this is Oasis Gaming on pistol round, right? And Shah's quite low, so he has to be careful. Southeast Esports now. Oh, he's dead, as you said. Waldorio picking up the gun. High ground here for the side of SBE, and well, we've been talking about some tasty frozen delights. Now we're going to be at our melting point here as its timer, the spike, is taking on away here, Black and Blue.
Real problem there was Ja playing such a committed position without having a TP. As an Omen, why don't you have a TP? Oh my goodness, Envy. Perfect flank 3v5. So difficult now for South Build to win. This is looking like an anti-ego that's going to go into the abyss. They get a bunch of kills going their way though. 1v3. Can he make it happen? Coco shut down. So fortunate here for South Build to get Envy, who was coming in from that flank position. Secure the round, but very hairy and dicey it was.
Oh, ye of little fate there, my friend. I mean, of all the people to be pessimistic about South Build, you have the only reason why to do so.
I think so.
I think so. So anyone who doesn't get the context, just check out whatever page that has the South Build Esports roster and look at the names there. Anyway, though, 7-7 right now. That rally really helped out South Build in the long run. This time, they're able to equalize the odds. They're in a better spot for themselves. And Oasis isn't in a commanding spot whatsoever. And I told you, South Build Esports winning pistols against Oasis is actually something that's been happening before and can still happen right now. They have the... Well, they're in a bit of a interesting buy, to say the least. They have almost nothing, honestly, because this is their bonus. The Bucky, though. An interesting choice for Flippy to say, well, say right now, and Oasis Gaming. Mid control yet again. They always vie for this middle, if you notice. They love to have those options, if ever. And it does seem like it still suits them. They can have one playing the flank there. Ripper right now challenged by Aziz. Not a bad choice, but not but made even better. But the kill there by Ja. So SBE finding these nuances of Oasis Gaming, finding some of the biases that they've done. So Flippy though backs away. Yet again, the pessimist in the black and blue in full swing. But Oasis Gaming swing towards B side and finding the frags anyway. Marky Envy on the board. They have cleared out the defenders pretty nicely here. The heals are there. At this one, King Shells, does it lead to the marker? Yes, it does for Marky. He will fall assist in the second. Waldorio will get 2. Coco on the board. And in the end, Oasis Gaming will win the round. But at what cost? Look at who's left here for Oasis. It's only the Killjoy who has a Vandal in hand here.
Expensive round, but Oasis, they do have at least barely enough to buy because of the fact that they made their pistol round so close. South Build, if Aziz was able to get that kill, those 2 kills earlier, especially on the fade on Envy with his Spectre, things could have gone very different. Nade a bit too wide to really deny the plan. But let's see now, South Build, can they rally back? Weapons in their favor, but that doesn't really matter when you're talking about Oasis, who know how to play whichever hand they're dealt here. Making sure that wall is going to be too big of a problem early on in the round, making lots of contact. That does burn utility here from South Build. Slow Orb already dispensed. They have one more to throw, and Trailblazer has been burned.
Oasis Gaming. Gonna get tested again. Not the best armor situation here for Oasis. And you mentioned it, at least some of these scrappy kills helping them out economically. But Southwood Esports, they're the ones more prepared here with the arsenal. Nice paranoia though. But see a Ripper, Papi Chulo can't fight back as much as Flippy. That's this. But the cover from above is absolutely beautiful. Marky though, Coco still getting the shots anyway. It's 2v2 now. Ja and Pro right behind the dark cover there. We do have Ja trying to play away and go for the paranoia this time. Gets the connection, but the timing needs to be perfected here by Southbuild Esports.
Enemy remaining.
Two taps here, there. Ja, though, able to spray Marky down. Ripper now the only one left. Ripper versus the world, but Pro still stands to be a testament of Southbuild Esports. This is just their virtue. This is how they can stonewall any offensive when they're playing the split defense. In case in points, they keep their calm. They find a way to get the frags there at the end. Ja, though, nice paranoia to buy that space. And finally, the frags going in favor. SBE tied up again.
Galing ni Rez niya si Ja para makuha ni Ja yung ult niya.
Go for an MVP. Force buy on Envy. Why would Papi Chulo front that when they have the man advantage? I don't know, but it does give Oasis that small sliver of hope to be able to capitalize on, gives them the opportunity for a pick, and that they do. I believe this is an Oasis timeout to be called here going into this round. Still, Ecos, as we said, much more successful in being converted into a win for Oasis than we've seen from South, but we've only really seen one from SBE this entire series. It's Oasis who have so much work. Look at this. One orb, they got locked down. They got a bunch of sheriffs to work with, yes, and they could very well justify a force buy on Envy for that rifle, or maybe even a Spectre here in this round, and then really roll through the SBE defense with that Nightfall and the Showstopper. Yeah, it's so difficult to shut that down if you're deafened.
We've seen it in that last series, right? If a Showstopper is still part of the equation for any eco state here on Splits, and it can be the way to get that win. So we'll see right now if Oasis Gaming will take that risk, commit those ultimates. Maybe even Coco here, if we can get that orb, go for the lockdown. Oasis can play a little bit safer, but Southfield Esports fans, they're getting back in the thick of things. They're getting back on the groove here on the defense. Really like how many of their players are moving around, especially I'd say Papi Chulo and Ja, because these guys have utilized that high ground as much as possible and have made sure that Oasis Gaming still needs to keep an eye out on the skies, or in the heavens really, as much as possible for many of these rounds. Flippy though, Judge now ready in the middle. Wild Oreo is just trying to get a bit of that intel, jump peeking, trying to see who's there on the other side. Now Oasis Gaming, they're not going to force things out too much. Instead, they play the pistols here for everyone. Marky even just holding on to a classic actually. But they're willing to commit some utilities, scout around to see if Southfield Esports are playing a little too aggressive. SCE, they're not going to fall for that. Instead, Oasis will have to walk into the dead rooms that SBE have meticulously crafted for this round.
Wow,
seems like they're rotating towards the A site though. Good option here by Oasis to utilize.
Whatever you
made lots of presence in B, and that's going to keep them here, especially with that flash actually connecting and finding information. This will confirm the suspicions of Southfield that they could potentially be going towards V, but it's going to be a complete fake out. That flash actually does sell them the wrong, basically snake oil is what they were given here. Nade by Aziz, information gathered is going to let him know that, hey, they could actually go here. Oh, does not get the kill though with that Showstopper. Papi Chulo finding one, does get the tag up as well. Here, Aziz waiting inside. This could all go wrong. Marky finding out one kill. Envy getting a trade immediately. 3v2. Still very winnable by Oasis. If he gets a kill, and that he does on Aziz is huge. Last alive here is going to be Marky. Cannot get the round, and Southfield take the round, but very dicey once again.
Very dicey indeed, but still Southfield Esports, their death room is basically towards the towers. So essential to make that hold happen. They came to the point where Oasis, they had to rush to the site just to put that spike down. You can see it there. Someone like Ja, so reliable to finish the job off. They were able to shut down in V2 while he was trying to make it towards that A site, and that basically sealed the deal for Oasis. Not only that though, since there are two members still alive there anyway for Southfield Esports, backup plan would be, okay, Ja loses, doesn't matter, because we have the round thanks to that time. Oasis Gaming though, back with the rifles and back to vying for mid here.
They really love this mid take, don't they, Dax?
Yep.
Continuously utilizing how much space it gives you and the options it gives you as well. You can then take vents into heaven, exactly as they're doing here right now, and it's gonna be almost a death sentence for those players waiting in sight. But there's a small trap here being set by Southbuild. Hunt confirmed their suspicions. Camera destroyed. This does chuck out his paint shell, giving himself away. Bitten here by the Trailblazer, but Southbuild, there are 3 defenders on this site. They're very far forward though, so if they take heaven control, the last 2 players here, Ja and Flippy, could be in for a surprise and could be in for a bad time without any place to fall back into. Nightfall connects onto Pro, but only him for the meantime.
And Wild Oreo finding Papi Chulo. Southbuild Esports trying to not fall for it, and well, Papi Chulo wanted to be the guard there of that doorway. Wild Oreo though, able to bust down through one. Will he get the second though, as this is right there on the opposite side of this corner. So this now has to hide even more so because of the Nav Swarm. Screens might be where his death sentence will be applied, but he finds Coco anyway. Lockdown though is there. He will get detained. Oasis Gaming will push as far as they can go. Marky will get to here. Envy looking around for some more victims, but Southfield Esports now have to play some different angles. Ja finding Ripper though. But oh no, Pro is so far away. The Seekers making it even harder. And Southfields, maybe they could have had a chance if they were able to hold on to their side of the map. Spawn there to give them an angle towards screens, but it doesn't happen. Marky able to just bring in the bulldozer, find 3 kills there, and we are all tied up yet again as Oasis will take a round.
A great fake here from Oasis, and that is what I was saying. The option it gives you to take mid that decisively allows you to maybe go for that B fake and then completely rotate around into A, immediately be on the opposing side of the map. For him to lose vents in that case was a huge point of contention, and Aziz did as best as he can to keep them in the round. Ultimately, Oasis tied the game on up. Going for a bit of a save call there, Southfield.
9-9.
Really, what did they save? Only the single Vandal for Ja, which is going to have to be crucial in this round. Flash out on here, realizing there is presence once more towards mid. Seems like they're going to spread themselves a bit out here, Oasis, of anticipating maybe a potential push from the Southbuild defense.
I mean, Ja has been reliable for Southfield Esports. Give him controller, give him duelist, he can play whatever, and get those kills anyway. So we'll see if that rifle in his hands will be a worthwhile save. Oasis Gaming though, he just needed to make that play work a while ago. We hear now. Shotgun makes some noise in the hands of Pro Assist, also with the Bucky. And Wild Oreo popping those paint shells towards that tower, but here we go again. Oasis Gaming look to make that A hit work. I think for Southfield Esports that last round wasn't too shabby anyway. You know, Papi Chulo, he had that anticipation that Oasis was coming his way, just lost out the fight, and it took a lot more out of Oasis than they expect as they use that knife bolt there. And then, but Wild Oreo now still having Papi Chulo's number, and really, he's had quite the game so far, quite the series to watch out for, and now he has to watch out for the push. Pro though can't confirm the full connection. 12 HP left, getting healed up from afar, as this though gets that buckshot onto one, and now we have Assist picking up the Spectre here instead. Wild Oreo gonna fall now. 3v3 scenario. Invi so low on the HP here. Ripper looking to reinforce Marky towards the screens. Flippy right now ready with the guiding light. There comes the flash, and here comes the push from Southfield. 3 already, 4 assists. Marky though with the second. Ripper gonna get torn apart by assist. 4 already by the Rays. Gonna wrap around yet again. Southfield Esports. Can they find the mark on Marky? Can they find the kill? The ace is done!
Aziz
by
with the
But
ace!
is there enough time to get this defuse going? It will be close, but Southfield Esports, they held out for a hero, and Aziz will wear that cape and give the round to SPE.
The ROG clutch here coming in from Aziz once more. The ace, he has awoken, and they've taken the lead once again in this eco state. I thought that was a round that assuredly Oasis were going to be able to take, but even with mere Spectre shots, they don't even retrieve the rifle, by the way. Actually, well, no, they did a Pro when he went on down, but still, valiant effort coming in from Oasis, but an even bigger Herculean endeavor put out by Southfield to not give up the lead just yet. They do have ultimates here to work with. Once again, flashes early on here towards mid to keep them in check, not letting Oasis get too comfortable with his mid control. They've seized so many times on over. They've got that solo rifle, Dax, that we've said it on time and time again. Eco rounds are when Oasis can be very, very deadly.
Might as well try it right with their usual duelist player, Marky. Still on the sky, still with the rifle, and still looking to lead the charge here for the Oasis banner trailblazers. And that allows assist to peek on in yet again, swing for the fences and swing for the kill over to Marky. Not only that, he still holds on to the Spectre. So really, this Spectre is a good luck charm for Assist. After the ace, he's happy to go for more. And Assist with a second, with a third, looking for a fourth here. He's just mowing down Oasis again and again.
One enemy remaining.
Gaming, they're falling apart here. 9-11 now. Southfield Esports with a flawless round. But Assist, he needs no assistance whatsoever. He is just finding the frags anyway. 24 kills for this raid.
When he gets going, that's when Southfield look their best. You get this player going, the youngest player, by the way, on the team, then he can definitely start to throw things in the favor of Southfield. 9-11. Man, emergency bells could be rung here for Oasis on this map if it continues on for long. Southfield at the cusp of match point, but they've got the gun round here. They do have that From the Shadows ultimate on the Omen to try and make this work out. Wild Oreo burning both of his blast packs, and that allows now Southfield to be well aware that he's not going to be able to push himself so deep when they go for that execute later on.
Yeah, but the Southfield Esports defense showing up yet again where they need to the most. This is a map where the SBE now on the defensive side, we know that the difficulty level spikes up even more so. So really needs to be a 5-star approach here by Oasis Gaming now. They have the rifles into play. They are looking for also opportunities towards that ace side with Coco playing a bit of that lurk action. But this is where the bulk of Oasis needs to find their markers. And the guy like can get thrown out by Flippy. Doesn't find the intel though. So a chance perhaps for Oasis to catch SBE napping over though towards the tower. The Seeker is instead for absolute security. This will expose the Oasis intention. They will go on in. Flippy though with a takedown onto Wild Oreo, a little distracted by the paranoid being thrown at them. Flippy with 2, Bro is there too, and now the showstopper at least. Assist doesn't get anything for that one. But it doesn't matter because South Esports, they're the ones getting all the frags that they need. Even on the other side, Papichulo able to outclass Coco. Assist.
Grabe talaga
Go with a
defense
hot hand,
ng SB. So
finishing the job off, and this is it. Southfield Esports, they have shown the streak on the defense, and they are on map point now.
A second flawless round in a row, Dax here. That's Southfield gaining momentum ever so forward. Spectre is coming on out from Oasis, but we've seen them during their last round versus Brent, round number 24, that they use these Spectres to great effect when they know their back is against the wall. Really gonna try and run down here, Southfield. So if you're a Southfield, you have to be wary of the very fast aggression that could be shown here right now. Have to play a bit back. But once again, flash on out, anticipated though by Oasis, but they still get connected by it. Confirms their suspicions that mid control is once again what Oasis are trying to fight for.
Oasis Gaming, still the tendency to fight here, to fight for mid. Spike though by the Sewers itself, and Assist! He is just absolutely on fire right now. There is no stopping this race whatsoever. Pro is there right there too. And Southfield Esports, they want to go the distance. They refuse to lose against Oasis Gaming. And now they're getting the frags that they need. Flippy though with the heals. SBE resetting the pace. And you know this is perfect for Southfield Esports. When they get this low, they will reassess the situation. They will put another good position here. And not only that, Invi looking to lead the charge. Here we go right now.
One enemy remaining.
Pro! 43 already! Oh, that's not the Coco! But Southfield Esports, they built their empire on split 2! And they will split the series to a 1-1 scoreline. 13-9, SBE fight back!
And that is, by the way, the very first map that Southfield have won against a team that did employ Fade in the round. What a comeback here for SBE and Dax. We talked about it. We expect a full 3-map series from both of these teams, so no matter which team wins map number 1, map number 2 will continue into that third. Fracture is where we're going to be going, and we're going to be cracked and entirely at our edge of the seat, watching how this will go. South built game for them. They so desperately needed, and now is the time for them to show up. They made their mark from the get-go, stage 2, very first month in Valorant on Split. They get it done here, but nothing is
Parang
over for
playoff
either
secured na
side.
halos yung
Oasis,
Alpha.
it doesn't work out for them in the end. Historically, just like Icebox, not one of the better maps when going up against a matchup versus South Built, but Fracture is an
Bren
entirely
versus
different
APH.
story.
Bren versus
They're the defending champions for good
SBE.
reason, and they were absolute
Oasis
champions on that
versus
defense.
SBE.
Really goes to show
Oh,
them for
Bren
South
versus
Esports,
SBE na last.
this time they're
nila
able to keep
after
their
nito.
collectiveness and get
Talo
some
AAP,
really good
oh.
value
Kailangan,
from the roster here all throughout.
Kasi pag
Just
nanalo
when
SBE,
Aziz got that
magtatay
ace,
sila ng AA.
everything changed in favor of SBE. Everything changed even for him. He would just start fragging out, getting those takedowns, netting kill after kill after kill.
Ano
Not only
naganap?
that,
Map
you
3.
really see here for South
Hi, Franklin.
Esports that there is just that know how to play so many of these interesting angles on Split as much as possible. They're willing to wait things out just to reclaim heaven on both sides, and you see their Papichu.
That is where they really, flex their prowess on a map like this, having to go back to that comfort spot of theirs in Split, leaving it open here. Oasis did a very good showing, mind you. Their opening half of theirs on that defense was so impervious and so difficult for South Built to really get themselves going. But once they kind of figured out how to play the attacking side of theirs and got 5 rounds on the board, they knew all they had to do in the second half was lock things down and play and really hone back to their roots here, Dax. That's always been one of their better maps, and this time they prove exactly why. At the face of adversity, bringing this into map number 3. We had some great showings, though, from a bunch of different players, but Papi Chulo, man, a lot of his frags came in clutch when they needed it to the most. And his lurks, and not just that, not just lurking, but also countering the lurks of the opposing side. Really honing back to his roots even before Valak, being the thorn in the side, unexpected, always in various positions to catch off Oasis here. But Wild Oreo, he had himself a hell of a game as well.
Yeah, he had a monster of a time, especially just to prevent Oasis gaming from falling apart in eco states there by Subtle Esports. But it really feels like that, okay, they're gonna run that fade again. We're gonna be seeing some of the similar things that we saw in Haven, and especially some of those Nightfall fakes that we get from Wasted Gaming. That's just right by South Esports. This is a team that can adapt. This is a team that knows how to adjust. And in all honesty, this is a team that can potentially feel a tilt on a map, but not a whole series. They will try to find a way to reclaim if you give them that chance. And you can see it here, just resetting themselves towards that second half. That rally, though, near the end of the first, giving them a position to tie it up very, very quickly. And from that point on, when it's contentious like that, against Southfield on splits, it's difficult, really, for Oasis Gaming. And I have to say, really, SPE, they know it's a do-or-die situation. And just like the lower bracket warriors they are here, Black and Blue, you put them in a very, very awkward scenario that they have to get those must-win games. That's when they actually look to be the best South build they can be, when the pressure is absolutely on.
Yeah, it really is that. I guess that's the biggest factor. It's not necessarily, maybe that aim these guys might have mechanically, because we have so many gifted players here in the VCTPH, but as Fluffy even talked about yesterday on the panel, knowing when to be calm and knowing what to do in those situations is really one of their biggest strengths. It doesn't always work out, but this time it does, and because of that, we're going to map number 3. Fracture is where we're going to decide one of the, honestly, most hype rivalries we have here in the VCTPH ever since year 1. Guys, we will be back with the map number 3 after this break.
Decide their round.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, reverse from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep oxygen from trees.
Sorry, catch up kasi
Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind safe is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. And this faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon.
A series of epic implications and epic history, and we are tied up 1-1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day here in the group stage, another day in VCTPH, another map to watch out for. My name's Dax here with Black and Blue, and we saw Oasis Gaming take map number 1, SBE fight back to get map number 2. Now we go to Fracture for our decider, and man, what a series it has been so far here, Black and Blue.
And we've seen that Fracture map actually be a map that both of these teams have been looking proficient at. Man, scores will be settled here today. We've seen, South Built get the better of Oasis last time, but Oasis looking for their revenge this time on over Vengeance. At the cusp here being taken, and it's only appropriate. We're going to be having it settled here on Fracture. Map number 3 to get things going in Oasis. They looked so primed the last time we saw them on Fracture for the most part, but they did lose that bout versus Bren. Those lessons, though, are going to help them in this series because now they know what to fix. And they are one of the best teams at making those adjustments when they have that prep time. They're almost like Batman in those cases. So that is where they come in big. And I'm expecting Oasis to do once more heroic things to get themselves back into the series after giving up Split. But South Built, when they build up steam, we've seen them have their map 3 woes, but will that curse, afflict them today?
Yeah, that has been something really unfortunate, right, for Southfield Esports coming into best of 3 series. It hasn't been the best results for them, but at the same time, they did shed it away from Alpha Esports. So it's a new day, new tomorrow, and a new chance for SBE to get back to the standings, because we have to mention how Southfield Esports right now, they're 2-3. They need to get this win to tie up with pretty much the bulk of the PH reps we have here right now. Not only that, it will technically eliminate Naos Esports if they win this against Oasis Gaming, knowing the fact that Naos can't get more than 2 wins with their remaining schedule. So these guys, they want to make that buffer. They want to have that run yet again, like last time, we're in week 2. They stepped on that. Week 2, that's when they would get those wins and look to vie for the crown of the true king of the Philippines yet again. But Oasis Gaming, that revenge, it's just so tasty, and you know that it's in front of them. But we've been talking about curses here, Black and Blue. I think for Oasis Gaming, again, when we get to those really close score lines, wherein it's 9-9, 10-10, that's when Oasis feels that pressure, and we've seen them crumble to that in a few of these maps and series that we've had here at BCTPH.
Yeah, and Oasis, they are currently, because of the round differential and all, in second place on those leaderboards. So they're mostly safe, but things could be turned awry, going into this, especially with the seeding of how things could go. Now, Southfield, they're almost fighting for tournament points here. If they lose this series, there's a very small, slim chance that they could make things happen, especially if Bren wins their next series up tomorrow, and that's going to be definitely a case at Southfield. Even though they're used to being at the cusp of elimination time and time on over, and that's where we almost see them kind of play the best than they ever do, that's not a position they want to continue to be in, and they know that they should be dominating, but it just hasn't been coming their way here so far. They have to prove it here right now, though, versus Oasis. Otherwise, Oasis are going to be firmly, I think, if they take this in that playoff slot, they're already pretty high up there. And this is just going to confirm that really, high seed that they are really rooting for here. So, Oasis Gaming, great showing here on Haven. Fracture going to be a very big difference. That was, once again, the first map we've actually seen Southfield beat a team that put and employed Fade in that specific map. Now we look towards Fracture. The only time we've seen Southfield play that was against Action. They did take that map, but they lost the series in the end. But Oasis, they have had more showings on this. They beat Action on this map. They beat Team Secret on this map on Even. And other teams like Name Galaxy early on in the year.
Ano ba yan? Dahil mahal ko kayo, pareho kang bibilin.
Let's give them some information to work off of them. So Marky, Envy, Fade coming up on here. Plus that Neon, very potent combo they've got going. Southfield, more of the same from what we saw versus our Action matchup.
Yeah, and the most interesting part is how we'll get this Neon matchup anyway between the two teams. A little bit different for Southfield to actually employ a Neon, but as he made his marker happen back then in the 8PH game that we've been talking about, they also love to employ that KO rather than the Fade that we're seeing here. Beyond that though, the only difference is that other initiator. So is the Fade value gonna be enough here from Envy? Will we get enough of the oppressiveness of Defend, of just the decay to help them in a pinch? Or can Papi Chulo throw Oasis Gaming out for a loop with his suppressions in the first place? And I really feel like SPE, they can make this work really well if they find a prime target to suppress. Let's say you have Oasis Gaming, right? They have that chamber, and if he gets hit by that knife, it's a perfect chance for Southfield to push that, to look to punish a member here of Oasis Gaming while they're being a little hasty on the other side of the map. It's a twofold thing. Oasis, they love to play the lurk for many maps. Fracture, there's still that possibility anyway if you have that Neon in. So the amount of space that Oasis Gaming are trying to make from themselves, you have to look at the other side of the coin here. The amount of space that they're giving up to Southfield Esports and how SBE will use that to their advantage.
Sentinels for either side here opted to go for the chamber, and there really is, that big contention between which initiator is a proper call here. Do you go for that suppression that the KO can provide, or do you stick with the oppression that Envy on, that Fade will bring? No more lurking much here for Papi Chulo, as he's more on a kind of frontline role as opposed to his Cypher that we've seen on the past two maps. So Oasis starting off on the attacking side, the side typically favored here for Fracture, but Southfield also have their own ideas to try and push here towards Arcade, really, if they continue on here, but Papi Chulo is going to have a lot to do. Shorty does has a second one to go, but only one shot left in the barrel. Wild Oreo gets a kill on the flippy. Huge kill for him to find. Wild Oreo going to be able to back off here because Zest has been taken out quite low as well. Has a classic to try and make this fight. Now, back out the safety of the Pro. No way he doesn't win that fight. Wild Oreo, what on earth has happened?
What happened to Pro there? He was watching him put his suit and tie back on. Now everything is left to Ja. Oasis Gaming.
Swerte naman
just get the overrun anyway.
Ang swerte naman ni Weldor.
There for Southfield Esports, a few frags could have just gone so easily for them. It's 3v1 actually, and Indy up top. There we go with the fault line. Jais is completely cornered here, basically. And now Indy swinging as wide as he can. And giving Ja basically a sock to the head there with a ghost. 1-0 for Oasis Gaming. It's fun to see some
Oo nga,
cheeky
bumili
things
ka
from
ng
Southwood
soft ice
Esports.
cream na
Fully expect
vanilla
Papi
lang.
Chulo to play shotgun on that tower many times with that KO. But Oasis,
hilig
they
magluto
get
ni
away with things that they could have.
Guys,
they
si
got away
Lawrence
with
may
things
hilig
that they
magluto.
shouldn't have.
Guys,
And in the
alam
end,
ko
it all
hindi
just
lahat
goes
tayo may hilig
in their
magluto.
favor.
Hindi lahat tayo masarap
Thing is,
magluto
when
sa
he got
mga
that one
single
kill and he
puchan.
had one last shell and that double-barreled shorty of his, the fact that he kind of took a few steps back really did seal in his fate. If he maybe was a bit closer to have gotten the 2-for-1 before going on down, but alas, hindsight is 2020. South built though.
Right
Not my
here.
This
vision.
round. Oh.
my vision is not 2020. It's pretty obvious.
Well, we both got 4 eyes, so
Yeah, that's true. I think I
Worth
need
8 on the panel.
I think I need like 2 more, honestly, of just how blind I can be.
Does
You
it
see,
go
like,
over your current one?
Not right now, but Ripper will save the job. Not right now. That's not gonna work. You know how like paranoia and the fade stuff are? Kind of like my vision, basically. That's how bad it gets. That's
Super
how
nearsighted.
nearsighted I am. Super nearsighted. If I take off my glasses right now, I actually can't read the barracks here on our left and right. Not gonna
Really?
lie. Yeah, it's that
This
bad.
close.
But no,
My goodness.
this is why I am not a professional player. But we have here some real pros on the Oasis side. Looking to clean up nicely. Papi Chulo now goes down. Southwood Esports stuck. And, well, Marky and Waldorian looking to set up their crossfire. Coco ready to protect. We also have
One
Ripper
enemy
with
remaining.
Molly a while ago. And this should just be easy pickings for the Oasis banner. So, 2-0 right now. The team here for Oasis are looking to get that initial momentum as soon as possible. And I feel like here, South Builds, now they're going to be able to contest with the guns because it seems like Oasis, they have found ways to overrun with their speed and, of course, the firepower they had there. But now, it'll change a little bit since Southwood Esports can contest a bit more ambitiously with the right firepower. I'm looking for Ja and Assist to make some kind of plays with Flippy and Pro, perhaps. Later on, we'll see if SPE can get to actually work out here because they tried there with
Baka
the
kaya sila
breach and
natalo
the
kasi
chamber,
tulog
but they were
gabi.
just caught unaware by basically the pace that Oasis was able to make in that round.
Sakto si Lawrence.
Round 3
gusto
going
niya
up here.
magluto.
Full bonus from Oasis. Flawless opening. Rather second round there for them to convert. Now here comes that Neon going in tight. Does get suppressed though, so not gonna be able to sprint. No relay bolts to be thrown on. Now here Pop Flash and Papi Chulo caught off guard. Perfect Prowler and Coco just runs through Flippy as well. And this is why they're so deadly because they know how to use these Spectres to its fullest advantage, knowing to keep on that mobile. And when they are super, fast in those rotations, he's so difficult to stop in the first place. So Pop Flash, second too late. They get the catch off of that Java. Finds Envy. Just giving them a bit more fighting power with Marky. Huge relay bolt, and they're trapped here in the underground. There's no way for them to surface.
Yeah. Tremors in the underpass, but Southwood Esports, they need to rethink their defense and fast here. Oasis Gaming, prime position to get this bonus. Fault line not going to connect, but Pro still able to get the punch onto Marky anyway. Now then, 3v2, but time is running out as this got out here by Ripper. No real chance for
Wala
Pro to make it to
na.
the site now. And Oasis Gaming, this is bonus won by them, 3-0. But the first thing I've noticed here for Southwood Esports, they need to reposition Papi Chulo and fast. There is no way for him to get away with his antics here with that fade in the hands of Envy because that Prowler will check that corner for the squad, will inflict that CC, and from that point on, it's Oasis with the overrun again and again between the Neon
By
and the
Miss
rest of the
Year
roster.
kasi chamber.
It's so difficult to fend him on back, and he has to be a bit earlier with those flashes if he really wants to play that tower position of his. If he lets him get too close, then he can be completely run down like we saw there. Knowing there's Spectres on the other side. Should have been the first idea put on hand, but Rifles now bound for Oasis. Should be another 4-0 start here for the Oasis squad. Man, this attacking side of theirs, they are so potent, so deadly, time on over, no matter what the map is. Their attacking side. Now, South Build, go for the gamble,
1G.
going for that radar push.
Na lang,
The
yung
Oasis
secret.
really turning things around. We've seen Oasis be very privy to
Meron,
using
Ivan.
that
Depende,
radar. But
depende sa
now
outputs
this time,
ng ibang,
opting to
ng
always
ibang
go
teams.
for A main for the
Pero,
most part.
oo,
Marky,
may
great
chance
shutdown
talaga
on
siya.
Resistance Pro, trying to jump
Medyo,
on now.
medyo mga for now, mga...
Gives him the 5v3 advantage.
Flippy though still on drop and Flippy dropping too. Wild Oreo though on the board. Here's
Mga
the shower right now with the
70%
response.
fans.
It's not the lead force. They're hitting their shots anyway.
Pero kapag
And
natalo
through
yung
all of
SB
that,
dito,
Coco
halos
will
ano
still
na,
get
halos
found.
100% ng pasok
Put
sila
the whole thing
sa
together and of
playoffs.
course.
Sa playoffs ha, hindi
So,
sa APAC.
Oasis back
May
together.
playoffs pa to eh.
4-0 now.
Kasi tatlo lang papasok sa playoffs.
That got a little dicey
Sa,
though at the
ay,
end.
tatlo lang papasok sa
Of
APAC,
course,
6 yung
bring
papasok
out
sa
the
playoffs.
operator, but
8
we've seen
sila dito.
shades for the past few maps here, Black and Blue. This time, can Oasis keep the ball rolling and keep getting these rounds to prevent South
player
from getting back that
enemy
momentum, because
remaining.
that was too close for comfort.
Expensive round, that clutch could have gone either way. It's Oasis once again who have been winning most of these clutches on this past entire series, really. South built can't let get to that scenario. Ja, oh, fortunate for him, he's able to snap his fingers and get out of there. Suppression, keep him at bay, but now that
Kakain
lets
ako ng
Oasis know
100
that
mingos.
that same utility isn't going to be active for quite a while right now. It's going to be online for South built, and it's going to be their moment to try and spring on that execute.
Perfect chance to get rid of the suppress. Not gonna lie, I've always thought South would
Hindi
be
kaya
to
to.
be a
Malay mo,
potential
kaya.
KO team, just knowing from
Pagkatapos
where they
ng
come
mga isang
from.
buwan ka nang
But
hindi
here
ka
we
ka.
go
Ah,
now. We
lumipad
are
si
gonna
Ja!
see Ja fly high! There's the slide, the rolling thunder though to protect the chamber! And really, the ground
Kawawa
is
naman si
not
Ja.
as secure as you would think, but we have to put our feet firmly on the ground as Oasis Gaming will defeat 2 there. Azisto, trading party back, up still in hand, and Ja eventually able to actually play this around. As it happens, it's A-side taken by Oasis Gaming. A bamboozle of epic proportions, 2v2 right now. Ja will fall. Azisto sprinting to the other side, looking to get back that space at the very least. And by A main right now, is one place
Malakas yung
Oasis
fracture na
is
Oasis.
looking to
Grabe yung
decorate
ano nila
as
sobrang.
much as possible.
Although
We
muntik na
have the
rin
angle
sila
down towards the
mag-OT.
spike. The doorway though, it will make that noise if Assist goes there. Southfield Esports running outside, they can feel the pressure is on. Papi Chulo and Assist trying to make it through.
14
Ripper
HP,
though,
oy.
pelleted by bullets, 14 HP left.
One
Where
enemy
are Oasis
remaining.
gonna peek from? Wild
player
Oreo still
standing.
alive, he will get the frag off to Assist. Papi Chulo did get Ripper though along the way, but time has ran out for the side of SBE. And amidst all that chaos,
sucks.
nature is no one's friend towards B side. Oasis say, let's sneak it by towards A, no one will notice.
5th round on the board once again. Oasis, fiery starts. Time on over here, coming in. And both of the maps we've seen here lately, Split and Fracture,
planted.
starting the same way. Haven actually more of the same. They really have these great starts, and the time ticking on down, secured by
Yun na,
Oasis,
nag-time out na. Hi Chris, thanks for the
knowing to
follow.
play that post plan to its perfection. And really, man, the hour clock, the hourglass has been the biggest enemy, biggest opponent that South built have to deal with in this series. Really is hampering them on so many of these winnable rounds.
And that's such a conundrum, really, for Southfield Esports, right? Because they used to be the masters of time. They're the ones who would control the hourglass again and again. This time, they're just getting outplayed by Oasis Gaming at the start of these games when it comes to those absolutely clinching scenarios. And it's up to Southfield to figure out exactly what to do next. They have done so, though. And it's a very generic statement because it's exactly what Southfield does, really, in this game. Coming into the latter half of the first half, that's when
Aw,
someone steps
Lawrence,
on
you're
up.
still
That's when someone
monitoring,
is able to find the
I
frags
actually
and
have
find
a
that
different plan
momentum.
for 50k.
And I feel like it's only a matter of time till
Aside sa
SPE
sub
gets a
only
point
giveaway.
here. I don't think they want to see another 13-0 happen in their stage 2 lifetime. But when will it happen? That's the question.
Hindi
How
ko palang
far can
ma-fake
Oasis
maayos
push
gawa
this?
na
Because
itong
we've seen
BCT.
this early momentum be crucial for Oasis to
Oh,
at
Aziz and
least
Wild
stay in the
Oreo.
game and at most just look for the overrun and keep the pressure on. So Oasis Gaming, they come from the ditch this time, but they're gonna double back, rethinking their plan as Zisto, ready for a quick contest. This is one thing SBE can do. If they find out someone is isolated, there might be a chance to get that frag if they push forward, but it's unfortunately here for Aziz. Wild Oreo will get the reinforcements. It seems like Oasis just escorted Envy there in position towards Dish, and now they're gonna come in with the Neon as the bulk.
And now they have an idea that there was a player here towards that door. As this is gonna have to come in big. No noise being made. Doesn't find, actually no, he does find the kill. Relay bolt to keep him at bay. Does get the concuss. Oh, barely able to dodge the counter relay here coming from Marky. 4v5, but weapons still in the favor here of Oasis. If they come out at any point, they can storm this site on over. Here comes that Nightfall, gonna cut the noise, gonna make things a lot more difficult. Prowler as well. Marky finding that kill on the pro, and they don't even know where this is. What? There's a trail on him, but still they don't follow him out. Prowler does connect finally as this in a very tough position. And look at the space that Marky has taken by pushing himself so far to the spawn.
Overdrive though, gonna get popped. Marky though popping the head of Flippy. And where are those lightning fingers? Marky though, even faster on the reaction. Jato does get find Envy, does get a find on the Ripper. Marky just popping off, finding these targets. Coco is there in the end. And by the site, it's Oasis who will decide
The
to
rounds
win
na
yet
akala
again.
mo sa SBE na they're still able
Twice
to
now, they're
convert
trying
it.
to make this operator count. The round prior to the last one, Jawa just flying as high as he can, couldn't shoot back. This time though, he got the shots, but the pressure was on. There was nowhere safe for him to get on the way, and Oasis with the speed to get through again and again. This is just Marky on an absolute rampage here.
Completely decimating them there on the whole. Great shot by Marky. And while, you know, those lightning fingers can be very tasty, just not super efficient in getting quick kills. You really have to run down the opposition, get full value of it. And so I'm really finding that here. Ja, maybe a bit too ambitious. Can't snap his fingers at the moment's notice. Gets the kill, be able to fall back, and that he does. Gives him the 5v4 advantage early on.
Interesting word choice there, friend. And an even better palette, to say the least. But then again, Southwood Esports now tour de force. Third time's the charm, perhaps. But Waldorio is right there with Marky. They're able to get that double swing to get one thing that do is Marky comes in to get rid of Papichulo too. Ultraman still suppressing the rest of Oasis. Finally, they just kick the CPU and say, okay, shut down. It's time to let us play with abilities. Yet again, Assisto finding Envy in response. 3v3 scenario. Low HP left here from Marky. Really both getting thrown on out. There we go with the siege on in by Assist. Shutting down the knee on the other side. Coco though finds Pro. 2v2 now. Tower though being contested here by Assist. Waldorio right in front of him. And he mows down Waldorio. Coco the only one left though. On the other side. But Assist again needs no help. He goes for more. And he will give SPE the first round on the board for them.
And those heroic plays are exactly what Southfield need right now, just to be able to rally behind it. Papichulo really struggling to anchor down the site here. Judge, not the best weapon in that situation, and completely just caught off guard with the aggression here coming from Southfield, rather from Oasis. Ja gets shut down by the amazing double swing. Perfect play here coming from Oasis. They know that Ja likes to play up top. The generator's there, and they double swing it, anticipating that exact endeavor. Assist though, coming in big.
4 bullets.
That's all he needs to work with. Last bullet connects even to get a round on the board. But
you want to play? Let's play.
Actually, give up that tower if they want to keep Papichulo in this fight, since there is a retake potential if Assist is around. This nice, really bolts there being thrown around, and Oasis Gaming still feel that they can keep going for his B. Same case, same way, now amplified by the Rolling Thunder. This time Papichulo not gonna be contesting as eagerly as he usually does. Swing on the other side, Coco though, go over to the corner. Pro gonna get demolished, and Papichulo trying yet again, but this is not a trick that will work here, Papi. It's Marky again with the overrun, and Oasis Gaming there on site with a man advantage.
What is with that push on Pro in the breach to try and take Arcade when the site should be set towards the actual execute, towards the site? Big misplay there. Gets him caught off guard. This retake's gonna be so difficult to work out because of the operator in Ja's hands. They need a bit more aggressive firing power. Ripper is gonna get that shutdown and assist. Flippy does go down as well. Ja, the only player left remaining here. 4v1. This round is done. You maybe get a few kills to fend them off, but they're chasing him. They know that they don't have economy. He can run all the way here towards A main, chased by a tether. So difficult to save the round. So much time still for Oasis. There's no way he's saving this round, is he?
5 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, they go the wrong way.
Mali yung
Great escape.
liko nila.
Composed here by Ja.
Mali yung
Saving
liko
the
nila.
operator for the next round. Yet again, Oasis. How many times have we seen them just hard hit that tower? Find the timing versus Papichulo. Even better timing there towards Pro there, courtesy of Coco. SBE just looking absolutely lost here towards that B side, especially in scenarios where their usual antics aren't working. And we've seen Ja get some kills. We've seen Aziz find the frags too. But lately, it's just Oasis Gaming. As soon as they play the setup, everyone who gets in their way are absolutely knocked down. Luckily though for Ja, he can get the hell away with the rendezvous. One connects onto Mark, unfortunately. Throws down below. Prowler though chasing him. And there is just no escaping the Oasis. It is everywhere and anywhere. It is a mindset here, courtesy of Oasis Gaming. And Wild Oreo, he does not mind to get his hands dirty as Aziz will go down.
Kita
All
niya yung
left now
barrel
to
nung
the
up.
remaining
Kita ni
three.
Marky
It's
yung
such
up.
an awkward scenario here for SBE. Even worse, that the chamber had his hands way too far out. The barrel sticking there. And it's Oasis Gaming looking to stick the landing for an 8-1 scoreline. It's all Oasis right now here on Fracture.
Wow.
Decimating half from Oasis, already dominating here. Every single round after this point is a bonus at this moment for Oasis. And there's just no way you can wait inside the site when you have a fade on the opposing side here. When on Fracture. So oppressive. Nothing you can really do about it. Papi Chulo, he's been struggling to really get value out of that tower position he's been playing. Looks like they're going and gearing up for an aggressive play here, Dax. One they might need to really change things up and go for a different look. A site, though, will be left open because of all this presence here.
Setup not working, might as well go for the aggro. And I was talking about map control for quite a while. SBE have been seething it for the past few rounds. Now Oasis Gaming, they're searching for that chamber as much as possible. Smokes though in the way. Ja over by the spawn instead. But there's a chance here for Oasis to get a sudden surprise.
Hindi chinek.
Not paying attention. And Marky will get the back down. Finding 2 even after the transfer. And it's 4v2 now.
Hindi chinek.
Finds a way to safety. Assisto cannot keep up with the speed of Marky whatsoever. I get caught out here by Wild Oreo. Flippy still able to fight back at the very least. 3v2 scenario. SBE looking to take everything away from the Oasis here, but Ripper finding Flippy anyway. Overdrive available, but there is just nothing in the tank left here for SBE. Don't get the ultimate sure, but they still don't get the round anyway. 9-1 now. Oasis in firm control.
Great round from Oasis, and Marky just knowing where to position himself to catch off Southfield on this retake. How do you even expect him to be there? And Papi Chulo going immediately for the swing, but Marky was one step ahead. He knew that the refrag was supposed to come on in from those ropes. That's where he ties the noose in the round.
I mean, that spot,
9-1.
lagi
This
lagi
is
nakaka-convert
looking
na
dire
rounds
for
pag di
Southfield, more
chinecheck.
so than ever.
Yeah, it's going south fast here for Southfield
Expected lang.
Esports.
Hindi man,
Appearance of
akala
them
ko like by
playing
default.
Fracture basically in the tournament setting. Not as much to the Oasis, and even though that Southfield was able to handle
na ako
the
sa spot
fade
na yun.
in the last
Yung
map this
pinuntahan ni
time,
Marky.
it's not the most familiar territory for Southfield Esports, and you can see the difference really of how that split defense was compared now to this Fracture. Papi Chulo though has been pretty much a non-factor in this game. Now he will just get turned into scrap metal there into corner after that one way is not enough to keep him alive. Assisto. Overdrive is the answer. Looking to blast the opposition, and there you go! Lightning will crackle, and it's super effective against the Waters of Oasis. Not only that, Marky can get victimized here. It's free power for Southfield Esports. Oh, let's go to Inby in this slate. Finally, darkness will be the right element versus lightning. The stun connects. The Earth is not his friend. Here we go with the hot. There's the intel. There's the peek into the takedown. And Inby going at it yet again. More time. To the improbable. Flippy though denies him of that glory. And a thrifty win by Southfield Esports capitalizing on that overdrive. As this again with a moment to come in big, but you can really see it here. SBE. Such a long road.
Nag-stop ka kumanta. Kaya pala, daw pala daw tumigil
things
kumanta.
up later on.
One enemy
You
remaining.
can really see just the potential of those clutches are so viable. Invy's on that fade. How much outplay potential a fade has is just absolutely cannot be understated. Operator out here for Ja. We haven't seen that gotten too much value in this map so far. Aiming aggression to be put out here, and he's been found out. Bro, he's dead to rights, but still Aziz gets the kill on Envy, being pushed up on here. Bro, he's gonna get found. Ripper does get that trade immediately. 4v3, make that a 3v3 drop. Does have the operator try and fend him off, but he does get found from behind.
Ayun,
2v3
ayun talaga,
still
ayaw
here.
ko sa
As Wild
fracture.
Oreo
Kahit saan ka
holding
tumalikod,
on to the
merong
drop.
angle.
Retake has
Bad
to be
trip.
absolutely
Kailangan
impervious here
talaga marunong
from
yung team
South
mo
Built.
pag nag-rank
Coco.
ko.
He's kind of lodged himself in this corner.
Sayang.
Poppy Julo still gets the kill, flicks on back. Now, much more doable. 2v2, but Poppy Julo has been taken very low. No ultimates for them to use. They have that Molly. Will they check the corner? Here on the swing. While Oreo gets a huge kill. Flippy, 1v1 right now. Ripper, does he know where he is? And Flippy gets the round. 9-3. South Built barely edged on by.
Flip that card right side back up for South Built
Patay si
Esports.
Papi
Their
Chulo.
minds is not yet there.
Bawa naman to si
3 to
Papi
9.
Chulo.
Again, I have to say it, better late than never.
Switching sides.
And it's getting
9-3.
very, very perilous here compared to the last two maps. What awaits the window?
Ay, ano to? Ads? Mas safe,
Perilous here compared to
mas
the
safe
last
play yun
two
pag
maps.
ni-revive niya
What
si KO.
awaits
Pero
the
siguro
window?
ayaw niya maka-reposition. Ayaw niya siguro maka-reposition. Kaya nipick niya na.
In the scrap, it's
Uy, ba't
been
naglalag?
South Built Esports looking for more value here from the backline of the roster. And
Aalas round na yan.
Julo, no command, getting that value at the very end. Nice check onto the corner. But the Oasis, they had a good chance with Valorio on this drop. I am a little bit surprised that for Oasis, they had such a anticipated angle there by the rest of South Built. But case in point, South Built still know how to fight, still know that they can contend. And
Papagawa ko sa
right
ano
now,
yan?
it's a long road again to try and make that comeback happen. We've seen it before done though on splits, but this is the worst scoreline they've had all series long. That first map there, Black and Blue 8-4
hindi.
in favor
Ako naman,
of
kaya ako naisip ni Beb, para
Oasis.
2v1
Second
double
map,
pick.
7-5
May trade.
in favor of Oasis. Now we're at 9-3, so I guess we're getting a lot of variety from South Built at least in the scoreline that they're gonna try to climb their way from, basically.
Tumayat mag-stretch. Kahapon yan, Niners eh.
They're 1-1 in that attempt.
Sige,
Always
gawin ko
ending
yan.
the first half
Since
with,
ang sakit ng likod ko.
just in the deficit. No, although Split was
Dito na
a lot
nag-stretch
closer
sa
than
akin
Haven
ng
was, and especially this is. But South Built, the rally behind those final two rounds has to come in here. Marky's been having himself an absolutely impactful game.
Ang luwag nito.
So many
Kanina
entries he
nakita ko lang
finds
siya
here
sa
for
cabinet ko.
Oasis,
Tapos sabi ko,
and knowing that
ano
they're
to
on the
t-shirt na
defensive
to? Parang
side,
ngayon ko
I'm
lang to
still
nakita.
going to
Hindi
expect
ko
him to
to
go for
t-shirt.
those
Pero
aggressive
sinuot
plays
ko
that
pa
we
din
know
kahit hindi ko
Oasis
siya
are so
t-shirt.
capable
Ha?
of.
Tapos
They
nung
really like
nagtingin
to
ako sa
push the
CR, sabi
envelope,
ko,
keep that pace up
sabi
with
ko,
the composition that they've
alam ko
got.
pala kung kanina
Once
t-shirt
again,
to. Tapos t-shirt
really
yata to ni
utilizing
Papa. Hindi
this
ko alam kung paano siya napunta
these
sa cabinet
initiators
ko.
that
Pero
they've got
t-shirt,
on the
parang
table. It
naaalala ko
really is
naisuot
some
na
of
to
the
ni
most
Papa.
important utilities in the
Dati.
current meta
So, ano,
have
medyo
that
medyo
initiating power time and time on
kay
over.
Papa
In
tong t-shirt.
that
Pero,
case, one could
wala na
argue
kasi si
that
Papa.
Oasis have that
Pero yun, hindi ko talaga
advantage.
alam. Baka,
South Built,
basta
it's their
naligaw sa
turn
cabinet
to
ko.
make
So,
their
sinuot ko
executes
na
work
din.
on that. Look at
Tinuloy ko na.
the trademarks being placed here by Oasis. This could slow down the potential fast push that South Built are planning.
Yeah, they might get the right read here. But in general, do you agree with me in saying initiators just have the best intel overall? Like as a group, right? I think initiators just have so many ways to impact the most important parts of these fights, really the battles there, and you can never count out smokes being very important. You can never count out ways to deny area. But in a pinch, that's where initiators can be oh so impressive. South Built Esports though need moments again, like from Assist and Ja. Can they come in clutch when they need to? Because this is a fast take towards A side, and historically they have proven to be very potent on the
Mirrorless
fracture
na
offense,
camera.
albeit
Parang
it's just
yan na
one of
yung
the sample
pinapalit
sizes that
minsan
was
sa
dominating versus
DSLR.
Action PH.
Tutor
Can they do
one day,
so
cousin
yet
ko.
again? Oasis gaming those fighting on
sorry
in,
na
and they
nila
are
kung
gonna go for Flippy there. Wild Warrior with the covering far towards Ja. Poppy Chulos
Cousin
as they
ko
still
dumaan sa
win the
map
kills,
ko,
but Oasis they marked their target and they wanted to go for priority. Ilbido
Sabi sa
on the
inyo,
board
oh,
again.
pareho ko
Here
binili.
comes Pro right now, the only one left in 2v1 slate. Frozo taking the classic count. Can he go for it one more time? Envy with a tap. Pro is ready with the aftershock. Someone needs to push here, and it's Envy deciding to get rid of Pro there. But time is not on the side of Oasis.
No time, no time.
Stall enough to
pwede
get
ako
this win.
mag-picture.
barely scraping by.
Pero
So
oo,
close
pwede
that was.
din yun.
Ja completely baited out there by the utility. I love that pre-take coming from Oasis on that A site, on that A main position especially. They send two on the ropes to go for the flank, and as soon as the Prowler makes contact through the doors, Ja thinks, okay, I have to swing wide here and help Papi Chulo out, who's playing in that cornered cubby position. In that case, the A main push here from Marky, perfectly timed to try and shut that down, as it's still huge frag in Papi Chulo especially to get those two. But the fact that they did so much damage in that bout let Pro delay for so long, and the aftershock, absolutely crucial piece of utility they held on to and really did win them that round. Marky though shutting down assist on this aggressive push. Papi Chulo quick on the trade. And these are rounds that Southfield have to win cleanly.
It's that awkward time where you change the channels. Wild Oreo finding Ja. Whoa, Oasis Gaming fighting there. But really, you're flipping around TV, you suddenly go by HBO or something, and it's the best part of the movie that you didn't want to get spoiled in. That's what happens there between Marky and, well, his victim with the shorty. But beyond that, Oasis Gaming now slowing down the pace of Southfield Esports to quite a crawl. We've seen them be very effective at those rushes towards the site. Play a solid post plant instead. Papi Chulo though, looking for the drop down. Coco unaware of his position, and it's Flippy causing distraction and actually getting that kill. 3v3 for now. Flippy though with another one. Flippy reliable in these scenarios, and as we see it here for Southfield Esports, they're gonna get the plants. Envy tries to play towards the dish to contest it, maybe get a gun or two along the way, but Southfield Esports, they are prepared right now. Ripper falls apart. All left now to Envy, but it's very effective here for Southfield. Envy makes the classic count on the pro. 12 HP though, this might lead to his demise, but you can see it, right, Black and Blue. Coming into the attacking side of Southfield Esports, they feel very confident in getting to that post plant, and as soon as that happens, I really feel like for Southfield, that's the best chance they have coming into this map. 5-9, very good eco though for Oasis Gaming after everything is said and done, but the form of Southfield a bit better now as we have swap sides.
Utilizing initiating power they could have, re-hit on that B site, or that A site rather. Successful for the meantime, but very dangerous stacks. They cannot let Oasis keep on taking these man advantageous positions and scenarios, especially when they should have, you know, the upper hand with the weapons on this bonus. This has to be another one that they convert, once again, as I say, in clean fashion, because not a single round are they really comfortable with giving up here with this very hefty lead that the Oasis are going to continue to build up upon. Wild Oreo opening pick here in assist, that is huge.
And Marky again looking to make space for himself, stuns him just a little bit, but doesn't matter. The slide is perfect, he's in position, and Marky showing us what he can take from SBE. Papi Chulo finds Coco, but Marky is just absolutely unrelenting. 10-5, it's Oasis to make such a quick turnaround.
Para-paras lang malamig.
Just run him down, Dax, don't they? Knowing that, okay,
Inahin ko
you
yung
really
ice,
want to go towards
kasi
A
yung
main,
hot,
well, that's
pwede mo
going to be
painitin
the
ulit
can. We're going to cook the tuna
sa
in.
microwave.
Oasis.
Pag natunaw ng ice,
5-10. 3 more rounds.
kahit i-ref mo
securing
yan,
vengeance
nakahalo na
against
yung
Southfield.
tubig sa
They
ice.
commonly have their number. And Marky, look at this. Really aggressive play. Flying things down. Papi Chulo's like, oh my goodness, look at that fish jumping out of the water, flying.
Nag-ikot-ikot lang si Marky.
Been really reaping the benefits of the comp.
It's because you didn't gut the fish before you tried to cooking it. Try to hop in and out there like that.
Ooh.
Ooh, have you ever tried to cook something and it's suddenly actually still alive?
Fortunately not.
Fortunately not. I think I've seen in those places where they cook in front of you, things like lobsters are still alive. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I prefer myself to.
I'd rather not
before cooking it.
I'd rather not have, you know, a guilty conscience while having my dinner there, but it's almost dinner time, and well, for Oasis Gaming, they were able to feast in that last round. This time, though, Esports was able to give them their just desserts. Brawler, though, really intel assist. Find the frag anyway onto Ripper. So let's look now for Oasis to work with. Southfield Esports gonna be backing on. Coco blows up Pro anyway. So the aftershock. Nice angle there by Coco. Oasis Gaming at least makes the trade work, and SBE slowed down yet again.
Yeah, the time's not going to work out once again, Dax. This is the problem we've seen.
Yung character development ni Mark.
So problematic. He just unaddressed once again from South Build. There's a small gap in the smoke. Papi Chulo, first one on in. Oh, he's getting shot from behind, but he doesn't mind. Going to clear that tower position out. Wild Oreo, huge kill on Flippy. So much less, more post-line potential here on the side of South Build. They're going to have to come in big. They know where Papi Chulo is because of that radiating wave coming from his ultimate. And as this, he can't even find the kill. All is on the Papi Chulo. Can't even get that. No more utility work with triple swing on him. Let's get the double. 8 rounds and Mikey brings it down to the 1v1. Completely blind. No, he isn't up close. And he gets the kill. Papi Chulo still. He makes it happen. Southfield continue in the game. 6-10. The ROG clutch from the clutch master himself.
Wow.
Finally did it. He's been waiting this whole game to do that, man. He's been waiting to go back to tower and just win this corner. And again, didn't happen on the defense. It happens on the attack side. What did we just witness here from Papi Chulo? They had friends, they had families, and Oasis.
They had friends, they had families.
Well, in that round at least, as corpses instead, but that was just Papi Chulo. That was just Papi Chulo. That was it. It looked to be an Oasis round. They cleared out every little bit that they needed to. They were going for the triple swing, basically. But Papi Chulo picking them apart still one by one, finding the timing there in split seconds. It's just unbelievable. And those are the moments which bring Southfield Esports back.
Ang weird na
into
tong
the
ice
series.
coping ngayon kasi
We
wala
saw it
nang
there on
stroke.
Split
Parang
with the
pwedeng
assist
matanggal
ace.
yung takip tapos
Now
matapon
Papi
sa'yo.
Chulo able to do what he's been looking to do all throughout this game. And I think for Papi Chulo, that was a more satisfying clutch than anything else he's ever accomplished because he knows he's been shut down on the frag side this series at the starts. But now, 15 and going strong, SBE getting back again at the rhythm of things here in the second half.
Awesome.
Took him the attacking side to get back into the tower there and be like, no, this mine.
He took him the attacking side to play his defensive position, but he will take it.
Been missing that. Oh, here comes out that overdrive. Shut down just yet. They have to be careful, Marky. So deadly with the mobility that
Take it what you want from me.
Is on and gets the kill. Does almost find a second. Good damage done onto Ja. If he's stuck on that for longer, could have found another kill. But Wild Oreo here with the tour de force. It'll be so difficult for Southwood to try and shut down Envy. Low, but Wild Oreo going big, bro. 1v1. Envy does have his HP cut down super low. He takes that spike on back. Can retrieve a rifle here in this case. Ripper. He's got the judge. Very difficult to try and make on work out from at range, but they've also retrieved guns of their own. It's gonna be so difficult for Pro to win, and he doesn't even retrieve any of the rifles while falling back.
Yes, rushed it down towards that B side. Gives a chance for Oasis to enjoy the Emporium that just went into those sales before closing. Spike now planted. Interesting enough though, Ripper's still holding on to the judge. Never mind, he picks up the Vandal instead. It's Envy with the judge, so they felt like they couldn't go to the hole in time and go to B side along the way. So Pro might have a chance here. In this instance, he does have full armor. Do get the throw of the hunt for intel, but here we go again. Tower position has been the bread and butter of Southfield Esports, even though it has been a little bit stale recently. They're gonna go for it yet again. Pro right now with a spray on Envy. Although on the other side, Ripper is the real challenger right now. Gets a tap. Frodo doesn't want to overcommit. Time is running out for Oasis. And one more time and one more show. It's SBE who clutches at the same location with a different member. An ROG clutch again. Southfield now going for more.
Ang hirap naman ng tower na yun. Bakit pag ako nagra-rank, pag nasa tower ako, feeling ko ipit ako. Bakit sila?
For these rounds and
gawa ng dog!
Hindi
pala gawa ng dog. Wala ka palang diretso ka
but who knows how things could have gone if he found that third kill right there already. The second kill rather right there. Bro, he didn't even delay time. He didn't even run away in the arcade. He just continued to fight that, but still winning it, knowing that that close range is where the Spectre can be the most effective. Gun round here for both sides. Oasis need to make their stand.
Ano mo po si Arthur
because of the Marquee distraction too. Could have gotten 2 kills, yes, but even better, Wild Oreo was ready to
Baka
pass whoever
gusto
would
niya
commit
mag-give
towards
chance
main.
to
And that's
Ate.
why he was fragging out there with the bullet force out. And Wild Warrior on the board yet again. We're still not done though, because as this, even though he's done, Crow is right there to help him out. As this now getting back in the thick of things, finding Wild Warrior along the way. Orbital Strike though gonna get used here by Flippy to buy some space for Southfield Esports.
Spike
We know in
planted.
these scenarios when SPE goes for real estate, are really looking to get a better position against the opposition.
Ang
Now
hirap
the assist,
mag-retake.
finding Coco 2. Envy now, the next target here right behind the Radianite. Azisto doesn't know he's there as of yet. Pro on the other side of him. Crossfire being set up here by Southfield Esports. Assist, getting the headshot anyway, and it's all Assist again. With the frag, 4 for the Neons. But you can see for Southfield Esports, give them a lull, and they will sing a lullaby to the opposition and say goodnight too.
The deity himself has woken up. Aziz, another 4K in the round, and Southfield very close to getting themselves within that tied scoreline. They're gonna need 2 more rounds to do it though, and these ecos have been absolutely potent from Oasis. Great job though from Wild Ori to shut them down on that initial push, taking Jaw out of the round early. But what avail? They don't get the round in there. Pro, smart idea to walk out of A main, give Aziz some bit of support because he was smoked on now, using his utility to the best extent as well. Perfect timing on those fault lines. Now the eco is forced upon Oasis once more. They do have the solo rifle though, and they've been very successful for the most part in winning these type of force buy rounds.
The best part of this is just Oasis is trying to press play on the record player, but Southfield Esports, they know when to hit that pause button instead. Just the chance again to find that small bit of timing to slowly reset and then explode as soon as possible. And we're getting it here from SPE. This assault has been absolutely effective. Doesn't matter if Oasis Gaming gets the first prize because SPE can fight back. It's even worse when SPE are the ones who get the first kills. And look at Pro with the covering bar. Marky goes down. Everything left to Coco, but he's suppressed. He is just unhappy of the situation. And they have to back on away. Southfield Esports, these climbs have gotten harder and harder in the series, but they have made it work before. They're looking to do so yet again, and they're 1 round away from reaching.
One more
one
round
away from tying up the game.
Hindi talaga
It's
nagta-time
about
out
time
yung
for a timeout,
Oasis.
I think, as well here, coming from Oasis' squad.
Hindi talaga nagta-time
Really
out.
have to slow down the momentum that Southfield is starting to build upon. We haven't really seen too big of a game from Ja just yet. Aziz and Papi Chulo picking up that slack. And Pro, he's found quite impactful frags, though the quantity of them just haven't been there yet. You leave Ja, try and lurk here towards Arcade. There's 2 people addressing him though here from Oasis' side. That's going to be Envy and Wild Oreo. Such a deadly combo to try and fight, and Ja has to make sure that he's not overcommitting here. He's going to be sandwiched. He can fall on back, taking that zip line into safety. And this
Habang
actually
nasa
leads to the
zipline si
B-side
Ja,
fight for
yung
the
kita
taking,
mo
but the thing is,
kung
Southfield
nasan
not
ka
in position
dapat.
to try and capitalize off of this. They
Which
can
is
go now,
which is
but they don't know how
may
open it actually
prowler,
is.
may
Neon
stun,
here on
parang
Aziz to
nandun
try
dapat
and give them
ako.
that space early on. And Ja will be that backline to defend them off. Taken the site, yes, but can they hold on to it in the post plan?
Entertaining here from Southfield Esports. They were going for the underpass buy, but as soon as they noticed that rotation was there,
Grabe.
quickly with the fast lane and giving cover for the rest of SPE to follow suit. Envy though with a find on assist to start things off. Marky now into the backline, slides in to get rid of Ja. Pro though ready for the trade, but Wild Warriors on site and ready to frag out. Flippy though into the corner, can't really do much there. Now the Pro though in this scenario, aftershock for the stall, but there's no chance this time. Oasis
9-11.
Gaming, they went for the expedition, and even though they left behind that B side, they get back at it, and they will finally get around yet again. 9-11 now the score line, and for Oasis, this is why they build these early leads, because Southfield is just still there, no matter what in this game.
2 rounds separates them. Timeout called here. Take a bit of a breather. Ja struggling in this map to get anything going, getting tagged up early. His timings being found, smothered by Oasis time and time again. Wild Oreo on the opposing end is at the top of that board, right along with Marky. Very similar scorelines they've even got going for themselves, 24 apiece. This die has been going in the fortune of Oasis, but Southfield timeout. They got to rally behind this. This is their timeout for the half. This is where they need to get things done. If this goes to match point, we could be looking at Oasis securing the map here, securing the series and gaining their vengeance they have been long looking for ever since stage 1.
Yeah, months and months have passed for that. So Oasis
Yan lang na may
Gaming,
konting kape.
they just
Oo,
can't
yun yung
falter
lasa.
the same way that's happened to them
Weird.
in some of
I'm
the
sticking
series
to
that
hot
we've
coffee
seen
when it's
here.
from
This is
Macdo.
really going to be a testament to Oasis and the resilience if they can wrap it up neatly. The problem is, even if they get those first frags, I was talking about a while
Ang
ago,
awkward
Southwood
din
Esports,
uminom kasi
they're going to find the
nakataas.
time to make the trades
Like,
happen
mas gusto ko
anyway.
sana
But in that
parang
last
same
round,
nung hot na
very
mababa na
convincing
lang.
from
And it's like
Oasis
so
compared to
high
before.
up.
And I feel like for Oasis, if they want to play the aggression, they can actually surprise Southbuilt here if they choose the lesser target. So Southbuilt now, they feel like that's the plan here by Oasis.
want to
They're
play?
actually
Let's
grouping up
play.
to one side. It's all of them on the south. And even if Ja is watching towards the left, the bulk of Southbuilt anticipating the whole push from Oasis.
Look at how many players here are addressing this A main push though. Oasis,
Uy.
4-player stack. This
Kabado ako
could be
para sa
deadly for
SB
South. They might be
kasi-
walking into a trap. Too good to be true. They have to realize they burned that utility early though, and that gives them the idea that, hey, there's a
Ganda
lot
ng
of people
fallback
here.
mo.
Let's try the other way.
Yeah, let's not. The thing is,
how about
though,
no?
well, how about no? But the thing is, I think Southwood Esports can take advantage of some of these rotations now. Oasis, they were ready to run at them. They were ready to go, but as soon as they realized that this might be a little bit more that we can bite off than we can chew, really, they did just go for the back on away. And now Oasis, they're holding the 3 towards A sites. Envy making that decision to go back towards A. The Southbolt Esports are now walking their way through the hall, keeping a speed limit. Who knows who's watching? In this scenario now, it's time to hit the floor running, but Marky making Flippy fall onto the concrete instead. Already we see here Poppy Chulo pushing forward. Southbolt Esports establishing a foothold. Envy though ready to fight on back, and even through the smokes and more, he's still willing to shoot at the opposition. Time though running out here for SBE. He needs to pick up that spike. Poppy Chulo
3v3,
is
that's
there
low.
for it.
Low si Poppy
Marco
Chulo.
now gonna get away from him. Here we go with a tour de force, but Wild Oreo does it better. Now then, it's the disadvantage to Southbolt Esports. They don't have the HP, they don't have the numbers, and they don't have the lives. Oasis Gaming, they'll put themselves on match point. It's time to see if the platter can be served here.
May pa-horror, ano pa
Oasis,
si
great retake, great hold, and the re-hit on the A side. Wrong call. The right moment here for Oasis. Perfectly placed to shut that down. And Ja has just been having himself a older game, not even able to find these kills, and that door going unwatched, getting punished.
Feeling
Pro
ko
did
ano
so
lang yun,
much even while blind to get the kill.
spectator bug.
The rest of Oasis
Visual bug.
seemingly on point. That one round that they won 2 rounds ago on round 20 really helped get them
Wala gusto
back
patalo.
into
Oh,
this
sim.
final round potentially here for Southbuilt to make things happen.
Oasis Gaming, they need to prevent the collapse from happening, and so far they made those strides. Early lead check and just recovery before Southwood could really tie
No.
things up properly, and that gives a chance to Oasis
Perfect
right now
naman ang timing
wrap
din ni,
things
ano,
up.
ni
Southwood
Wild Oreo.
are looking for the siege towards the east side, but this is a retake, and Oasis is looking for Wild Oreo though with the timing onto assist. How do you even find that angle? The sprays do come through.
Oh, look at
the
Ja.
shots are there, and Ja, he's so low even. The shots right now.
Oo, diba? Hello.
Carlos here in Southwood Esports, and their odds are dwindling. Nightfall is there, and Oasis are trying to get into a better day. This might be their chance.
Kaya ka
So,
tumigil.
found by Flippy, Ripper on the board, and Oasis Gaming. It's time to see
Oh!
the dinner bells are ringing here. Wild Oreo with another one, and here comes the Blast Protocol. Revenge is a dish.
It
best
goes
served
to
cold. They've been simmering on it for
Oasis!
months and months, and Oasis Gaming finally get back
win.
at SBE.
Yung
2-1. It took all 3 maps, but for Oasis, this was a win they have been hungry for so long already.
Long time coming as well from Oasis Gaming. They've been searching for this. You said Dax, they've been hunting for this win. They were prepared for this fight. Fracture goes their way, and they finally get the revenge they have been seeking. Man, it took a whole stage for
Namali
them
yung
to get to
Discord,
this point once
napansin nyo,
again.
namali
But
bigla yung
Southbuilt, so tough, so valiant in those efforts, but once again, heroics could not come in the end. Not the most consistent way to win a map. In this case, they get taken down. Finally, how the mighty have fallen here in our leaderboards.
This is such a big win by Oasis Gaming. This propels them in a
Sure na.
relatively secure slot
Oh, wait.
into the playoffs alongside Team Secret. We're going to be just playing out these matches for seeding by that point.
Sure na.
But on the flip side, Southbuilt Esports
Hindi.
now is a 2-4 standing. This win could be really the death sentence here for Southbolt Esports after everything is said and done, especially depending on how some of
Depende
these
pa sa
Bren
laban
announced
nila sa
games will
Bren.
go. And what better way for Oasis to get that revenge right if because of their victory, they're the ones who effectively eliminate Southbuilt Esports. The
Dalawa
match
pa sa Bren,
they'll need to
APH
check
saka
out in the
SB.
next few days, but right now, it's not the best state for SPE whatsoever, our defending champions. Yet again, looking and staring at the abyss, and
Pag
this time,
nanalo
there's just
yung
one hand
SBE
left
sa Bren,
trying to
magiging
stay
3-4 sila eh.
by that cliffside.
Pag
Oasis
natalo yung
Gaming,
Alpha ng,
an
ng
incredible
Team
first
Sikat,
half.
magiging 3-4
At
din
least a
sila.
run there in the second to seal the deal, but you can really see for Southfield Esports, they will always
RRQ
make
versus
any opponent
Oasis.
work for it here, Black and Blue.
Always not going down without a fight, and Oasis so prepared, so potent, and that fade of theirs has been really, I guess, the kryptonite that Southfield struggled against. They beat them on split with it, yes, but there just isn't much left in the tank to continue on forward. All these clutches draining seemingly the energy here at the Southfield, and struggling, especially on the opening halves of every single map, has been the bane of their existence. Punished for it. It's not a gambit they can continue to run, always taking the hard road here from stage 1, lower bracket run, and even in this series especially, always having to come back after such a dominating half from Oasis. It hasn't been too fortunate for them, and completely shutting down that tower take time and time on over. Only the second time we've actually seen South Built here play on Fracture this entire BCD stage. We didn't play that all during stage 1 and stage 2. It's only second time, so definitely is more experience on Oasis' side that gets them through the hump. When they got that one round back in around what, round 20, that signaled the beginning of the ending here for South Built. The only chance they have now, Dax, in the leaderboard is if Brent Esports don't win their next upcoming match and South Built beat them on their final match of this group stage.
That's a spicy one. These are very interesting
Last
implications.
chance na SBE,
And in the
SBE
end,
versus
a little interesting too that Southfield Esports, they're more struggling on the fracture defense compared to the attack, and that's rare to see from Southfield, which is more of a renowned defensive team. And I think it's just because that in a map like this, it's a little bit predictable what Southfield are doing. They're easily more overrun as Oasis has that speed. And I wonder how Southfield are gonna adjust on that side of the coin, because their attack, that was very, very stellar. They found so many ways to take that site so quickly, to put the flag of Southfield towards A with Aziz leading it. But in the end, it just feels like overall in the series, were just so many moments for Southfield Esports that they couldn't string along for a complete victory. So congratulations and well done by Oasis Gaming.
Ilan pa
This
yung
was a
Bren?
win they have been looking for all throughout these
Pag
months.
natalo
And
ng
finally, they
APH
have been
yung Bren,
able to
feeling ko
manifest that
APH win
destiny. But guys,
bukas.
we're going for a break. We
Feeling
still
ko-
got the interview and the
feeling
panel
ko
to talk
APH
about what
win
has
tomorrow.
happened for
So
today.
APH
On the
versus
casting
Bren,
side, though, we're
2-4.
be signing on now. Dax here with Black and Blue. You guys are
Magiging
tuning on into
2-4 din yung
PH.
Bren.
We'll see you guys in just a bit.
2-4. Prediction lang, magiging 2-4 din yung Bren kasi feeling ko APH is gonna win tomorrow. Sa APH versus Bren. So, ito na lang talaga yung magmamatter na match. Bren versus SB. Para sa kanilang dalawa. Sa 2-4-2-4.
El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on the face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused.
Yeah. This was mine. It was mine. Tapos na guys. Tomorrow na ulit. GG muna for today. Almost 6 hours solid stream. Tomorrow, matches are gonna be... Wait. nawala. Okay, tomorrow is gonna be Naos versus Secret, Brand versus APH, RRQ versus Oasis. Tie, as of now, tied up, RRQ at Alpha. See you tomorrow, guys, for another. Wait. I might not. Hindi ako sure pala bukas sa stream kasi 1 PM may schedule ako sa ayusin yung hair ko ulit sa salon. So, I might stream I might stream Team Secret versus Naos. Hindi pa ako sure. Tapos alis ako ng 1 PM eh. Alis ako ng 1 PM. So, ayun. Yun naman na, GG guys. See you tomorrow. If hindi ito yung stream ko tomorrow, I'm still gonna stream pero mag-rank games ako. Aw, thank you Lawrence. You're so sweet. Ayun, mag-rank game na lang ako if hindi ko to maabutan lahat. So yan, I will still see you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. GG Lawrence. Ronel, Eugenia, Alvin, Jericho. Bye.